All that said, BLS currently having some data problems, apparently. So we may or may not actually get this employment data coming out in under a minute here. But this is going to be a very important data point for the market going into the next Fed meeting, going into inflation data that we have coming up, as well as the next benchmark and the next kind of stop along the way. For Fed Chair Powell, Dara's beside me this morning. We are about 5 seconds away here, Dara. So we'll grab this number and then we'll allegedly grab this number and see if we do actually get anything here at 8:30. Again, BLS apparently having, there it is, 22,000 is what I'm seeing right now. So below estimates here, 22,000 versus 75,000 expected. Again, the range that was out there as late as yesterday was anywhere from 0 up to 100,000. So 22,000 definitely on the low end of things. Unemployment rate, a little bit of a tick to the upside, 4.3% versus 4.2% was the actual estimate on that. Government payrolls negative, which is the first time I've seen that in a while. So the market not going to like this again. 22K versus 75.
Yeah, I feel like I need more time to process that. Really, that is, I was thinking we'd probably get a little bit lower than expected, but not that extent. I do expect as well that this number, combined with the data issues they were having, might lead to a Truth Social post in our near future.
Sure.
We know that Steve Myron yesterday during his testimony, he is the nominee to take that vacant spot in the Federal Reserve. He was saying that the BLS has a flawed way of collecting data. So those comments might be used and brought up again today is what I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, apparently they got the plugs all plugged back in here in time. I'm just looking at a couple other things here. U.S. average earnings year over year, actual 3.7%, so a downtick there as well versus a forecast of 3.8%. Again, 75K, the headline number, versus, or sorry, 22,000, I should say, versus 75,000 was the estimate. 4.3%, so a slight tick higher on the unemployment rate versus 4.2%. That being said, going into this number, I'll double check right now, going into this number, the short end of the yield curve, the lowest level in a year, so the 2-year and the 3-year, lowest levels we've seen in more than a year. So we are seeing a really, really sharp steepening, the long end back to 496, 495, depending on when you look on it. So we'll double check on the yield curve as well, guys. But Sean with the day off today, Obi's in. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. And bad news is good news. Because the chances of the rate cut probably just went to 100% on this move for sure. Well, we'll see. It'll be like 99 point something. It was 97% chance. We were already going to get a cut. And then now it almost seems like it's certain. So, well, welcome Friday. Market initial reaction was down because it was misses across the board. But let's be real. The NASDAQ now ticking higher as we're almost like we're 2/3% up on the NASDAQ overall and just slightly gaining on this move. But wow, Broadcom, you've got to be kidding me. Nobody cared about the beat after market, right when the earnings came out. It's like it didn't matter. And then all of a sudden you get a $10 billion mystery client or customer, and this thing's up 14% now. So that's it was kind of what you thought would happen, which a good quarter would a good quarter would be a nothing burger until this announcement. Maybe it's OpenAI. That's the speculation that it could be, but ramping up some competition against NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is actually down and Broadcom up. NVIDIA down 1%, but Lululemon, unfortunately, we'll discuss this and we'll discuss Figma because guess who was buying Figma yesterday on the way down? Kathy Wood, obviously.
I thought you said you bought some.
For me? Figma?
I thought you were going to say you bought some.
Oh, hell
no. I was going to say, Figma's definitely on my watch list on the day today,
the other way,
well.
though. You're not thinking long Figma, are you?
No.
Okay.
I'm look at the chart. This thing.
I didn't think
Here's the thing. The IPO price on this was like what? Like 40 something? Let me just make sure here.
It wasn't 37?
1 second. It'll be 33 per
33,
share. 33 per share. So I remember trading this on the IPO, and then a few days after the IPO, and then all I was thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, over the next couple of months, how can I take Figma into 33?
Right.
How can I? Because we understand that the underwriters probably only really like one price, and that's 33. Yep. They're probably only going to defend one price, and that's probably 33. So the question becomes, okay, you can see the chart is absolutely beautiful. It's been a beautiful swing short. It's been nothing but selling after that first crazy day. So shout out to all my swing shorts who are still sitting in this position from IPO day 1, day 2. But oh boy, that $50 level, I'm going to be looking for that coming in today. That pre-market action is already taking out prior day's lows. I was already looking for that, so that's more confluence for what I'm looking for here. I'm curious to know earnings day 2, right? So let's just throw up an anchored on that earnings reaction right here and see where we can potentially look for sellers right now, all the way up at 56.24s. I don't know if we're going to get all the way back up there, Neil. I'm looking to take some inventory in and through 50, but I'm even open to taking it below 50 as well. Like show me that we're actually going to crack. Show me that we are really, taking a beeline to $33. So that's what I'm looking for on Figma. But I don't know.
We got some revisions here.
Okay.
Which I threw them in the chat so everyone can see. Like June numbers were revised down by 27,000 from 14. So that's that ADP, the payrolls numbers. So, and the revision's not nearly as big as last time, but look at the market sort of react to this. And like initially down, and now we're absolutely flying. 0.8 now we're looking at. And you say that as literally as Figma continues to go lower. The other thing we get to talk about is Elon and another pay package. This time, again, heavily filled with incentives and objectives that can make it huge again, but he has to meet some pretty aggressive targets. Tesla's up a couple of points on that, but overall, it's a pretty good start to the Friday. I just never really want to get too crazy when we have an 830 number like this. If we were we knew we were getting a cut anyways, how much does this really change anything? I don't know that it does. We all expect Powell to cut, and now we just clearly think it's an absolute lock right now. And just if you look at something like the Russell, that's what's moving almost the most here. The Russell just went, which makes sense, about $2 on this move. I wouldn't be chasing any of this just yet, but Broadcom leads the way. And I'll get this one out of Sharif's, he'll be here for the midday, but he's not here right now. And I was going to say this to him, but I actually, and I'm not a Cowboys fan. Everyone knows I'm not a Cowboys. Ooh, thank you, Randy. Banana time. Appreciate it. I don't like the
just the right amount of almost ripe.
I would say it's maybe
tinge of green on there.
Tomorrow would be better than today, but I'm not coming in to eat this thing on Saturday. The Cowboys should have won last night. I'll leave it at that. CeeDee Lamb needs to catch the ball. They should have won. But my suicide pool, or Sean and I, our suicide pool is really happy because we put half of our entries on Philly last night, so we were sweating it out for sure. But good start to the day with the market. And Dijon Mustard says bananas are going extinct. I hope not. I like bananas.
I think so. Bananas, don't forget, these bananas are man-made. They're not going extinct anytime soon. Have you seen the original natural bananas? They're really tiny, full of seeds and everything. So it's just so it's this is extremely GMO'd, but for good reason.
It's going nowhere.
It's going nowhere.
It's literally into my stomach. Right. Let's go back to the desk.
All right, Neil, you called it. Here it is, 99 on the dot, 99% here in favor of a cut going to a couple of weeks out for the Fed meeting. If you go to the end of the year now, we're all the way down to, better part of 50 basis points, or 75, I guess, on the long end, if you look at it from that standpoint, from where we are right now. But a little bit of a bounce here for the NASDAQ currently. Just to recap, if anyone's joining a little bit late here and missed the actual number, there it is, 22,000 versus 75,000 expected on the August non-farm payrolls number. Slight uptick, 4.3% versus 4.2% for the unemployment rate. The revisions, if you remember the last time around when we did this, was what actually kicked off the selling on that individual day, and everyone was shocked. Went from 200,000+ down to 20 or 10,000. Just massive revisions. What I see right now is 2-month payroll net revisions subtracts only 21,000 in total from both June and July. So way, way less than what happened the last time around when we did this, which is not that bad.
Yeah, and I actually think maybe that plus, of course, now this very, very likely chance that we get a rate cut is maybe why the market's bouncing a bit here too, right? We initially get that reaction there. The number is much lower than expected. And the market realizes, hey, maybe this is long-term a good thing. And we get that push up. But you're right, I think the revisions were really on watch, especially given the kerfuffle, for lack of a better term, that happened last time. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see what the response to this is. I think certainly, though, at least a 25 basis point rate cut. And I think now probably the people who are pushing for 50 will probably push a bit harder after this number.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for a truth, as you mentioned, on the latest jobs data here. Michael Noss coming up here in a couple of minutes. We'll get his take on seasonality, going from the summer doldrums, summer holiday season, into the fall and into the end of the year. We do typically get some volatility returning to the market. We'll get to him in a couple of minutes, guys. But a whole bunch of things on the earnings front really standing out this morning as well. Lululemon, one of those, really pointing to increased competition right across the board with Alo and a whole bunch of other younger, more hip, I guess, for lack of a better word, brands. But I don't know about you, but I mean, every time you go by a Lululemon store around here, it's still just absolutely packed.
Yeah, they're pretty busy. I have a friend actually who works at Lululemon, and she's always said, they're doing tons of brand collaborations. They've done limited collabs with companies like Disney. That was, I think, the most recent one that I remember. That was a while ago, though. So, and they do pop-ups in universities as well. So I think beyond their stores, they also try to have brand impact in another way. But yeah, I think the guidance here with regards to tariffs was the real issue, because they did miss on sales, but guidance by far was like, I was looking at these numbers and I thought there was a typo. Like, it's really rough.
Yeah, one of the interesting things when you compare a Lululemon to Gymshark, for example, Gymshark has gone all in a big way with influencer marketing, and Lululemon has kind of dabbled in that a little bit, but nowhere near to the extent that Gymshark has, or even Alo is getting into that a little bit now as well. Day lows here, though, guys, right now for Lululemon.
With a 4% decline in same-store sales year over year, it's not a good look for Lulu, unfortunately. And we joked around. It's like they needed some kind of a Sydney Sweeney moment for them. And then, as Brendan says, they haven't really been going that path. Well, unfortunately, it's with the results.
I think Lulu makes some great clothes. I'd love to see some Sweeney, and the Sweeney bid in Lulu, of course.
Of course you would. Well, I think lots of people would, but
I mean, AEO has been great. AEO today, even. Like, I'm watching it today. Yesterday was great on day one.
Got to $19 yesterday, AEO.
Beautiful. And the thing is, the move's been building up. Like, we got the presidential seal.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's the other thing too. Like momentum matters so much, right? So AEO's got momentum, and a lot of times that's just going to mean, that's going to mean continuation because you have people chasing the move. Well, what move are you chasing in Lululemon? You're chasing the short trade. It's down 20%. Like, I had to pop out to a monthly chart on Lululemon to find where we could be headed, because we're down at 165 on Lulu. The 200 period on the monthly is the next theoretical support at 161. And look, it's not like it's theoretical support. It was 2028 highs, and then right here 2019, which that's right before COVID. That was a key level at 161. It didn't hold during COVID, but this is where I think you can get an SSR bounce style play. Like, it's about the only long I'm looking for on Lulu would be if it gets down to that 161, which is a big level on the monthly. Then I would think, okay, let's go for a mean reversion play to the long side. Otherwise, I think just usually short the pops in a situation like this. Admittedly, I kind of like Figma a little bit better as a day two play and continuation than Lulu. But yikes, there was nothing really to point to salvage these earnings. And you're more than the expected move. It was like 12% we were expecting. We end up like 20% to the downside. So usually I'm thinking continuation, even if that means sitting out a little bit of a bounce and then fading a curl here on Lulu. But we are ready for someone who always has some technical analysis for us. Our good friend Michael Noss is ready on Friday.
The scale of this is nowhere near comparable to the U.S. Yeah, we'll get to Michael in a second. I was just reading through the Canadian jobs data as well. Negative 65,500. So the Canadian employment lost 65,500 jobs last month. The forecast was for a gain of 5,000. The prior number was negative 40. So 2 months in a row here, we're up to more than 100,000 jobs have been lost in this country. So this economy not doing too good. Let's bring in Michael Noss here on a Friday. Get some seasonal talk, Mr. Noss. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. I missed you guys Monday.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long weekend, but what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Speaking of seasonal, it looks a little bit seasonal behind you in your backyard at this point. I mean, it's crazy how we're already starting to get this shift in temperature and shift in the overall feel outside.
Yeah, you wake up one day and it's, tank tops and shorts, and then you wake up today and you got to have a hoodie on. It's just reminds you, Canada comes back and reminds you that you're living up here.
Always.
Yeah.
When it comes to the market, talk about seasonality here. What do we need to know coming out of those sweaty summer months into the fall?
Yeah, and in particular, right, I think everyone's heard September is a bad month, right, generally speaking, and it is true, and I've got a little chart for that. But I wanted to dive in a little bit more into just talking about the election cycle, right, this 4 years election cycle that happens in the U.S. I'm not a massive seasonality guy, but there's really two areas that I focus on. And one is the end of year kind of Christmas stuff, which, right, speaking about changing weather, is getting way closer and way faster than people think. The end of the year, because that makes sense to me. It's taxes, it's, window dressing. We'll go over that when the time comes. But the other one that makes perfect sense to me is this election seasonality and what the market normally does. Because if you just take the U.S. markets and you split it up to every 4 years, an election year, a post-election year, the midterm year, and then the or the pre-election year or the post-midterm year, you get this pretty consistent trend. So this is, shout out, I got this from a Nautilus research, and this is, I think, 1950 to date, what has happened on average in these particular years. And the black line being, your average S&P 500 move for that period of time, and the red line being what we've done so far, right, since the election year and onwards. We all remember that April dip, and now we're pushing higher. Tracking okay, obviously increased volatility to what we would normally expect, but if this holds true, you can kind of see what's next for us, and that might be after a big push up on that first half of the post-election year, coming into the end of the year, and specifically most of next year, it looks a lot choppier, right? There's like breakouts and breakdowns, and none of those really hold, and you just kind of move sideways for almost like a year and a half before that pushes up. Now, the reason that I like to focus on this, and the reason this makes sense to me, is because it's around politics. It's around the people who make the laws, who make the decisions of what is going to happen going forward in the country. And it would make sense that no one really wants to rock the boat too much before this next election. And you see that if you go to the very far right-hand side of the chart, right before the election, there's a choppy period as well. So it seems before both elections, you expect kind of choppy period while no one's really doing anything crazy to upset anyone on either side. And then when you get the election done, then people start to pass new laws and make new changes. So that's kind of one evidence for that we could see a little bit of chop going forward. This next one is the same chart, but this is the VIX as opposed to the S&P 500. And we know the VIX is just, it looks like a heartbeat, right? If you zoom out on the VIX, there's periods of high volatility and periods of low volatility. We are definitely in a period of insanely low volatility. It's interesting how well this year has tracked the normal year. If you go back for this 2025 year, potentially going into the end of the year, there is a period of increased volatility. That doesn't necessarily mean we're tanking, but it could be what we saw in the first chart, which is this really violent kind of chop back and forth. It looks like we're going to break out. It looks like we're going to break down, and then really no price action, but no price action happening in a volatile way. The next chart is simply just a bar chart showing the average percentage gains across each individual month. So this is the 12-month cycle. You can see most of the time we're above 50, right? There's only February and September. And yeah, there we are right there in September, where there's, I think, like a 45 to 48%, depending on how far you look, chance of being up, which means there's a 55 or more percent chance that we are down this month. So we're just seeing a lot of things that are saying, hey, maybe not, looking too hot for potentially this year. But at the end of the day, we have to look at charts and we have to look at price action. So the last chart I have is one of just that, of just price action. And we're seeing this RSI divergence. And an RSI divergence is essentially just meaning that each new high we're making in the S&P 500 is taking a little bit less momentum or a little bit less kind of oomph or excitement to make that new high. It's more just floating up as opposed to really powering up is what this indicator is telling us. So a lot of things pointing that September and onwards into the end of the year might be not rough like April was, but might be a little bit of do nothing. So what does that mean for us as traders? It just means that we're going to be in a little bit more of range trading, right? I'm going to, instead of trying to buy breakouts, I'm going to try to buy pullbacks. I'm going to look for levels, look for stocks that might be beaten down a little bit too much that are going to bounce. And then also when I'm in winners and when trades are moving for me, be a little bit quicker just to ring that register and take that money off the table, spending a little bit more time in cash. So nothing here says it's the top of the bull market and we're going to crash. All of this is just averages. So there's obviously a chance that we do none of this and we just rocket higher. But there's a lot of warning signs for me to, maybe play a little bit on the back foot, be happy with the insane year we had so far, and just try to churn out a little bit of gain going into the end of the year.
I want to go back to this first chart that you put up here because it's a fascinating concept and a fascinating theory to kind of follow and to, as you said, actually see what has happened with the red line since this prior election. Talk a little bit about, first of all, what makes up the black line, just so everyone's clear.
It's essentially, it is the average. If you took every 4-year period and you averaged it out and made that one single line. So, there's going to be some years that are way above this and some years that are way below it. But if you just said, I'm going to average every 4-year cycle from when the election starts, it's one thing that's actually really good about doing this stuff in the States as opposed to Canada is there's a very specific cycle for these elections. If you averaged out that all of the years from 1950 to date, this is what that average would look like. So it just shows that most of the time we follow a pattern somewhat like this. Of course, if you just go to COVID, right, that's going to be wildly different than what you see on this chart. However, most of the time, and that's, in my opinion, enough data to make it a little bit worthwhile. It's 75 years or so of data, that the black line is the average S&P 500 gain for that period of time, again, separated out for that 4-year election cycle.
Yeah, always going to be variables. And I mean, no one saw the tariff, sell-off or the tariff panic coming, and that is on this chart as well. So if we look at this from the standpoint of the red line is what has happened, we're essentially here right now. If you look forward, as Michael was saying, there's a higher than normal on an average basis chance that the next foreseeable future here, next definitely months and months and months, could potentially just be choppy.
Yeah, and if you look at where that chart finally turns up at the end, after that kind of mid-election year, that is going to be roughly when, I think it's November, when they have the other elections for their lawmakers and things like that. And it's, it's a cheesy saying, but it is true that the market likes that certainty. So what we're basically saying is that between now and when this midterm election is over, there's going to be a lot of polls of this side's winning or that guy's winning or this guy's losing. And then the fact that there's not going to be a lot of people that are going to want to stick their neck out and really rock the boat, you have this sideways type of chop. And just like after the election we saw this year, when the election was done, we had this kind of monster move in the market. That's generally what happens. So that's why I really like this particular seasonality chart, because it's not just, in September we're down. It is more, there's a very specific reason for this, is that the market is waiting to see who is going to win and in what side of the election. And then you get your move from there where people start to take those post-election bets of which sectors are going to do okay and which stocks and things like that.
We will look forward to the coming months here because I think there's a lot that could be resting not only on the midterms, but also on this Fed cycle as well and what's going to come of interest rates in the next few weeks here. Great stuff as always, Michael Noss. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you Monday.
I'll talk to you guys on Monday.
Thanks always, Michael. And I think it makes sense. We get into this certainty of back into some rate cuts, and the market, the exuberance has already gone into it. Although the market continues to go right now, one thing that we have to observe this, because as the Qs make another high, there we are, NVIDIA And AMD, no mas. I mean, slight bounce at least on NVIDIA, down 1.5%, but like through yesterday's lows. And then AMD Advanced, we're back to Advanced Money Destroyer, on yesterday's lows, down 2.25%. This is the exact opposite of what you're seeing in Broadcom, which is now, well, we're almost at $350, like $349 is some size on it, but 14% to the upside. So you have a very different look going on here for some of our favorite chip makers to the downside. And what also would be interesting, I just saw in the chat there, Daniel B. And, you know, I'm not always trying to call people out when I do this, but even when we haven't started it, get in this habit. See that $MU, that $AMD, Florida Trader Throw, $Tesla, Rivian Millionaire. Come on, give me the $sign in there. It's if we can all build that habit, what happens is when we go to look at something or talk about it, you know, we're going to be focused on sometimes the stocks that we're trading in the moment or what seems to be hitting on scanners. But what you guys are interested in or talking about in our community, if you just throw the $sign in there, and I didn't do a restart on this, so I should do the fresh start. We throw in $sign, and then what is hot in the chat just organically will pop to the top of this list. And we always have a good visual cue to see what it's, and it's not the same thing as like what's gapping up the most or doing the most volume. It's just another thing that we can look at, A, to give you guys, you know, coverage of what you're interested in, but B, just to see, hey, what is hot? It's a good proxy there. So, you know, NVIDIA, as I see people put some symbols in there, I'm gonna throw in, I don't know, let's just go SoFi because why not? That was a good stock yesterday. And then at some point, SoFi will pop in there because I just threw it in. So Toast, TSLA, Alibaba, why not? So nothing's really standing out. Tesla and Lululemon makes a lot of sense. I mean, Lululemon getting absolutely smoked. And Open Door still on the list, but looks like Lulu's taking the lead right now. That's the only thing. I mean, it's leading in percentage to the downside as well. So I guess it's got a couple of leads. Unless you guys can show me something that's down more than 20% today. I'm sure there is somewhere, but yeah, we appreciate it if you guys always put that $sign in there just so we can keep that. The more data it gets, the more interesting it is, and the better.
The more meaningful some of those
more meaningful it gets, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the more of you vote for something like a Tesla, whereas say only 5 people voted for Tesla, it makes more sense for us to go over something that a lot of people voted on. But going back to what Michael Noss was showing us, I like that chart for like cyclicality and then going into pre-election year. I just have the SPY chart pulled up here, so I really like that. I was like, okay, it's more confirmation. You're telling me that trending chart is going to continue trending going into the end of the presidency here. So I like that. I like that look. We're already pushing fresh highs once again. So again, yeah, a little bit of a panic here in April, but we've only been buying up and aggressively just grinding day by day. We can see finally there are some stocks that were trailing behind, but now finally are catching up to their all-time highs. We were wondering what they were doing so low. We see that Apple with a little bit of a bid as of late. You can see that's almost back up at its highs. Remember, we're looking at a monthly chart here. Another one that's at fresh highs right now is Google. Google was lagging behind pretty decently for a good chunk. All the way in April, you can see all the way down at 150 is a decent chunk away from its all-time highs, now raging all the way up with some of those I guess restrictions being lifted, or not really restrictions, but you know, there was question as to whether they were going to sell their Chrome and some other parts of their business as well. Now they came out and say like, okay, they can keep that. Obviously, that's gonna come in as positive sentiment. But I guess that's what the market was waiting for, because as soon as that news kind of comes out, we were already breaking out through that 190. I think it was 198, I think, or something like that. This 175s a few weeks ago, or a couple months ago, and I think it was that 200 breakout as well just a few weeks ago. That was really coming in, but that swing has been working out really, really well on Google. But yeah, I like the look. The market's looking pretty strong here. We're digesting this morning number really, really well. It was just a few days ago we were trading at 23,500s. We were having a little bit of trouble with 23,500s on the NASDAQ, and now we're blasting up above this 23,800 mark on the NASDAQ as well. So yeah, markets at all-time highs. Should be an interesting end of the week. I got a few names on watch, but nothing too crazy. We have earnings names that have been acting pretty decently. We got Lulu, we got AVGO, we got some day twos as well. We saw C3 AI a little bit lackluster during the later end of the day. It had a strong move yesterday, but gave back a decent chunk. I think that $15 level is going to be interesting.
And of course, Figma.
Figma as well. Figma day two earnings, and American Eagle as well. Yesterday, I got pretty chopped up on American Eagle in the morning session, but I knew I had to be long. I knew I had to figure out a way to get long, and that I didn't really execute too well on that. But you can see how it closed yesterday. We'll go to AEO here.
On the high.
Very, very strong on the highs, and even in the pre-market right now, going down to say like a 3-minute chart, you can see we're holding prior day's highs pretty well and pushing and attempting for some fresh highs once again. So is there that anchored view up in there? I don't think I have that in there on this chart, but you can see we're extended above that as of right now, held it really well on day one. That's all the way at 1770s as of right now. No idea if we're going to come all the way back down in there, but it seems like structure is starting to step up a little bit after a nice base. We know that like sentiment was building on American Eagle already for the past couple of weeks coming into earnings, and then we got that final kind of blow off. I'm curious to know whether or not we find price acceptance higher and then continue, because
with the squeeze potential,
20%, almost 20% short.
Over 20%.
Over 20%.
Over 20%.
I checked yesterday; it was like 18 something.
We had one source had 23 or 24. It's about 20. Those are always estimates when you're looking at the short flow, but the important thing is the momentum that's behind it right now, and you just gotta. It's not that you're chasing momentum, but that's what you do when you're trading. And you mentioned Alphabet. Just a reminder, that was a positive story. It wasn't just for Google, Apple as well. And Apple's got a flat top break today.
Yeah,
that's the best way to put it. You can obviously see aftermarket on the Google News, and then double top yesterday. You throw up the daily as well. Like this is it's a little bit of a consolidation, not a huge consolidation, but the last couple of days on the Alphabet News breaking 240 here. There's room. You're not going to see all-time high today. I don't see any way that it goes that far, but yeah, kind of. Not blue skies, but not a lot in its way if it break that 240 early here. And there's a little bit of size right now, and it's very, very close to doing so. But we have a watch list to get to, our free watch list, everybody, with lots of earnings names. It's all about what's in play, because that's what we care about as traders. And so far, so good for the market. But when you look at that watch list, it's not all big. We talked about Lululemon going the other way, and then of course we already mentioned Nvidia. NVIDIA doesn't seem to care about all of this exuberance, but let's get into it back at the desk.
We were just talking about the Canadian jobs data here. It's not good at all. 7.1% unemployment right now in this country. Continues to go in the wrong direction. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free every day. Adara does a great job on the watch list. It's free. Go grab it. Description right now has the link, or you can just copy and paste that. Works too. All you need is your email address, has everything you need to know in the pre-market. Daily comes right to your inbox. Broadcom, top of the list this morning, as it should be. Top of the day currently here for AVGO, about to take out 350 and a half. This is one of many positive headlines here for Broadcom this morning, teaming up with OpenAI on their own chip. So move over NVIDIA. Here comes AVGO.
Yeah, they're reportedly teaming up. I mean, what happened was during the earnings call, CEO Hock Tan basically teased that apparently one prospective customer has secured over $10 million worth of AI racks. Then the Financial Times comes out and reports, hey, that customer is OpenAI. But I mean, beyond that, it was like a solid report either way. They did beat on EPS and revenue here, adjusted earnings of $1.69 per share versus $1.65 expected. Sales also a beat, almost $16 billion worth of sales versus $15.83 billion expected. And their Q4 sales guidance better than expected. We also had CEO Hock Tan saying that they're expecting their outlook for AI revenue for fiscal 2026 to improve, quote unquote, significantly. We know the street loves AI revenue.
Broadcom has come back to life this year, even going back the past couple of years here. But AVGO is not a stock that moves like this on a given intraday basis. Yeah. We look to NVIDIA and some of the other high flyers for that. But this is a huge move, guys, for Broadcom today.
It's a monster move. And what was crazy about it is everything, at the if you looked at the half an hour like after market and with the market recap show with Sean and Adara last night, it was pretty much what you expected. Hey, look, we had a good Q and blah, 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 and the stock was doing nothing. If anything, most of the moment was headed down. And then all of a sudden we get this, mystery customer competition for NVIDIA. And it's not just that you were higher, you're blasting higher. I'm going to give you a look because I don't think this does it justice. Let's just go to Blue Ocean so you can see like the evening session. Like when the Blue Ocean, like in the overnight session started, like first of all, you were already going. Like if you look at it past the earnings call on very light volume, you were trending up. So you were already trending up. And then all of a sudden, when things opened back up in the overnight market, there was just all kinds of insta buying. Like everyone was trying to get into this thing. So it's a little hard to want to chase on a Friday. When I'm looking at the chips today, I think the way that I want to play this is I want to fade NVIDIA on this news. I think that's going to be an easier road to hoe, or whatever the terminology is for that. Probably said that the wrong way. I have no idea. You look for it. If it holds VWAP, I think you're okay here. It's so far, you're now what, $10, $12 away from the volume weighted average price, up 15%, and really on essentially the one headline for Broadcom. Like it's just, this is extended. And if you look at the last time it had a day like this, or days like this, like you had one here, eventually did a bit of reverse, it was able to close at highs. It was able to close at highs in December. So I want to see it hold on to the volume weighted average price. But my play for this is to fade NVIDIA. And I look at NVIDIA, and yesterday and the day before that, 172, it's been a key level the whole way. So if there's relative weakness in NVIDIA, then I have a level to short it off of the 172. And on top of that, when I can zoom in, I can see this consolidation zone here at about $170 as support. So that gives me another place. If we pop in and start curling and we don't get 172, I can have an early short at 170 off of this Broadcom news. So yeah, I'm likely to end up playing NVIDIA short side on this news, but wow, what an unbelievable move for Broadcom. Didn't see it coming. Even who knew this? That's why it was a mystery customer, and that announcement has it absolutely flying. I can't chase up there.
Yeah, pretty broad action in the morning here.
Yes.
I was looking for that 350s, man, and I'm just sitting here like, AVGO, slow down, stop. Come on, that 350 already breaking in the pre-market, 352.55's current high. You can see this is anchored VWAP all the way down here. So we are very, very extended off of the anchored VWAP, as well as the intraday VWAP sitting at that 341.69 right now. So extending off of both VWAPs coming into the open. That 350 is going to be key for me. I already coming into the morning from last night, I was like, all right, if this thing can hold and push, maybe we see 330s, maybe we see 335s. Oh boy, we're already at 350. So you know what, an all-time high push on a strong large cap name, one of the top market constituents. Sure, it's not necessarily part of the Mag 7, but it's definitely in the top 15 tickers when it comes to the distribution for, I think, both the NASDAQ and the ES. I have to make sure about the ES, but the NASDAQ for sure, definitely within the top 15 names. Yeah, no, I'm curious. I want to know whether or not we get that aggressive continuation. That 350 is going to be very key for me coming in off of the open. Yeah, a little bit of a surprise, and the market's taking it real well. And it's not like we don't have market tailwind as well. And the market tailwind is definitely there off of this morning's economic number. So that's bringing in a little bit of the bid as well. But you're right. Some of these other names, some of these other chips, like NVIDIA, like AMD, they're not really looking the same. Nope. Look at AMD. Straight puke city to the downside, and then NVIDIA as well, more selling off than any sort of buying happening right now. I don't really know about Intel, but we can just straight up go to SMH to see that that's a little up. Okay, I thought it was going to be down, but where I was going to go, because TSM and Micron are both very
Micron's
strong
super
as well.
strong, and with Broadcom up there,
TSM and Micron.
Yeah,
right?
The SMH is able to hold because it's basically everything except for NVIDIA and AMD is strong today.
NVIDIA's not in there.
Those two are taking it on the chip, but everything else is pretty strong in chip land. What's not strong is Lululemon. Lulu is poo-poo this morning.
Oh boy.
Yeah, down big time here and continuing. I mean, we got to, what is this, 165, trying to bounce right now. A little bit of green candle starting to form here, but it's been all red ever since that report came out last night. Not good. As you mentioned early this morning, the tariff talk coming into play here for Lululemon going forward, really hurting the forecast. Darren and I were just saying, I mean, I still swear by Lululemon. I've tried Gymshark. I've tried other things. I still swear by Lulu.
Yeah, I was saying to you, I own 2 products from them, one of which was a gift and is a headband, so I don't really know if I can comment, but I will talk about these numbers. So we'll start with the actual report, which was mixed. Q2 EPS here did beat estimates, $310 versus $290 expected. Sales, $2.525 billion versus $2.538 billion expected. As I mentioned to Sean in the market recap yesterday, they had some comparable sales problems as well. I believe the U.S., or sorry, Americas, so North American sales, were down year over year. Guidance. Q3 GAAP earnings per share. I did refer to this staggering number earlier today. $2.18 to $2.23 they're guiding. That's well below estimates of $2.94. They missed on sales guidance as well. They lowered their EPS and sales guide for fiscal 2025, and they did say they're estimating a roughly $320 million impact on tariffs, and that goes all the way to fiscal 2026. Operating margin. They also mentioned the removal of the de minimis rule, which isn't something you'd really expect to impact Lulu. But here we are. I saw off the top like 5 analyst downgrades, which is even for a report like this, pretty significant.
Yeah, increased competition as well. A lot of people going to Aloe. I don't know if
Athleta, I know there's that one too.
There's a few now that come into play. But if you zoom way out, this is COVID. This is 2020 coming into play here this morning, guys, for Lululemon.
If you stretch really far back, then you can go and find some levels for Lulu, which the one that I should have said, and the chat's always undefeated, Lulu is a lemon. That's what instead of Lulu is poo-poo, I should have said Lulu is a lemon. Yeah, that's low-hanging fruit here today. You know, it's not to kick anybody when they're down, but at the end of the day, as Brendan said, like you gotta zoom pretty far out to go into the COVID dip to find the last time we're down here. And as I was saying before, on the monthly chart, the 200 period is going to set up at 161 here for us. So there's actually a level down here that I'm looking for bounce play on Lulu, which would be at that $161 for a little bit of a mean reversion play. Overall, like what would I be looking for in terms of like a better bounce? Like a swing bounce? I think you need something very distinct. And I'm just going to point to like this low last year. When this bounces on the monthly chart, like this is the thing. What I like about a monthly chart here is for anybody that's like trying to pick a bottom in Lululemon, when you look at a monthly chart, it kind of gives you very quality entries. It gives you an idea of how patient you can be at some of these lows instead of trying to wick the bottom. Like how much time when this bounced off 275 and then almost doubled in 2022, you essentially had 2 months. You closed down there, and then you opened the next month, and you had a lot of time to get it under $300 as it was bouncing off the 50 period. So I feel like that's the kind of bottom that you want to try to grab here, where it shows you a few weeks or a couple of weeks of an opportunity here in Lulu. So at least for today, unless it gets to 161, I'm not sure that I traded. If I'm shorting pops at a bad name, it's probably Figma instead of Lulu, because this is I like the continuation play on Figma. It tried to go yesterday, off the open. It made a bottom, and then just proved that it could not get through the post-market low. Double topped it. So as far as I'm concerned, come back in. The first place I want to look short is 54, and then I would look again at about $56. So I'm shorting pops in Figma instead of Lulu.
Yeah, no, I like that look there. I'm a little bit more leaning on Fig than I am Lulu as well. But this is the weekly chart here on Lulu, and you can see the pre-market levels. We're coming down into some levels we have not seen, oh boy, since those March COVID lows from 2020. So the low from there is 128.85. Sure, we're pretty far away from there right now. 165.09 is trading in the pre-market, but $35 is not that far stretched in terms of what Lulu is capable of doing on even an intraday. Again, it is an earnings day one, so with the relative volume that it has been doing, almost 35 to 40 times relative volume in the pre-market session today. So yeah, we're definitely going to see some spice coming out of this one off of the open. I'm curious to know whether or not it stays tight on the way down. Look at this nice tight tight downtrend that it's been having, pretty, I guess, not as spready as you would think a name like Lulu would be. But again, I remember this stock when it was above like $400 or $500. Now it's back down to 165s, on its way down. You can see how we just saw on the weekly here, kind of pulling back from its former glory. We were kind of consolidating in the 300s for a while. We did attempt to push towards 500 in 2023, but yeah, coming right back in to the lower end of this consolidation and breaking down as well. Multi-year consolidation lows. So a little bit of a continuation coming in with those earnings. I'm curious to know whether or not we break that 130 with any sort of distinction on day today. But yeah, a little bit of a short bias on Lulu. Let's see if that comes into fruition off of the open. This very tight downtrend does have me interested. I think it just giving us a very clean definition of what the trend is right now. And when that definition is broken, I want to know what happens. That's the story that I'm looking at on Lululemon today.
We were just talking about this Elon Tesla pay package. If you missed it this morning, potentially, I mean, let's just call it $1 trillion, because why not? It's going to come in 12 tranches of shares based on market cap of Tesla as it continues to grow. So this is going to take time. I remember, if you go back, I don't even remember how long ago it was now, probably 15 years.
2018?
Was it?
I think the original was 2018.
10 years ago, feels like longer. But when the first, or the details of the first one came out, everyone was having a meltdown saying, this is crazy, no chance this is ever going to happen. And let alone, not only did he do it, he did it in a shorter amount of time than everyone was expecting him to do it, and then some. So why don't you give them the details here so they understand? Yeah,
let's get into the details. So basically, as Brendan mentioned there, apparently this plan could be worth up to $1 trillion, but what are the details? So again, if they reach 8.5 trillion minimum in market cap in over the next 10 years, then he'll get all 12 tranches. The 11th and 12th tranche will only be given to Elon if Tesla reaches 7.5 trillion and then $8.5 trillion worth of market cap, respectively. Now, apparently, I was seeing reports as well, there is a bit of a clause in this that implies Elon Musk will have to scale back his political activities. But that was, again, I just reported, I'm not sure the level of confirmation with that. But one thing I want to say, too, that I was just talking to Brendan about off camera, the wording of this headline is pretty interesting. The idea that Tesla will be urging investors to vote in favor of the package, because Tesla bulls on X are very much in favor of this package. They're very much pro-Elon. They're very vocal. They work as a group. They advocate, I would say, pretty effectively. So, again, unless we have a situation where someone else sues, this does seem like it's very likely to happen for Elon. Now, I also think, too, and this was something I was saying to Neil off camera, Elon Musk maybe has been less motivated in recent years to get the timing of his production. I talk on and on about the Model 2. So I think hopefully this will serve as an excellent incentive for him.
That is the key. They have to keep him motivated to continue leading that company. And this is a challenge, I think. He seems to be the type of person that needs a challenge to.
Oh, yeah.
And one that's just I mean, he's going to space, for crying out loud. One that's just so far-fetched and so outrageous that no one else
He does well with that.
Take it on, yeah. So. I think it's just a matter of when, guys, not if.
Pay that man his money. That's what it's all about. I can't do what's his face. Rounders is a great movie. You've seen Rounders?
I don't think so. I have not seen it.
The best poker movie ever made.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, but yeah, you should check that out. But look, at the end of the day, the focus seems to be on keeping Elon more focused and keeping him happy and getting some of these targets that are always out there for everything that is going to drive growth met. Because we get a lot of talk and we haven't had a lot delivered. That being said, hey, when Tesla has been doing this little weird thing where, we go down for a few days in a row, bounce off of a key level, and then we go up a few days in a row, and we're making higher lows essentially into $360. So we just put another one in. So unless we're at $360, I want to kind of look long here today on Tesla. Prior day high is the first place I want to look, 342. You don't really know how the jobs number is going to come out. And obviously that makes it a little bit less likely to be able to get into Wednesday's high. But as I did for the lesson of the day, it's about making decisions at the right point. You want to try to get in a liquidity point when trading. So the first one I can see is obviously that 342, because if you look at what happened the last time we were up here, 47 to 49, it was a topping tail wick. So that's an area that I don't want to chase the stock. Certainly, if it were to go into like 345 or something, that'll be the volume weighted average price. That's a place I might buy the dip. As long as we're over 42, like that's the line I really liked. Thought we could get that. Actually thought we might have a chance of getting that if we had a bad number, or I guess, the bad number was good in this particular case, so the other way around. But until we see VWAP break, it's 45, it's 42. I'm looking long on Tesla.
Yeah, I like the way the daily chart is setting up on this one. We've been talking about this one for the past, I guess, couple of months. This price compression kind of winding up, and just I think it was last week, we got that push into 350 and a smaller pullback, and we were talking about the higher lows that we have been making on every consecutive push up that we've had. And once again, that last 350 push gave us a higher low here as well. So all said and done, I do like this for a potential push of that 368. Don't know if that's going to come in on the day today, but we are building good structure, kind of higher lows at the very least, kind of pushing up into that, what you may consider maybe a flat top push, flat top break here on Tesla. I like the look. I'm going to be still a little wary around that 350. It seems that 350, there's a lot of business being done around that 350. So I'm going to wait for that to kind of surpass. Even right now in the pre-market, you can see the pre-market high is 348.35. So we didn't quite make it to 350 just yet. But if we're going to continue the bit of trend that we've been having over the past few days, a little bit of a step up, a little bit of a step up, and another step up today above this Wednesday's high as well, almost coming into Friday's high here. So week highs pushing up here on Tesla coming in off of the open. Curious to know, do we continue to push that 350? Is today the day we get through that 370 finally? I don't think so. I think we may need a little bit more oomph, but you can see in the pre-market session, we're already doing 2 times relative volume. So when it comes to a Mag 7 stock doing something like 2 times relative volume, I think that's something definitely significant and something that I do want to keep my eyes on just in case it does something outlier.
Before we go back to the desktop about DocuSign, Bob the Dog, thank you for the super chat. I'll read this. I don't know that I'll be participating, but good luck to you. Let's short Broadcom together via the ETF AVS. That is I don't think it's leveraged. I think it's just a bear ETF. So you go long that to go short the stock. Who is with me? So look, I'm not looking short on Broadcom today. I think I wanted to short NVIDIA on that news. But good luck, Bob the Dog. There's always a trade. That's the thing. Like you can go in either direction as long as you time it right and get yourself a good entry. In almost every single stock, there's a long somewhere and there's a short somewhere at some point during the day, regardless of which one is better than the other. One that was a big long in the aftermarket, but gave some back, DocuSign.
But I mean, we're bouncing back right now. $82 seems to be holding. Not a lot of volume behind this so far this morning, but yeah, decent report for DocuSign Q3 guidance as well, better than expected, which was, I think, a little bit of a surprise. More and more, I mean, in my daily travels now, I'm seeing DocuSign become the norm.
Yeah.
There was a period where, Adobe has a product that a lot of companies were using to sign documents. You can send it exactly the same way as DocuSign remotely sends documents to other people. So good to see here for Docu.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just the Q3 guidance that was good. The fiscal 2026 guidance was excellent as well. We'll get into it here. So they reported EPS 92 cents per share adjusted versus estimates of 84 cents. Sales $800.64 million versus $780 million. So nice double beat there. They did beat on Q3. It was a nice Q3 sales guidance beat here. $804 million to $808 million they're expecting versus $796.55 million. That was the estimate. And then they also raised their guidance for fiscal 2026. They're now expecting sales between $3.19 and $3.2 billion versus estimates of $3.16 billion. Now, the only metric that I'm seeing, and I just kind of skimmed through the report, that they seem to have missed a little bit on, or at least declined year over year, was non-GAAP gross margin, but it was pretty small, 82% versus last year's 82.2%. If that's the only issue with this report, it seems like a pretty solid one.
Just be aware, White House advisor Hassett making some comments on these job numbers this morning, trying to understand, I guess, why it wasn't what they expected. So saying that could possibly, or they expect anyways, a revision upward on this month, which would be the first one in quite some time for jobs data. Number of analyst moves just coming through as well. AVGO, one of those, William Stein, and Truist Securities going to 365 upgrade for Broadcom here. Not a ton of volume, though, guys, on DocuSign today.
No, and it's, look, if it wasn't for Broadcom, this would have made the 4 picks we had yesterday, or the 4 names in the 4 earnings names that were in the poll. I like DocuSign and thought it would be the best, but obviously Broadcom took the cake there, and DocuSign is up 9 points. But I don't like where I don't necessarily love where it's sitting right now, because part of the reason why I would have thought I would have a good chance at extension was the ability on a good sized move to close over the 200 period or get over the 200 period moving average and be there right now. Instead, it's failed it twice. It failed it in the aftermarket, and now we're pulling back in underneath that $83 level. And it's the definition of, there's your dip, and now it's diddling in the middle. So unless it gets out and about over 83, which maybe that could happen, but on this kind of volume, I don't want to be part of it. There's 83s on the offer. Here, let's just show you guys what DocuSign looks like. Why I don't want to. There's no way I would touch this in the pre-market. This is the liquidity right now. If essentially 83 on the offer and 82.6 is on the bid. Now you can see because my head's in the way. That's not conducive to taking a breakout trade at 83 because it could break 83 and the bid could still be at 82.6. And then one tick down, and you're getting out here in the 82.40 or something on one print down after a breakout. So I'm sitting this one out. Don't want any part of DocuSign today. If I take a breakout, it's not going to be in this name. It's a hard pass for me on DocuSign, but I'm willing to come back to it. If we close the opening range over 83, I can see some continuation.
Yeah, no, I like what it's doing in the pre-market session, but yeah, no, I knew it had earnings, but didn't really have it as one of my top names on the docket just yet. But yeah, no, I think there's other names that are definitely a lot more interesting, like Lulu and AVGO in terms of earnings day ones. But I do have it on watch. It's coming up into some of these prior month levels, prior month highs here as well from August. So yeah, a bit of a technical push, daily breakout maybe, but not really pushing any significant levels on a higher time frame. We just pull up, let's say, just to an hourly chart here. You can see just inside a lot. Sure, it's a bit of a gap up, but inside a lot of chop from the past from the earlier part of the year here. So not as strong as something else that might be pushing their all-time lows or multi-year lows or all-time highs as well. So yeah, DocuSign definitely maybe have it on watch. Definitely doing a strong move in the open, but I agree with Neil, not really doing anything crazy in terms of volume. You can see even though the relative volume is very, very high, 10 times relative volume in the pre-market, I'm just going to wait to see if this 86 gets taken and see what happens there, or if this 79 or this $80 level gets taken and see what happens there. Maybe throw up some alerts in and around those areas, but but definitely come back to it later is what I'm going to do if it hits some of those alerts, but definitely not on the top of my list right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, Open Door. 500 million shares traded, better part of 500 million shares traded on the day yesterday. Absolutely monstrous volume on this stock yesterday. We're getting back towards 650 right now. So huge update yesterday. Not a heck of a lot as far as news is concerned. Kind of an interesting headline. Ex-CEO Carrie Wheeler cashing out of 35 million. Good for her. Why not?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Open Door shareholders do not like Carrie Wheeler. They, in fact, actively despise Carrie Wheeler, and they were a very large part of trying to get her ousted. Even the co-founder, one of the founders of Open Door, was also trying to advocate for her to leave. So it was pretty hostile against her. I kind of understand, selling and trying to go away, and I mean booking profit. But what's interesting, too, with this Open Door, I think specifically, this is at least the first rally of this kind that I have experienced through in the stock market because I wasn't involved in the market during GameStop. But what I will say that I've noticed here is there's this interesting, psychological aspect where these Open Door shareholders seem to feel like they are more important for the company than the people working at the company itself. So I don't know. It's a pretty fascinating thing. We know Eric Jackson, who's been leading this push, said that he's wants to take Open Door to 82. We'll have to see if they get to that 82. But this push is really compelling and fascinating to watch.
A little ways to go.
Yeah, a little bit.
That said, we're at multi-week highs here, guys, for Open Door. Ton of volume yesterday. What do we do here tonight?
Well, shorts are screwed. But before we just quickly, imbalances, Figma has a 1.4 million sell imbalance. Apple has a 600,000 sell imbalance. NVIDIA has a 260,000 share imbalance. Open Door is there. It's 180,000, but when it's done 30 million, that flat out doesn't matter all that much. Look, Open Door, we liked it yesterday for a couple of times long. I think it was just a matter of patience. Like, to me, it didn't make the note because there was no obvious levels outside of just me sitting here and telling you $6, which I think is obvious. Anytime I see a prior high that you can consolidate off of early, then I'm going to go for the long off of that level. So if we do that, then that's just simply the $6 level for Open Door. So just a quick little recap in here, because with that sell imbalance, Figma, I mean, 1.4 million sell imbalance. This is half the morning's volume. So less of a chance that we get a shot. I mean, 54 at the open is the first place I want to look short, and then 56 as well. NVIDIA is continuing with a small sell imbalance to go lower. I like 72s. I guess we don't have enough euphoria to get this stock that high. So 170 off the open of any kind of a pop we want. And with only 30 seconds to go, just to recap for everybody, Broadcom, I'm not chasing it, but if you tried shorting it, now 16% to the upside. It hit $357 as Broadcom delivered the goods. No questions asked. This was a surprise to, I think, a lot of people because it was doing nothing, absolutely nothing in the half an hour after market, and then it was all about the call, all about the mystery buyer, which could be, it might be OpenAI. But the last bell of the week brought to you by VinFast VFS. Check them out, but let's ring it in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. And the market is open. Okay, what's going on, Apple? Apple is not holding that 240 breakout level. As a matter of fact, it's like insta-dip on Apple. Figma is tanking. I guess that's not too much of a surprise. Just double checking NVIDIA here. NVIDIA, no initial pop. Let's forget about 172. That's old news. I want to see if we get a pop that's anywhere close to the 170 level. They're in NVIDIA. Tesla, so much for the dip on Tesla, does not dip into VWAP. We just tagged $350 on Tesla. Tesla only going straight up instantly, and Figma is tanking here, Obi.
Yeah, I'm just
oh my goodness, Figma's
getting
tanking.
some orders in right now. Yeah, no, AVGO, what a crazy open, man. I'm going to give this a couple shots here, see if it potentially comes in. Market, very aggressive push off of the open on the market here, off of the economic number, and taking a bit of a pullback as of right now. I'm watching American Eagle as well. That's taking a nice little pullback as of right now. Oh boy, there it goes. So stopping me out. So I just tried to take a little bit of I would call it maybe an opening range low break, even though we didn't really create an opening range low. But looking at that 350 as of right now here on AVGO as it potentially comes in once again here, I liked the short initially, but if it didn't really give it to me right away. Oh, just kidding. This thing moves like crazy. That's the only thing. This thing moves like crazy. So, got to size down a little bit, got to be a little bit more wary, and give it room to work. I want to give it a lot of room to work here. So breaking that trend from the pre-market as of right now, coming into VWAP. VWAP's just shy of 346 on this chart right now, and I have on my other chart 345.60s. So yeah, specifically 345.60s. See if we can get down to VWAP. If not, this 350 might act as a little bit of turbulence as of right now. Might be an interesting level. Don't forget, we are gapped up quite significantly on a stock that's already been trending up, and these are all-time highs. So I do want to stay a little vigilant if I'm going to short something that's at all-time highs, right? Lulu catching a little bit of a bid coming in off of the open here, so that's really nice. 163.98 is the session low, currently trading at 166.91. So yeah, coming up into a bit of a trend break here. We were looking at that trend, and I was saying, wow, this is a hella tight right here, and when it's so clean, it becomes easier to define the trend, and then this trend break can be defined much easier as well as it comes in a little bit more aggressively to the upside. Anchored VWAP all the way at 175.5. So oh boy, nothing too crazy about that distance, but that is absolutely wild. Open door, nothing too crazy here as well. Just trading within its opening range, not really catching any strong move just yet. We talked about that $5 level, and that $5 did turn pretty nicely.
I think 6 today, but just very quickly, everybody, 51. Look, I didn't get 50. I'm not going to get 54s. in the open on Figma, but it broke down underneath 51, took the break, actually got filled, despite it being down so significantly. And I believe it's obviously SSR day 2 here, so I did get filled and then scalped out into 50-50, and then it broke back above. So it was out of that trade and then right back into it underneath the volume weighted average price, which I want to give to 52.5. So that's like the first. That's the first thing that we wanted to the south side was obviously Figma, but NVIDIA was the other, and you're just not getting much of anything going on NVIDIA. It tagged 166.5 down 2.5%. Of course, the story being it's all about Broadcom. It's Broadcom's world, and they're competing with NVIDIA, and that has sent the stock in a tailwind. And you have an AMD down as well. That's not looking too healthy. Wanted 170s. Might just go ahead and cancel, not leave that resting order out there. Look for maybe an entry off VWAP or something lower, but just not yet for us on NVIDIA. Tesla, I mean, it broke out. We're already 351, it seems. Big time move to the upside for Tesla on that the big potential package, I should say, because it's not like Elon's getting paid yet. Big potential package for Elon. But look at the NASDAQ start to come back in here. So you're pulling back. Like, I think this is a moment. If I can get myself into NVIDIA, the other thing I wanted short, this could be some kind of a chance if this market can calm down a little bit here. Apple is churning back to that 240. So it's able to break 240. Now you're holding above the 240 level. Do like that Apple, but I wanted to make sure we actually cleared this one out and close a candle above 240. See, again, rejecting. Every single time we get above 240, we're rejecting it on Apple in a big way. Until we close above it, I don't want the long in Apple. You already mentioned Open Door as well. I'm sitting waiting for 6s. I guess we're not going to get 6 on Open Door. That stock is right back at the highs, another 10%. Shorts are so screwed on this thing.
Yeah.
Not that look, I have nothing against. Whatever.
It's just bad. Like Open Door, yeah. We talked about that thing being a little heavy on the short float, and yeah, that $5 level is very interesting to a lot of participants, I think. And the fact that we kind of churned there, we were a little bit above, we were a little bit below, we came down into $4. Definitely is getting some shorts interested once again, I think. And if it's just gonna if it's gonna fail to follow through and not break down even on low volume and then step up. I think it's just going to continue to keep trapping shorts and keep pushing to the upside until that whole move kind of starts to totally dissipate and unwind. And don't forget, Fabian in my ear saying it's Friday, it's free. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Of course, bringing you the markets hot and heavy every single day. Basically, yes, Trader TV keeps a decent pulse on the market. Ooh. And you guys definitely want to be checking us out if you guys are involved in the markets as well. Alphabet,
We're
boy,
not in the
Google.
basement, all things Trump.
Yeah.
In the chat, someone just said, are we in the basement? We're not. There's renovations going on around here. That's why it's the all black going on. No, there's some big changes coming to the studio and to the show, and all for the better to make it look, sound better, just everything about it. I don't want to give too much away as to how it's going to look and sound, but we have some big changes coming through, and that's why you see all the construction going on, and it is all dark behind us. But yeah, you guys are going to see this year is going to be some big changes for us. Just very quickly, I got to go over to Figma here. It lost VWAP, the first punch short, good. Took another short opportunity. It held 51.25. You just broke the volume weighted average price. Now I'm going to wait for $54 in case we get there. Apple is not holding 240 at all. So you can pretty much, you can see the selling that's happening here. You just cannot seem to hold on to this 240 level with any gusto. I want to see that close. Give me the close above the 240, and then I want to jump into this. Open Door, as I said, is gone, and NVIDIA. NVIDIA, as the market comes back in, like down, NVIDIA is coming back up. So that's coming back into the volume weighted average price. So that's where I want to try to catch a little bit of a fade if I can. But I want to let it play into that 168 first.
Goes Open Door.
Open Door is not stopping.
No, it's just grinding up to the upside right now. Very clean trend as well. Held VWAP like a champ off of the open there.
Ooh, Broadcom's
Broadcom's breaking down below that VWAP right now. So yeah, just taking some shots right now. Here, this is oh my God. I go to cover part of the position and it defaults to my full size and I cover everything.
Win's a win.
All right,
On to the
okay,
next.
so I'll try to keep a level head here. Where's the next trade? All right, whatever happens. It is what it is. I like my 350 average, dude. I like my 350 average.
Same stock, man.
It is, yeah, no, it is probably likely going to be the same stock. God damn. I covered 346 halves. Oh, no. Okay, all right, it is what it is. Where's the next trade? That was not so good. American Eagle, Google might be the other place as well. I'm going to keep an eye on AVGO. It's holding VWAP right now. Yeah, no, I'm just not happy about that fumble. And oh boy, look at Lulu, man. We talk about what a trend break reversion happening here on Lulu. So solid push all the way back up into 170.
Obi, what is dead may not die.
Oh boy.
What is already dead may not die.
Lulu giving us that little bit. Wow, look at the market coming in real hot right now. I don't know if there's a 10 o'clock number, but yeah.
All the data was at 8:30 this morning, so we're not really, we're not expecting anything at 10 o'clock. But there's not a lot of strength. We're at VWAP on the NASDAQ right now. I did get that NVIDIA, but here comes, I want Tesla. On the pullback, I want to be long Tesla today. This didn't get to the volume weighted average price. I mean, the compression was at 348. It barely got to 349 on that last pullback, so it's kind of close, but no cigar. For sure. And I just see in the chat Trip, and I want to remind everybody very quickly if I can. Again, it's not to call anybody out here or anything. You're mentioning Palantir. Throw the $ in there. When you type a symbol in the chat, just make sure you go $ then symbol. Because you just threw Palantir, which was not on my radar, usually is, but wasn't today. And if you do that, then it's easier visually for us to see what you guys are interested in covering, or for us to cover. Right, so just let us know via the chat, pull in that $. I want to see if I can grab Tesla back through this 350 level. Do want to be long Tesla as the market tries to bounce off VWAP. Always interesting to see if Broadcom can come back, but Tesla has its own catalyst here.
Yeah, I definitely want it to come back.
Maybe.
So I want AVGO to come back.
Broadcom to go down.
Give me a better price to short. That's what I'm looking for, right? Come back up. That's fine. Oh boy, if this goes down to 320s like I was looking for. Oh, it's fine. 320 is that level from yesterday. Let's define some prices here on AVGO. I guess it's starting to find a little bit of a balance here at that 345-ish level here. So AVGO, let's see, that 345 is going to be a little interesting, but you can see right off of the open, nice little pullback in 320. Yeah, so these 320, where am I getting those 320s? You might ask. That's kind of some of these opening prices from the morning session here in the pre-market right here. So 327s, 326s, that initial push all the way up into 327s. And then 320s is kind of where we open at on the 4 a.m. candle here, pushing and breaking through that pre-market high right off of the bat. So yeah, very aggressive push. Definitely overextended, if I do say so myself. I like reversions. I like reversions a lot. And AVGO definitely is or was a candidate. I don't know about any more at these prices just yet, but definitely off of some of those 350s, that 357. Oh boy, shout out to anybody who had some of those sells. But yeah, that 350 was pretty nice, holding below. I wouldn't say VWAP because VWAP we were extended off of VWAP, but the average volume weighted price off of the open, it was holding that as resistance a little bit there. So that's what I love about anchored VWAPs. Sometimes when the other VWAPs are, not really giving you that much direction, sometimes that anchored can really come in clutch and be like, all right, I want to know what the average participant from this point forward is doing.
I think some of the advantages to that too is not everyone's looking at it. Like not everyone's going to
look at
VWAP.
Exotic VWAPs, not a lot of people are looking at them.
Very quickly, NVIDIA is now screaming to the upside along with the market, so it just blew out 168.5, the pre-market low. We're about to go to Adara, so we're out of that. Tesla, we were able to pick it up at 350. Somehow got 349.99 as it was breaking up, but that's fine. I want the high of the day here on Tesla as the market gets right back into the top. Adara?
Just keep an eye here on said market. We have comments coming from Senate Democrat leader Chuck Schumer. He's saying that Democrats are going to be, quote, forcing votes in the coming weeks to reverse Donald Trump's import tariffs. And they're actually using that Friday jobs number as the impetus or the catalyst there for that. So again, after this jobs report, we do have, the suggestion that Democrats are going to be forcing some votes against the tariffs. We also have, apparently, Trump is expected to issue an executive order as early as Friday it's not market related. That's, I think, what this executive order is going to be at 2 p.m. I just saw that come through. Again, no numbers at 9:45, no numbers at 10. Back to you.
Thanks to Darren. That's right. We're out of numbers for the rest of the day, but hey, that doesn't mean you're not going to have headlines, and it doesn't mean you're not going to have action and movement. Tesla went 50 to the top. That was my plan. Buy the dip and play it into the high. Sometimes it goes further. Other times it looks like genius to get out, but that's just my play. I was looking for that $3 move, and then we'll play the next available dip. We'll try to go station to station, as really what's going on with this market. The NASDAQ, just keep an eye on this, because the NASDAQ has now wicked the top 23.9 3 times on this 15 minute, if you count the pre-market, and then we dipped right into VWAP and held it on a dime. So that gives you a sense of where things want to turn. As the market was getting low, that's why I said I want to get into Tesla as the market's bouncing off VWAP, because I figured Tesla was going to move more than, obviously it's going to move more than the overall market. But the same thing, when we get to that high, anything that I like short, which might be NVIDIA 172, give a look to AMD. AMD's much weaker than NVIDIA. So I kind of felt that Broadcom news, it'd be bad for NVIDIA, but it seems like it's much worse for AMD, which is down 4.5% and probably bleeding the most at this moment. And I don't know if you're back, it's not Broadcom. Broadcom is holding under VWAP as well.
Holding underneath.
It's still up, but it's been trend down since the open. There's very little about this Broadcom chart off the open that isn't suggesting a lot of profit taking. I'm just going to cancel Open Door. That's actually top of the list right now by far for what you guys are interested in. It's not even close. It's Open Door, and then it's like everything else is half. NVIDIA, Lulu, Broadcom, Tesla, AMD, all of which we've covered, except for maybe Lululemon. I do want to be into Open Door. I just didn't want to chase. I thought we were going to get that dip into $6 like we did yesterday. If we can catch VWAP, that could be fine. But it's that or get back into Tesla on the next dip. Because as long as the market holds the highs, I'm playing the dip buying game. Dip buy when the market gets to VWAP, and Tesla's the first target. And 350 still holds up as a level, at least for now.
Yeah, no, I'm watching this Google here as well. Google's pretty strong to the upside.
Wow, Broadcom is...
Okay, yeah, no, Broadcom was the one, man. This is continuing to fall. I covered way too early. I know I covered way too early, but it didn't really, I guess, did it give me a chance to get back in? Sure, arguable. It gave you that VWAP retest right here, a little bit of a bounce into 347s, and then that continued down into 342. So a nice little $5 down off of that VWAP retest as well. Let's see, there's a bit of consolidation here at the 340 as well. So let's see if that 340 can potentially come in here on AVGO, straight to the downside. Oh boy, what's going on, Adara?
Keep an eye here in ALTS. This is Alt 5 Sigma Corporation. This is a World Liberty coin / Trump associated stock, or when I say Trump, I mean his sons. And we do just have a post here on X from Justin Sun, who's an entrepreneur. He said that he believes that U.S. crypto listed stocks are an undervalued opportunity, and he said he's going to be buying $10 million worth of ALTS and $10 million worth of World Liberty Financial. Back to you.
Okay, there's another one. You got to be careful with those plays. All right, Apple. Apple's starting to get lively again. If you're wondering why Apple didn't have a particular catalyst today, it's just about the Google story from a couple of days ago, and it's trying to break out above $240. But this is the best it's looked. So what I want to do is nibble here, because the problem is with 240 here is I don't know that 240 doesn't necessarily matter except for the prior resistance. You're actually catching underneath VWAP in 239.5. That seems like the key level. So just a bit of a shift in how I would usually do things, in which I'll take some here, but usually like one entry, but I'll probably prefer to get more shares underneath 240 if I'm able to get it. So I'm trying to grab some quarters, but overall, I'd rather get the bulk of shares underneath 240 if at all possible. And wow, Figma is still going. I'm waiting for this trend to break on Figma, because after shorting the bottom move, thankfully we're able to get a bunch out there at that 50.5. Figma is now trending up into that 54. So this could be the opportunity. Get a topping tail candle. I'll be short Figma one more time here. Market still pulling back here, will be overall. But AMD weak, NVIDIA meh. Tesla at the highs, Apple's starting to look stronger, but I'm still looking to fade Figma because Figma is a bit of a red to green story. And before I throw back to Obi, I've seen a bunch of people mention Hood, and I noticed SoFi is making a dive as well. Both these names in the red after starting out green with the market. So that fintech rally is not holding up. We're getting an S&P 500 announcement tonight as well. Aftermarket, we should expect to see somebody get announced they're going to be added. I don't know who it's going to be. We never know in advance who it's going to be. Last time it wasn't Robinhood.
Yeah, guys, so exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn some more on that. So market, yeah, a little bit of a pullback, but pushing right back up here on the NASDAQ NDS. A little bit of a wick shimmy dance happening here on the market. That kind of happened earlier as well on the economic number, where you had the strong flush all the way down and then bid right back up. A little bit of a bid coming right back in, aggressive bid to say the least here on the market. So we did break down this consolidation low on both the NASDAQ and NDS pretty aggressively on the NASDAQ, a lot more aggressively on the NASDAQ relative to the ES, but bidding right back up. 2-day highs is the ES. Will the NQ follow? That is the question, Neil. AVGO maybe finding a little bit of turbulence like here at 343, maybe? But it's still very aggressive downtrend, right? This thing has been selling off. Just had to be short and stay short on this one off of the open. Kind of talked about it as well. Nice little gap up flush there. So similar move to that of, I guess, a little bit of a softie, right?
Yeah, Microsoft.
Microsoft had a very similar kind of move.
It wasn't up. Microsoft wasn't up quite as much.
No,
but it's a very similar move.
Yeah.
Speaking of, sometimes history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. Palantir. Palantir just did that. Palantir's been doing this crazy dip buy scenario multiple times. We've seen this where Palantir dips, and it's right at about 153 where the market comes in or somebody comes in and starts buying it up. This time, way more distinct. Like it's been holding down there. This bottoming tail. This is what an extreme bottoming tail candle on Palantir because the wick is $3 and it might actually. Like the 15 minutes going to close up here at like 156. That is absurd for a blowout. So it's not your normal reversal pattern, but it does tell me that I only want to be long somewhere on Palantir and I don't want to take a breakout. I am in Apple, and we jump back into Fig on a trend break. Here I'm just going to show you Figma because I don't want to leave Palantir. Figma broke trend, shorted effectively here, out prior bar high, as usual. There's my trend line. I usually enter right about there. And then your prior bar high is where I want to be out on that 3-minute chart. So that's Figma, which I'm in for the second time. But Palantir just went red to green in a big way. Look, we feel like a long today. When I say we, I mean the market feels like a long. And when I see reversals like that, I don't want to chase this $3 higher. But if I can find something maybe on a dip to 155, or I can catch it just breaking VWAP, that'd be a way to get in. Apple still holding. I'm trying to add into VWAP here if I can. Here becomes a little bit of a dip. We'll see if we can add into this one going into the volume weighted average price as we're resisting the $0.50. I want to build that long in AAPL. What else are you guys looking at here? Because I feel like we're trying to cover pretty much everything else. Palantir is going to fake, somebody says. Maybe.
What?
Maybe. But what I can tell you about Palantir is every single day it's had a bottoming tail candle since what is this, August 20th. Bottoming tail. Like there's always a bottom tail to the candle. How much it goes up, that's what's in question. But it's had a pretty distinct pattern with this. So if you can catch a good long, you've been able to hold it for at least a little bit. Maybe not all the way to the high of the day, but it's consolidating in this range. And when it's consolidating, it means there's no follow through in either direction. So if you can catch that reverse, plenty good.
Yeah, no, this AVGO seems to be wanting to come down even more aggressively. So probably going to just hop out of this one soon enough. But it's coming into its anchored VWAP from earnings right now on top of this 340 level as of right now. So I did start kind of dabbling a little bit here as we pull into this area. As of right now, 340 could be interesting here. Market taking still continuing to take a little bit of a pullback here. So we did pull back in pretty aggressively. So yeah, a little bit of a shake and bake, man. In this market, I have no idea what's happening here. We look like we're gonna be pushing up, and then we pulled right back in. So yeah, a little bit of an aggressive action here on the markets coming into the close on Friday. So yeah. We've had some solid, strong moves off of the open. Google's still going, man. I tried to get a little short in and around this 235 area. It's not having me at all here on Google. Still continuing to push to the upside very, very aggressively on the goggles here. So I like that. I'm going to continue watching this one here. I'm looking for the fade, I'll be honest. I'm looking for a potential reversion, but let's see what we do in and around this 235. Again, all-time highs for the goggles. Don't forget, all-time highs for goggles here, and pushing up higher, a little bit higher every single day. Market's also at all-time highs as well, so a little bit of confluence there happening. So don't want to fight.
Setup.
Yeah, I don't want to fight the short that much, but I do understand that reversions are a natural process, and I just have to be a little bit more of a sniper for some of those to potentially come in here.
Well, if you sniped Lululemon shares at the low, congratulations. Lululemon is now only down 15%. I know that doesn't sound like great when I say it that way, but it just bounced $10. That's way better if I say it that way. And apparently Hassett's commenting on the jobs data. Yeah, inflation is low, the economy's doing well. Well, you're going to get your cuts as well, so that'd be a big deal. Wow, that's a really good bounce for Lululemon. I like 161. Obviously, you had no chance of getting down there when it's screaming to the upside. But I did prefer a fade in Figma, but it just came in, and I always respect resistance turning into support, so I respected it here, trying to get some out in front of 53.5 as we're catching a little bit of a higher low. What is interesting, though, is the market is right back in to where we bounced before. The NASDAQ bounced before at 23.8, which was VWAP. Now we're pressing into the same area. So in theory, if we bounce there again, this is where you want your longs to start to play out and work. For myself, Apple, which is trying to hold VWAP, like that'll be the key. Can it hold the volume weighted average price as the market does? It's also prior day high where I want to be getting this to. That's a key level here on Apple. Tesla, you can almost forget about. I guess the best catalyst is paying Elon Musk because it's up 5%. And this has shown no signs. I thought with the market coming back in, Tesla could come back in and give us like 351 into the volume weighted average price, and it just doesn't care. Tesla's on its own burn right now, the same way you saw Lululemon doing its own thing. Tesla seems to be doing its own thing and not really dropping when we're seeing the market come back in a little bit here, Obi. And good luck to Big Play Ray shorting Tesla. 55, 360 is a level on Tesla, no question about that. So you might have, like, you're in front of some cover if you go to the daily chart.
Yeah, I'm just getting some of these stops in right now here on.
Don't raw dog it.
Yeah, well, 235's coming back in here on Google. Market's pulling back here as well. So just looking for a bit of a turn if the bid has dissipated now. If it hasn't, that's fine as well. I'm willing to give it a couple of shots here to see if it'll come into fruition. Google's still very, very strong on the day. I just want to measure off of the opening low how far extended we are to the upside. I guess, what do I have here? About 1.5% off of the open here on Google. So pretty decent push there. 235 is just like churning. A lot of churning happening on 235s right now on the goggles. 340s holding on AVGO right now. So we did come down into that anchored VWAP and holding that anchored VWAP as of right now. So it really depends. I think I have a couple different anchored VWAPs. It really kind of depends on where you're putting it, I think. Again, just event driven. There was a couple events, not only the earnings event last night, but the secondary bid that came in after hours with the guidance. I consider that as I guess as not necessarily like, yeah, I guess it would technically be a separate event because you had the initial move, the initial reaction, and then you had a secondary reaction as well with more positive, I guess, news being settled in. So I'm looking at both of those anchors here on AVGO. Let's see if it holds that 340. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's fine. Lulu is holding that was it 375? It almost got to 175 on Lululemon. 174.78 is the day high here on Lululemon. Nice little push. Trying to break reversion to VWAP. So absolutely beautiful follow through of that action happening on Lululemon. But what are you guys trading? I'm curious to know what everyone's looking
John
at here.
Del Segno put a new one in the chat here.
Which one is that?
UNH.
355.
UNH is on a tear. It's up 1.5. Sorry, check that. 1 3/4 to the upside. This could maybe. Hey, what up, Randy? Thank you for the refill on the coffee. Need that. Always got to get your cup of Joe in the morning. Appreciate it, Randy. Oh yeah, UNH, that 320, which has been resistance, it's chewing it up and trying to spit it out, and that's going counter to the market here, which is just be careful. I think the last couple of times, you know, is when the Qs get back to the highs and resume, sometimes you've seen like the healthcare names pull back a little bit, so I don't wonder, like if the NASDAQ gets back up to the top and some of these tech names bounce, if UNH slows up for a little bit, because we've seen that relationship before. So I'd watch out for that in particular, but you got another good runner here on UNH. Yeah, I'll have to make a decision because I re-entered. I should go back to UNH and finish the thought because, hey, we talked about buying this one the other day. So I re-entered this after it held the 300 level and after we found out about Berkshire Hathaway buying it. But I'm kind of reminding myself that the last time I was in here or better, that it couldn't get through 330, and maybe I want to take some profits if you get 10% in a week. And I might just go ahead and do that in the middle of the day. UNH has a chance to get there. I'm very likely to throw an order out there into the mid-20s on UNH. So Apple just bounced VWAP, but now it can't get through the quarters. I have an offer in front of 244. For now, we're holding up pretty decently above that prior high, but I need it breaking higher, and the market is not helping whatsoever. Figma's doing fine, but it's the longs that are more concerning. Let's go over to Adara, time for happening now.
Yeah, right now what's happening with the market is a initial push up, but we are losing some of that steam. Let's talk about these numbers this morning. Non-farm payrolls well below estimates, but there's a bit of a silver lining here. They came in again at 22,000 versus 75,000 expected. But with this number being as weak as it is, and with the revisions being a little bit less extreme than the previous revisions that we got, there are even higher hopes that we'll get that 25 basis point rate cut. So that kind of explains that move there with regards to the market this morning, dropping on the numbers and then recovering to a great extent very quickly afterwards. Let's take a look at Broadcom, which is dropping really sharply here, though to be clear, it did gap up on earnings. What happened here was the nice double beat, better than expected guidance, and a report that OpenAI is going to be the mystery customer that they announced has a $10 billion deal for their chips. Then we've got Lululemon, LULU, here. Actually, much like Broadcom reversing its initial earnings reaction, they lowered their guidance for the fiscal year, guided worse than expected for Q3, and they have some concerns even about fiscal 2026 with regards to tariffs. And Tesla, last but not least, TSLA, nice push to the upside for this name. The new compensation package is apparently the company's urging shareholders to vote for it. This would include 12 tranches of payments valued at roughly $1 trillion if Elon meets all the milestones. Before sending you back to the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at OGen. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to Neil and Obi.
Yo, Elon, can I hold $5, bro? Just saying. Just ask for like 50 million is what chump change, baby. Yeah, Elon's getting paid. That's great. They've got robo-tax. So you can already
Be the man.
well, I think you can add the robotaxi app, or at least some people can. So there is some positivity coming that isn't just a pay package. But what's also happening is the NASDAQ pulling back a little bit here. Now we've lost VWAP, and we've certainly turned that trend that we had at the open. And part of it has to do with Broadcom. Like, Broadcom was the thing that's going to dictate how the market goes, and the market heading back in, because Broadcom is heading back in. My last bid in Figma is going to be at the volume-weighted average price. It was a key price before. To me, if it was an exit before and it's VWAP, that's more confluence to take this trend trade at the 54 area down into 52.5, and that'll be my last out. Apple, again, just cannot seem to can't break through that high. So it holds VWAP. I don't usually average in, but I kind of gave the explanation. I wanted to have something on board and then make sure I get my price down to underneath that 240 level. Now I want this to hold some higher lows, because what Apple's doing, and these are all wicks down here, but you can sort of see higher lows and trending up while the market's trending down. So I'm in the right one. It's just a matter of, can it hold on? Well, can the market hold on A, and then can it hold on to its own trend if the market's able to hold on here? So Figma doing pretty well. And I know a lot of people are mentioning Robinhood. There's no specific story here for Robinhood, but it's bleeding. We just lost $100, down 3.5%. It's flushing itself down the toilet, and just be careful. You've lost someone's selling this at 105, and then the 50 period on the daily is a bit of trouble, and you could have a flat bottom break underneath $98 here on Robinhood. That probably means SoFi is not having a very good day either. Yeah, SoFi down at the lows, down 1% as well. So, yeah, they're getting bled a little bit, both those names. But somehow Apple's able to be at the high of the day. So I think that so far is going to be decent. And Lululemon, the parade continues. Now down only 14.8% and still going higher. They're buying the dip on this, and now it's starting to stretch that move out.
I like I'm
going to get a lot of
Lulu puns there.
A lot of use out of that one today. I don't really have much else for Lululemon.
No, I like it. I like
never
the action.
I don't own and have never owned a thing from Lululemon.
I was actually looking at some shoes from them. They look like they have some really comfy shoes. Yeah, like running shoes, to be honest. Yeah, I needed to get.
You need to be in the running shoe game a while for me to trust. Nah. New Balance doesn't play around.
No, I understand New Balance.
So that's, yeah, I don't know about that. Wow, that was fast.
Yeah, I haven't really looked into the New Balance as much. You know what I was looking at? I was looking at those.
Figma hit VWAP.
Nice.
That's like a Josh Allen spike. I would never spike a football because I didn't play football.
Have you seen those ON shoes?
Sean's getting those.
Yeah.
Sean did he get a pair?
So
got a pair.
I've been seeing more and more of them around. A lot of people talking like really good about them. So that was one of the options, and I was like, either those or maybe the Lululemons. But I feel like those ones definitely have better reviews.
I'm guessing nobody in the chat has bought Lululemon shoes, and that's just a guess. So okay, just everybody here, very quickly. I want you to type 1 if you've actually ever bought Lululemon shoes, and 2 if the answer is no. So don't say yes or no. 1 for yes, 2 for no, you have never bought Lululemon shoes. And there's a bunch of 2s. I haven't seen a single one, so I think my thesis is exactly correct. Oh, shoot, Matt. Oh, but he bought it for his partner. Yeah, okay, so that kind of doesn't count, Matt, but you did technically pay for them, so I guess you did. That's a lot of 2s. So, Obi, I'm going to suggest that based on the chat, I've seen 3 1s in there. So I'm just going to do some rough math in my head and say it was 97%. I have no idea. 97% of you have never bought Lululemon shoes. Maybe hold off on that for a little bit. I trust the chat.
Okay.
Unless you guys say bad things about the Buffalo Bills.
Oh boy.
And then at that point, you guys are just wrong. So yeah.
I want to know where you guys are trading here. I'm in this Google short as of right now. It's working out. Market tailwind is definitely making me a little bit lucky here on the Google, as long as that kind of starts to come in as well. We're almost at opening prices. We're at session open almost on both the ES and the NASDAQ here. What's the opening price on Google? 232.20. So I don't know if we're going to get all the way down there. 232.20. That's a ways away on Google. But yeah, what a nice little trip to the downside here. Same thing with AVGO. Where are my mags? Okay, so there they are. Nvidia is puking to the downside a little bit here. Apple is distinctly different, Neil.
Yeah,
Amazon hasn't done absolutely.
I gotta respect what just happened here on Apple.
Yeah, Apple. You definitely have to respect that a little bit.
No, so I'm just gonna follow a little bit of a rule of mine because, oh no, where'd my chart go? And I just lost my NASDAQ chart. I think I just accidentally closed my NASDAQ chart. Okay, so I can show you I have another NASDAQ chart up I can show you this on. Look, the NASDAQ just lost the prior high. As that was happening, Apple simultaneously, which was going the other direction, wicked the top at 241, which was doing at 240.5. So I'm going to take my exit there the same way I took the exit on Tesla. You got to pick your spot the same way I took the exit on Figma as well, like Figma into the volume weighted average price for it to bounce there. And then Apple's still relatively strong. So it can hold on to these higher lows, and I can just try to buy back in on the next available dip. The other place it could hold is maybe this 240.5 level, and I can try to buy it back in the $0.50 range. So I think picking spots makes a lot of sense because the market, while the market may have some clear direction, I'm just going to put the ES up because it's easier for me to go over. While the market might have some direction, I'm still seeing like some stocks strong, some stocks weak. But for the most part, if I don't have a short entry right now, I don't want to fight something. I can get out of some longs, but if I don't have a short entry, I want to make decisions to take profits and then be patient for the next opportunity.
Yeah, I think the patience really is very, very key. That's in my recent journals. I've just been writing for the past 3 days. I haven't been having great days. I would say kind of got blasted at the beginning of the week and starting to kind of get back into the groove. It was funny. Sometimes when I look at my numbers, I get a little bit. Maybe I think it's intrinsically. I got to call it ego because I think it is a little bit of ego. Just looking at some of the numbers, and then whenever I look at numbers, the next few days always end up being a little bit red. I have no idea why. I think I'm just like sometimes I'm feeling myself too much. I think, and it's not really something I should be feeling myself off of. Which is, nothing too crazy, but
phrasing maybe.
Yeah,
the phrasing's a bit of a problem there, but I see.
You get what I'm trying to say.
This used to happen. Anyways, sometimes you say that, and then I have like a memory of stories. When Sean and I had our own floor, there was a probably roughly almost 8 to 12 month period where not all of it, like 60% of our floor's profits were made trading Europe and not actually North America. But what would happen was a very cyclical trade. So like it was what we were doing would go in patterns. And the worst scenario was if the office had done well every single day of the week, and then the biggest trade opportunity was on Friday. And if that happened, we were almost always going to get destroyed at some point in the next week, because what would happen is the next week would come over and everyone had made money Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Friday was the biggest percentage gain for the strategy. And then some point during the next week, almost everybody leveraged up. And so the next hit was always twice as big as it should have been. Because everyone would leverage up on Monday as if that somehow meant something. Which is like, you should have just been putting 10% more on Tuesday and 10% more on Wednesday and 10% more on Thursday and 10% more on Friday. And then that way, when you put 10% more on Monday and it loses, it's not the end of the world. Well, instead, people would put the same amount every single day and then just double it up on the Monday. And the next thing you know, they take a hit and they lose half the previous week. So I think one of the ways you get around that is to gradually, if something's working gradually, not drastically, but gradually increase your sizing. Anyway,
that's my issue. I just some of these things I'm like, I have some data like that this can work, and I'm getting in at the wrong places. The trade does end up happening, and then I'm just way too aggressive. Can't really manage the risk there. Have to take stops or just sometimes even like let it blow me out because I'm like, the trade is there, which is really dumb. But that's something I do have to kind of fix a little bit right now. A little bit of turbulence happening in my trading there, but no turbulence to the downside here, Neil.
We're tanking
on AVGO and the market. The market came all the way back to its opening prices here on both the ES and the NASDAQ. We talked about what were those opening prices. Oh boy, we're coming slamming right back into those. So aggressive bid off of the open, shake and bake off of the open, shake and bake a little bit here, a little earlier, and pulling right back in. So a nice little chop on a Friday. Man, absolutely crazy. My question is going to be...
How was Apple at the high of the day? I guess that's
the
market's bleeding. I thought this would turn. Ah, well.
Google's kind of strong as well.
Never wrong about that.
These all-time high pushes.
It's so crazy because it's the only thing that's at the high right now. Even Tesla just lost a volume weighted average price. It wasn't right about where to get out of that thing. Ultimately looking for, as I said, looking for the next opportunity. Nvidia continues to go down. That's actually the only stock that didn't work out for me was Nvidia, which is hilarious because I think I transacted at the right prices, or places I should say, just maybe not at the right time on Nvidia. And that's the one that got away. And if you're looking at why if you're looking at the weakness in some of the chips, AMD is down 6%. Are you kidding me? Like AMD, this is a very distinct change of behavior for AMD. By the way, that wick you see the prior day, that didn't happen. The low yesterday was like 57, so that's a bad wick. But this is a breakdown on AMD. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some kind of a test of 145. Yeah, that's nasty. David Rosa's in that one, he says. So good, congratulations, David. That's a good-looking one. Congratulations! If you're short AMD. Oh my goodness. Lice interpretation, when you jumped out of NVIDIA, it started to reverse. You got in at that point. That is something that usually if I get a topping tail wick out, and it's like, what am I doing getting out right there? Jump right back in when it shows you the topping tail candle. That being said, I was at the moment, the decision at that point was like, I need to build long in Apple. And so I flipped to another stock. And that happens sometimes. Like you get away from one, you go to another. And if Apple had lost, I'd probably be a little pissed off. But, pissed off is I guess the right word. Yeah, YouTube can't do anything about that. I can say that. No, so I would have been upset about it a little bit, but you just got to be able to move on. At the time, Apple seemed a little bit more clear to me. So that's all you can really do. Figma seemed a little bit more clear as well. But this hood move, even Palantir. Remember how Palantir was bouncing? Yeah, that didn't last. Yuck. It is a pretty bearish start to the day, all because Broadcom decided to sell off. Remember we said earlier Broadcom was likely to be a barometer for the market? Well, we were gapping up when Broadcom was going up, and maybe put some whiskey in your coffee if you're holding the long right now as it falls back.
All right, guys. 14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses.
Nice.
BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive, scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where pros trade, and now so can you guys. So, oh boy, was that wick real on the goggles? No, it wasn't. So some of these wicks coming in pretty crazy. Oh boy, man, this market is absolutely crazy, Neil. This is so intense.
You know what's
intense? Just shake and bakes. Like the bid coming in, the longs are getting rocked right now as some of the action literally reverts 100% of the move. I'm looking at some of the Mag 7s being like, all right, who's reverting 100% of the move? Alphabet hasn't done it yet. Tesla is doing it right now. Apple hasn't done it just yet. Amazon just doing its own thing. Microsoft to the downside. Apple to the downside. Broadcom to the downside. Oh boy, indeed. What is up, Adara?
Oh, hi. Take a look at the market continuing to drop. It is worth noting we've had some comments here from the U.S. Labor Secretary Lori Chavez Derimer. She's saying that it's, quote, past time for the Fed to act and that the Fed needs to lower interest rates. So we have that commentary coming out. We know Hassett earlier also commenting just general idea saying that apparently inflation is not happening, the economy is strong, and the Fed needs to cut rates. So market continuing to drop here. Just want to let you guys know these comments are happening. Also, just a side note with regards to Trump, he is not expected to make any appearances intraday today. He is signing executive orders at 2 p.m. That is going to be closed door. So as far as we know right now, we're not going to get any coverage of that. But at 4 p.m. on the market recap, we will be getting him, I guess, making an announcement. It's not specified yet. I'll be covering that for you guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adaris. The market is now at the opening lows. Both the NASDAQ and the ES are sitting at the opening range bottoms. Well, this is at that decision point. If there is able to find some short opportunities at the top, if there's any small bounce there, there's only one stock that's at a level that I was at least considering buying, and that's Open Door in front of the prior day high at $6. So this is in that range where I might have to put up a smaller, lower time frame here. So I'm just going to drop it to a 1-minute chart and look for a bit of a trend break here at the bottom on Open Door off the lows. Adara, more news.
Yeah, now we have comments from Donald Trump himself. He just posted on Truth Social. It's a pretty short post, but I'll read it to you guys. Jerome, too late. Powell should have lowered rates long ago. As usual, he's too late. So again, like just a lot of commentary here on the rates just happening throughout the market and from various Trump administration personalities, including President Trump himself. Back to you.
Oh boy.
Too late, too late. Well,
President is tweeting, trumping, truthing.
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 You're supposed to say truthing, I think we're supposed to say.
Trump is trumping, the truths are truthing, and the market
is dropping.
Is marketing. And don't drop that dantana, is what I said earlier.
Huh?
But the market is dropping the dantana right now.
Okay.
And by that I mean the bids are getting absolutely smacked. So the reversion on Google is finally coming into fruition. So hey yo, shout out to I guess Google for showing me that one a little bit earlier. I was searching for the next trade and I found it on Google. There.
I just have to give a round of applause for the puns that are happening right now.
Thank you.
Do drop that pun, Danan.
Thank you. I'll do my best. I'll continue searching, but AVGO, man, I'm still not happy about the AVGO. I was like, we had conviction. I talked to you about this in the morning. I had conviction for the sell. I had very, very strong conviction for the short. And it's like, what am I doing? Why am I not? You're 100% right. Like, what the hell am I doing if I'm not actually taking the trades that I plan on, taking the trades that have statistical edge? It's just, I just got to do so much better, man. Like ideas, execution, stats, ideas, strategies, whatever. That's all great and everything, but execution is literally time and time again the differentiator, and that's what I'm noticing over and over again. I'm going to continue kind of grabbing some of this Google as it trickles its way down. That is a pretty aggressive intraday drop right now. We were
even Apple just round tripped it.
Yeah, Apple. This is what I'm talking about. Round tripping on a lot of these names.
Who had this in the chat? I just saw someone say they got this. Gurev, shout out to you. You just took the top 241.28. Okay, how did you get the top? Could you? Oh wow, look at that trend break. Look at the acceleration on that trend break. The thing I got into was open because it was at a level that I liked, but what an unbelievable trend break, or a good catch there at that high, however you managed to get it, as the market's trying to bounce a little bit here. It's not a small capper because we've been told this. Actually, I forget at what price this gets under $2 billion market cap on Open Door, but a little bit of a trend break on Open Door. I want to see this get to the volume weighted average price here as we go to Adara, 1020. Let's get the small cap recap. I almost forgot what it was.
IWM trying to bounce right now, but it's pretty dismal, and this a crazy drop here to the downside from that push we got at the open. In case you guys missed it, the market, and especially the rate-sensitive Russell 2000, reacted the way it did because we did get worse than expected non-farm payrolls, but because of the extent of that move and the revisions being a little less worrisome than some were thinking they might be, we do have, this push back to the upside again. The rate cut expectation here is the aspect of this number that seems to have sent the market higher. Some of these small caps are making some notable moves. Let's start here with Pineapple Financial. This one giving up some of this initial move. They did, close a $100 million private placement for their digital asset treasury strategy. They're the first publicly traded holder of INJ. So these potential NASDAQ rules do not seem to be slowing down these small caps. Let's take a look here at KWM, K-Wave Media. Looking kind of similar here to what we saw with AAPL in terms of that push a little bit lower. But basically, their Solaire partners apparently have been selected to be the general manager to general partner to manage a roughly $28 million fund. So good look here for KWM. And last but not least, HOUR. I'm not seeing any news here for Our Loop. They have rallied in the past. This ticker is familiar to me. $116 million market cap, float of just under 2 million shares. So small float, fairly large market cap by small cap standards, and zero news. Back to you.
It's the stock of the hour over there. No, that deserves nothing. That was terrible. It's low-hanging fruit. It's too on the nose, as Sharif would say. But when there's no news on something, I get very skeptical. But wow, we were just bouncing. This market is giving it up. It feels like it's going to be a free fall Friday because I just had the bounce, and there goes Open Door. I had Hour on the brain. I was going to say another thing about Hour, but now that Open Door retraced, had the bounce, got greedy with it, looking for VWAP, and on the way back in, took a reload after I got some out, got in the shares I take off at 25, got back in at 21, and you're right through the lows. Take the L on Open Door. Do not want to make this too bad of a bleed, but just to finish the thought on that small capper, it's already pulling back. Of course it is. If you don't find news on this, the way things are bleeding, I would be a little bit cautious, because if this were to break trend, when you zoom it out, what happened the last time it failed $4.20 or in this area? Yeah, it went to 7 and then failed even the next day at that same price level. So this is clearly a bag hold area. If it fails this same little spot, 420 to 440, just remember this is what happened last time on the daily chart. So this feels like it's a little bit of a tipping point for the stock if it loses that trend line. My guess is I don't have locates on it. Nope, this is going to be a bit of a pay for locate situation here on this bad boy. So hey, you know what, everybody? You got something a little bit new over at Trade the Pool. You ready? There we go. Because we've talked about it before. Usually, if you want to grow, you got to risk more. But you know what? That's how it used to be, like I said.
It's all good.
They're changing the game over at Trade the Pool. It's the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. So here is how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47, and that is your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on screen for more information. Shout out to Trade the Pool there. And again, just this hour stock, I'm going to see what the locates are. I'll price them out. Doesn't mean I actually have to short this thing, but I am interested if it breaks this trend line, because it's almost like an all-day trend. It broke out doing volume at 10 o'clock, and it's been able to hold the line very decently here. So if it breaks that trend, I do want short.
Yeah, no, I like that look. I like that look there. Trend breaks. I like trend breaks when they happen. However you're defining your trend. When that breaks, I think things can get a little juicy. It can either break and false break and come back in. It's kind of I treat it very similar to like horizontal support and resistance.
Yes.
When it comes to trend support and like trending resistance and trending support, you can have the same kind of stuff. You have breakouts, breakdowns, false breaks, shake and bakes. All kind of crazy stuff can happen there. But I do like trend breaks there. Just to give a simple one in the pre-market session today, Lululemon trend break. Very clean and tight. I was like, wow, this is a very tight trend on Lulu coming into the open, and it's very clean to the downside as well. And look at that, comes in and breaks right off of the open. Doesn't even take that long, doesn't even look back. Straight through 165s, some of these highs right there, taking out levels back to back, all the way, reversion to anchored VWAP, and it's starting to balance there as well. So it did revert very much to the mean off of the reaction from earnings here on Lululemon. So a great example of that one kind of coming into fruition. Broadcom, oh boy, this thing is continuing to kind of hold a little bit to the downside. Market's aggressively strong, trading lower and lower. I'm still holding on to this Google. I got a little bit lucky. Here's the thing, you know what I realized, man? I'm like, some of these trades, I get too aggressive too fast in terms of sizing, and then I kind of fumble and fall over myself. But what I'm realizing is some of these good trades, or some of the better trades as well, they give you the price action to add. They give you the opportunities to get more in, especially if I'm trend trading, right? Sure, this is a counter, this is a reversion that I'm taking on the trading it against the long, but guess what? Once the long is done, we're trending to the downside, and if I've taken the reversion to the downside, I'm trend trading as well, right? I think trading reversions is still technically part of trend trading. Trading counter trend is still technically part of trend trading. It's in the name, but again, the nuances in and around some of those things a little bit different. Zion Lala saying it's not Google. Remember you say Google? Yeah, Google. Google with the L is the one, and I was a little skeptical at Alpha. Yeah, Alpha, or I say Alpha for Alphabet. I was a little skeptical for Alpha coming back into its opening price at 232.20s. We're trading at 232.50s back through open. Is this going to give me a place to add on the stock? I covered way too much, way too early on this one at the 335 hold, and the market is quadunking to the downside today after some strong economic reaction there, and then I guess President coming out with some words a little bit later today, more recently, and then giving us a follow through. We had already started slowing down. We had already started curling and kind of rolling over, and then all it took was a little bit of maybe a presidential truth or a seal, or however you want to call it, for that to fully potentially come in here.
Or it could have just been Broadcom.
Or it could have just been Broadcom, or it just could also mean that there are more sellers than buyers. That's always the case.
Oh, that's my favorite one.
There's more sellers than buyers.
You don't watch sports, but I've told the story before, there was a guy on Baylor. There was a college football guy.
Yeah.
He did that to a reporter who asked him a stupid question, and then he just literally, they're like, how come you guys got out-rebounded? He gave the definition of a rebound and then said the other team got more of those than us. And I'm like, sometimes that's just, and it's true. And sometimes you don't have to complicate it. There were more buyers and sellers and more sellers and buyers. Like here with Hour, like we took a mean reversion trade on Figma that worked right into VWAP. This one broke trend as well. And the prior bar high is at about 440. So I'm in it at 14 with my stop for 25 cents worth of risk and my bids into VWAP. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. And if it doesn't work, there's more buyers than sellers. But when there's news or any reason, we go up to Adara at the desk.
You might have some more confluence for your Google short here. We did just get a story on this. Reportedly, Google's going to be set with that, or hit with that antitrust fine from the EU over their ad tech practices, quote, later on Friday. So later today, we could be expecting to get that fine. Now, we know last week Google got a little bit of a pop as we got some reports that this fine was going to be, quote unquote, modest. We're not clear what the details are going to be, but keep an eye on GeoOGL. The second I get any info on that or any more details as to when this might be released, how the fine's going to work, I'll let you guys know, of course, right away. Back to you guys.
Ooh, right back into the low of the day. But it's going to be a slap on the wrist. We already found that out. Yeah, we'll take, whoops, that's Open Door, which is still at the low. I meant to go to Hour. I can only ever have one small cap, apparently, in my brain. So it broke the prior bar. I always try to keep it to the rules. Look at that. Maybe the right spot, but my stop on a reverse is always going to be the same. I don't raw dog it. Shout out to Anvil. Whoop, no, it's not Anvil. I don't know what that name is. Mail. Thank you very much. Please put the stock ticker bigger. We'll try. I don't know if I can. I mean, I already have mine pretty large. You're talking about me? Because I try to make this really obvious what I'm looking at on any one of my charts. So, if that's not big enough.
Mine are pretty big as well, like these ones here.
I'll do my best. I don't know if I'm.
It really depends on how you can see. Like, do you not? Let me know if this is too small. I can definitely make it a little bit bigger here, but I don't know. I don't know how we would get a pull for that there. But what is really big right now is the move to the downside, still sustaining, no real pullback up. We saw aggressive shake and bake off of the open there with strong selling that got wiped right back in with a bid. I was like, okay, does this aggressive sell, is it going to experience the same kind of behavior that we get that aggressive bid to kind of wipe it back in? But oh boy, we kept on wiping down on this name here. So Google a little bit of a gift here that kept on giving as it continues to come in. I have covered, I would say, over 90% of it now. I covered about 70% in and around that 33 halves. You can see a lot of exits there as we pull consolidation. But here's the thing, man. I'm like, all right, I like the covers in the view. See, I was already getting short here. I liked it. I started off small and I got much bigger. I would say 5 times bigger here. But this opportunity underneath and in and around VWAP definitely gives me the opportunity to get even more, 5 times here, maybe another 10 times here for an aggressive push down, and then moving my risk a little bit lower here as well, because I do have inventory from much higher. But oh boy, here comes the day low once again. Opening prices coming in here on Google as the NASDAQ and the ES continue to bleed lower and lower. Which are the Mag 7s that are leading the way in terms of this sell-off? It is definitely Google. AVGO a little bit here, but that was more in the opening session here. This aggressive sell-off that we started to get came in around, what, 10 o'clock here? What happened at 10 o'clock here on AVGO? See, AVGO was already down at 242s. We dropped a little bit there. I got stopped out on that flush, but it's still kind of consolidating in and around that 340. So the sellers have definitely dissipated is what I'm seeing on AVGO as of right now. And oh boy, Neil, what chart is
It's not Mag 7, but it's Palantir. Palantir, oh my goodness. I can't remember a time when we've seen a morning on Palantir where it does this, that there isn't some kind of a trend break into VWAP, or at least close to it. This is, it's a bleed. The market, for all of this bleed, try to remember, the NASDAQ is down 0.14%. So when you're like, oh, it's doom and gloom, this is a Palantir down 5% story. It's an AMD down big story, an NVIDIA down 3.7%. Oddly enough, the only thing I was short, Figma, is holding up pretty well. Like Figma on that trend break is now holding the line here under VWAP. So I have this on watch for a potential re-entry on Figma at the volume weighted average price. But the other thing I want to pay attention to is if I'm going station to station trying to pick in the next sniper trade, Palantir breaking this trend, it's already holding a bit of a bottom. If it can break this trend line, I'll look for a bit of a reversion on Palantir. And it's not like it's out of nowhere. Here, I'll zoom it out. You can see a little bit better. Palantir bounced off this same level going back to the 25th. And if it breaks this, you've got 142 going to that big dump off that we had a couple of weeks ago. So Palantir, heavy sell, just like the market, but the percentage moves are crazy if you go to individual names relative to the 0.1 we're down on the NASDAQ. Some of that has to do with just how big Broadcom is and that it's holding up. And Apple's barely even red eye as well. Apple's pretty strong, relatively speaking.
Yeah, I was just responding to John in the chat saying, we all took profits in AVGO at the open. You were supposed to go short. Yeah, that's why I like the short, man. It was overextended to the upside in the pre-market. You had that euphoric run as well right off the bat. Did I actually go long initially? I got it. Actually, no, I didn't. That arrow would be yellow. That stop out would be yellow if I did. But yeah, no, all the blues are buys, the reds are shorts, and then the yellows are sells from longs. So that's that little bit of a bid coming back up here on the goggles. I'm just going to stay patient. I'm going to let it come back into VWAP. I'm going to let it do its thing. Again, I have insignificant size that I care zero amounts of on Google. If it gets back up into some of these higher areas where I can look for potential sellers to come and step right back in, and if we have confluence with the market, I like that a little bit better as well. But guess what, Neil? There are stocks that are still continuing to sell off right here alongside with the rest of the market. Nice little reversion potential happening here on Lulu, but take a look at Softy. Softy, hard to the downside as of right now. And Apple not as much, but getting there as well. So you can see that pre-market lows coming right back in here on Apple. 241.32s are the highs. So we were talking about that daily breakout, Neil, that was potentially happening on Apple. It did happen. It did come into fruition. We did hold VWAP off of the open, and we did give a strong push. But that push failed to follow through the 340. And then the market, obviously, you got to respect the market tailwind as well. If the market's going to quadunk, fluke. Well, you're going to have some of the mags that even if they are relatively strong, you can see it's still holding pre-market levels, hasn't quadunked, relatively, I guess, similar to the rest of the market, but Apple holding up quite well when compared to its partners there in terms of the Mag 7.
Well, I'll tell you right now, you may not be able to quantify what a I bought them off this 230 level here going into earnings. So I'm looking for it to break out this 50-period moving average. I'm using it because it respects that level and has been respecting that level. Palantir was respecting the bid. It was. Got the $0.50 a couple times, but not anymore. And this is, you know, the market is weak. This is how you know the market's weak. Palantir gives a good trend break. The buyers come in. It did try to bounce a second time off the same 149.5, couldn't break 150 and resumes a downward trend. Like, it's a lot of times you'll see like an entry like this and we'll get a clean $1.50 move. Not this time. So we got to be able to get out of the way at times. I don't mind taking these shots, but I'm not going to sit there fighting Palantir as it retraces back into that low. We'll see if I can't get another sniper somewhere else. It might be open door. I say might, if only because it's at that $6 level. Tried one trend break, kind of a mixed result. We got some out and then stopped out, so it's pretty flat on that trade. But at the end of the day, it's still very much holding on. If it went steep trend break, this is now still trending back into prior lows. It's green on the day because it hasn't broken down under $6. Closed at $5.96. So this is the area where if you're going to go, like either we're breaking, to me, either we're breaking here or you could see a retest of like 570 on open door. I still like this one to the upside. Tesla's trying to hold. But I feel it was so clean the long before. It was like breakout, higher low, hold VWAP and go. Now I don't, yeah, you could just be, oh, well, I'll go long off 346 here because it's consolidating. But then look at all the weakness at 48. Like I'm not really getting those good feels for the long on Tesla here to try to jump back into that trade. Don't want to force it. It's been a good morning so far, and we only got 15 minutes to go. Until we throw you guys over to the midday. But yeah, I'm not really forcing any trades in here unless I see something really good on that open door.
Yeah, I'm not really, I guess I'm not really opening the door to too much right now. I'm not really seeing too much.
You should always leave the door open though.
You should leave the door open at times, but.
Great song.
Song? No idea what song that is. But Alphabet finally coming into its, well, it's been at its day lows, but finally breaking down. We're getting the fourth bar in a row of selling here on the market. So, oh boy, indeed. And we were talking a little bit about AMD in the morning, Neil. And AMD might have been another stock here that we had to get involved with much, much early on. It kind of showed us in the pre-market that distinct difference where the market was bidding up in the pre-market session off of the economic number, a little bit of a shake and bake, but bid up nonetheless coming into the open. But AMD could not do it. NVIDIA could not do it. And then right off of the open, straight quadunk flush breakdown of prior day's lows here on AMD, as well as consolidation lows at that 156. What is that specifically? 156.62 as well. So a little bit of a breakdown of this multi-week trend that we've been having. Multi-week, almost about a week, I would say. Let's say about 15 trading days, it says here. 15 trading days-ish. Been kind of sideways in and around that 168, 170-ish level, down to 160, so about a $10 range. Coming in today, we finally break that range down. A strong quadunk and a flush happening here on AMD. And guess what, Neil? A little bit of a confluence with relative volume, over 2.5 times relative volume coming in off the open. We kind of mentioned this earlier on as well. When a large cap does something like over 2 times relative volume, it might be something worth watching because large caps normally don't necessarily do that thing unless it's like an earnings, unless it's something extremely significant or planned. If it's doing it randomly out of nowhere, then there might be a catalyst or something like that, but I think it's distinctive enough for us to be like, all right, maybe we should have eyes on for a potential move, maybe really kind of think about it. So yeah, definitely a little bit of a continuation to the downside as of right now. So, Free Fall Fridays coming back in here on the markets. Man, this spider straight to the downside. You know what was interesting, Neil? Some of these stocks that I pointed out to you in the morning, that were really, really strong yesterday are continuing their strength. Some of these hard drive names.
You were looking at Western Digital.
I was looking at Seagate. I was looking at Western Digital. I was looking at SanDisk as well. You can see very, very strong over the past couple of days, doing relative volume. But interestingly enough, the market is quadunking like crazy. But there is no sign. Sure, there are not many buyers, but there's no sign of sellers either. So well balanced is WDC. SNDK, SanDisk as well. Look at that multi-day run. A little bit of a strong relative volume yesterday, strong relative volume in the pre-market. Sure, there are some sellers, but still hasn't broken opening range low or pre-market low as well. I guess that's pre-market low? Yeah, that's pre-market low. Hasn't broken pre-market low just yet. Still trading above yesterday's high, so no real selling coming in on this one. And then STX. STX is the last one that I was looking at, Seagate Technology. So you can see multiple days of run up. The hard drives are definitely being bought up.
I would think anything that hasn't gone yet, you might look for catch up.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing I'm kind of thinking. Like
you're talking about the catch up of the bid?
No, to join the market, the flush.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, technically that's what I was looking at on Google, because Google was the strongest out of the rest of the market, and as soon as that cracked and the market was already rolling over, I'm like, I love shorting relative strength.
That's what Apple did too. It was like once it finally cracked, it just wouldn't stop at all. And Dangerous in the chat just mentioned another one that was maybe one of the stronger load chart. Come on, Micron, one of the stronger chip names. Really? All right, let's just go to the 15-minute chart, because the 15-minute chart is so reliable, so strong. When it finally turned, it hasn't even given up the entirety of the move yet. So you look for a little bit of the catch-up trade, Sean Chin, not catch-up. And that reminds me, after I go over what I want to do with Figma here, I got to check out to make sure I have what's for lunch.
Ooh,
Joe's not here, but just because Joey Options isn't here doesn't mean we're not going to go over what's for lunch. No, speaking of catch-up trade, Figma has yet to do anything. This came in as a name I liked, shorted it at the open, shorted it at the top. Now it's just hanging out VWAP. So if it's hanging out at VWAP, I'm going to short VWAP and just continue the play. It's underneath the prior low. It's down 5%. It's one of the better trending shorts in a general sense. The only person buying this stock is Kathy Wood, apparently. She bought a bunch more yesterday. But you know what? If you like a stock, you buy dips, right? So shout out to her for that. Mahmoud, just woke up and saw you made $5K from SPX puts. What's happening in the market? So you know what? Honestly, it's very deep what's happening, and there's a lot of explanation fundamentally as to what's happening. And it's that the market be falling.
Oh, yeah.
That's what's happening. Let's go to Adair.
The market's free falling and the U.S. dollar is dropping as well, though it is still within this very set range that we've been trading in for now almost a month on the U.S. dollar. That being said, we're at the lower end of the range. Let's see if we break below. If we do break below, we could find some support at the U.S. dollar around that 97.1, 97.2 area. But we're still quite a ways away from our low of year, which is around that 96.3. Let's talk about this economic data. Non-farm payrolls lower than expected. Kind of a silver lining here, though. Initially, the market did drop when we got this print. 22,000 here, non-farm payrolls print versus 75,000 expected. So well below estimates. But this number being as low as it was really raised the hopes that we get a rate cut. And I want to talk about the extent of that increase. Bank of America now expecting 2 rate cuts this year. Previously, they expected 1. And guys, initially, what we were seeing here was a very small percentage of participants still expecting that rates will be held. Now, according to the CME Fed Watch tool, 0% of participants are expecting a hold. 100% of participants are expecting some kind of cut. Now, at this point, earlier today, we had about a 99% chance here of a 25 basis point cut. Now it's 85.8% chance of the 25 basis point cut, 14% chance of a 50 basis point cut. So this 50 basis point cut that we hear talk of from certain members of the administration and some Fed chair hopefuls like Mark Summerlin and David Zervos, now it looks like this could be a reality. And last but not least, Donald Trump has chimed in on the issue on Truth Social. Jerome, too late. Powell should have lowered rates long ago. As usual, he's too late. If you want a bit of a history on the relationship, I have several infographics on X at TTV Research that you can check out for that. But in the meantime, we have Neil and Obi. Back to them.
Yeah, well, if you're doing a 50 basis point cut as your first salvo, it's not generally a good thing. if you're now reacting to weakness in the labor market, the way things work, and my economics degree didn't do, I mean, it was fun in university, but you don't use it that much when you're trading on a daily basis.
I've never used my economics degree.
You don't.
Because I never got one.
Well, fair enough. That's well played, Obi. No,
But I've never, I mean, technically I have used my biology degree. Biology was good. Because there's a lot of,
bio.
oh, I love bio. I love physics. I love physics.
Physics is good.
I mean, there's a lot
Biology.
of, like, physics is in everything. Physics is in chemistry, it's in
Exactly.
bio.
That's
and then
why
you
it's
want
the
to go
only
even
cool
deeper, it's
science.
math.
The other ones suck. I hated biology.
Oh, biology is so cool, man. Biology is absolutely amazing, I think.
No, it's not. Stunk. But I say this every time biology comes up. I'll say the same thing. What you have to make sure you do is, put yourself. Always, it's who are your friends and who do you put yourself around. So in biology class, I just knew where the talent was. My lab partners, my consistent 2 lab partners, are both doctors now.
Nice.
Out of that class,
Yeah.
I knew, and trust me,
Good partner selection.
I knew what was up.
Yeah.
I know, trust. And I sat next to the dude who, in French class, I sat next to the guy who did French immersion. And actually, our good friend, I'm sure he's messaging me complaining about the markets, because every time NVIDIA's weak,
Has
he
he seen it
messages
today?
Sean and myself. He's like, what's wrong with the market? You guys aren't buying enough NVIDIA. I'm like, no one told you. Anyways, I was going to say something else, and now I just got off track.
Yeah.
Shoot, what were we talking about?
Biology.
No, before that. Before we got into this biology
Physics.
thing. No, it was before that too. It was the economics thing. No, by the time you so the labor market, when it gets weak, it's too late, because it goes from like 0 to 100. Weakness in the labor market.
Okay.
It's like everything else can be gradual, but that's like 0 to 100. So a lot of times, if you're having to make the reaction of the quarter point and now 50 basis point cut, that's not good, and it's extreme.
So you're telling me by the time the numbers come out, it's already too late?
Well, it's basically like if this number here is too bad, and now you're going from, now we've finally decided to cut to 50 basis point, it's like a panic move that's not good for the economy. Just very quickly, Figma, I wanted to short VWAP, shorted VWAP, that didn't last long, risking about 15 pennies. And then Open Door did hold $6, so that's a better looking bottoming tail. At $6, so I guess we didn't wait for $6 before, shorted the pre-market low, or long the pre-market low. This time, distinct break of trend, holding $6 even. I didn't even get everything on the long, but it's already resisting the quarter. I'm gonna do what I didn't do last time. Last time I didn't cover this trade because I was greedy looking for VWAP instead of just playing it to each resistance zone. This time I'm going to cover the trade and just make sure I bank it, because that's what's actually worked today. It's just kind of going with the gut. And probably didn't get the Palantir out there, but also this market trying to put in its first green candle since the open. That's the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has a chance to actually go back green again, everybody, which I guess you can't really call it a free fall Friday if we close green, but it has been mostly to the downside. But things are looking up. You know why they're looking up?
Why is that, Neil?
Because it's my favorite lunch today.
Okay. Is that sandwiches?
See, exactly.
Let's go.
You didn't even look. He's like, favorites, assorted
Sandwiches.
Assorted sandwiches, it's hard. You just can't mess it up. Usually we get, it says
Best lunch.
there's egg salad, chicken salad, turkey roast, vegetable. Oh, there's no Montreal smoked meat or anything like that. But crudité served with ranch dressing and hummus, and fresh baked cookies. That's right, Ramin. We got cookies.
We got cookies.
Ramin
Ramin is like,
turns over, she's
cookies?
cookies?
Oh boy.
Better believe we got cookies.
Ramin is
So-
secretly the cookie monster.
But no, you know why Ramin is not the cookie monster?
Why is
Because
that?
Ramin shares treats, not hoards them. Because she is a kind soul. I mean, Oscar. Why is everyone hating on?
Why?
Okay, so first of all, if you didn't hear, that was Fabian calling Ramin Oscar. Meanwhile, I'm Team Ramin.
Yo, Oscar's a
apparently
G.
all by myself.
Oscar's an absolute G from Sesame Street.
Is he? Is he a G?
He's a straight up G.
Yeah, he was a G.
Straight up G. You're like, you already know.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, that was
That
good.
you've seen.
The Chappelle bit with Oscar. Yeah.
Yo.
Solid stuff. All right, so back to the markets for the next 4 minutes. Let's see here. What's happening? Bit of a bid here on Google, so I got out of a little bit more here as we bid in, but I honestly want to get in a little bit more. But the market is extremely overextended to the downside, so this might be all she wrote. But AVGO might not be all she wrote, man. This is what I'm saying. This isn't a very nice downtrend. These were the two anchored VWAPs that I was talking about earlier. One from that second pop, and then one from the initial earnings as well. You can see we kind of consolidated. Didn't really. I guess we did kind of respect them. Didn't really hold as support on either one of them for very, very long. We had this for a little bit. We had this chop consolidation for a little bit here. Now we're trading lower. And I don't know where this anchored VWAP is coming in from, all the way down in 300. It was at 306. But those anchored VWAPs, we're trading well below that and trading much below intraday VWAP as well here. That's in the blue at 343.30. So no real reversion happening just yet as well here on Broadcom. So yeah, a little bit of an this overextension was very aggressive. This aggressive push I think it was it in the pre-market? Yeah, it was in the pre-market right before we opened. I was like, oh boy, it's going to do the move. I liked the long, to be honest, potentially for a little bit, but I did like the short a lot more overall. And when it does that exhaustive move in the pre-market, I'm like, all right, well, just show me sellers off of the open, and I just want to get involved. And that's exactly how it potentially came in. Didn't really hold on to it, but I guess the next trade that I did find was Goggles, and Goggles looking a little bit to the downside here alongside with the rest of the market. So hopefully you guys have had a solid opening session there. Yeah. Beautiful shake and bake on the market. Nice longs to start us off. Beautiful, I guess, outlier reversion happening on the market and in a lot of other stocks as well. You see V-shapes, not only 100% reversion, over, I would say, a 200% reversion if you really want to say we broke down 100% and another measured move. It was looking a little bit like more of a measured move to the downside. So over a 200% reversion, you never really see those come in so aggressively and so much in a straight line. So good stuff there. Oh boy, there comes Google once again. That's more of a sell.
Back in the
so there are definitely more sellers than there are buyers in this market, Neil.
That is an easy thing to say. It's entirely true. It looks like Opendoor's not going to get the VWAP. Even when you, like I said, with Palantir, like even when you catch something on a bid, it's not following through the way that you would normally expect it to. Is probably the best way to put it. About 1 minute to go, Sharif's in the building, sporting his Cowboys hat. I got to appreciate that. And just a few names. We didn't really go over all of the earnings names here. Lululemon was tearing it up earlier. It's now under VWAP and a holding, consolidating under VWAP. This could give it all back. The stock went $11 from the lows and has a chance to give it all back here today. Another earnings name that was super strong, DocuSign. We forgot about this. Because we weren't going to trade it. Doesn't have the best liquidity in the world. Immediately failed that. Remember that 83 level? Immediately failed 83. It could head back to low. Only 5% up here for DocuSign, unfortunately. Not good. Herbie Cassie, why talk the market down but not short? I was short. I shorted Figma 4 times. And to me, getting out of longs at the right point is exactly the same thing. Like, you're still selling into some weakness. I'm not looking. My rule for open, and that you could short, I guess you could short open here. But for myself, on Opendoor in a squeeze play, if it's holding the prior day high, then the structure of the squeeze is still good. So over that $6 level, I'm still looking squeeze. And the thing about Opendoor to keep in mind, this stock doesn't have to care what the market does. So I want to give it every opportunity or more opportunities to go. But I am trying to short Figma again, by the way. But it's 11 o'clock. We get assorted sandwiches. You get a Dara because Joey Options is in Uxbridge for a wedding.
Yep.
Hanging out with Randy, I suppose, or visiting Randy in Uxbridge. And you'll get a Dara and Sharif, the Dallas Cowboys fan. We'll see you too.
See you in a couple hours.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. people. Welcome to the Midday. I was on mute, SSE. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your girl, Adara, and I'm Sharif. And what a day it is, Adara. The small caps are moving. Yes, the Cowboys lost, but everything's okay. How are you? How's everything? The large caps are doing their thing, 25?
Yes, indeed they are doing their thing. I am in 3 shorts. They are all living their best lives, which is nice. So, and also they're all up here, so we'll talk about them. And we're going to start with Lululemon because I do have to say what Neil just said there about Lulu potentially giving it all back. I mean, I would be pleased to sponge. I would enjoy it. Let's talk about Lulu here. This was a trend break, but I have a specific strategy. I don't want to get into it. I'm not trying to be like, oh, proprietary, whatever, but I'm still working on it, so I don't want to, reveal all the trade secrets anyways. So this strategy hit. I was ready to short it around this, like, kind of 174.20s-ish area, and so I was doing the small cap recap. I missed the entry. I tried to punch. It was not going to have me, and so I just sat there, and I literally was, like, whispering to myself, Lulu, I'm back. But I was like, I'm not going to chase it. I ended up liking the way we consolidated here with that 172. Around 172s, I was willing to risk to 174.20. It didn't take as much size because I just liked the 174.20 better. But alas, still took about 2/3 of the size I was going to take added. Took some out around VWAP. Right now, we're risking to just above VWAP. I am pleased as punch. Trying to take up my first piece here around 167.67. Yeah, I'm a little specific that way. It's cool. Or no, sorry, not my first piece, my second piece. Let's talk here about Broadcom as well. So, I got in here. We had that break below VWAP. I want to shout out Obi's 350 short on this, by the way. I know he, he accidentally, whatever, fat finger situations, but I still want to applaud him for being in that trade. That 350 short of Broadcom was excellent. Get it, Obi. But yeah, I like this kind of consolidation. Very similar to the Lulu setup, actually. Risk to around here. It worked. Now you might be like, Adara, A, why'd you take out some so early? And then B, why would you add and ruin your average that way? I did the same thing with my Coinbase trade that I'm going to talk about. So let's actually get into this. So I am sorry, Sharif, I'll stop talking
in a second. Do your thing, Adara.
So what I want to say here is I think being aware that I was going to be on the midday today, it made me more conscious, not of my trades, but of being able to justify my trades. Now, I don't think that's a bad thing either. Because when you're conscious of something, not self-conscious, but just more like aware, then you're going to, I think, you're going to understand your decision-making process better. And I think the reason I realized that I like sometimes adding into the same areas where I just took profit is because that was a level. You took profit there for a reason. There was some kind of, supply-demand zone there, right? So if that gets X'd out, then it makes sense that you want to add. So with that in mind, I got stopped out of Broadcom here, wicked out, whatever. I'm not going to cry about it. Then I add in again, we break 335. I was willing to risk all the way to 340s. I need to tighten that stop. That reminds me. But we're all good here. And then my good friend, my sweet, beautiful Coinbase. Let's get into it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm so excited. I'm in such a good mood. So Coinbase is one of my top ideas heading into the session. The way we were kind of chopping between 310, which is a level that I have historically loved on Coinbase, and 314, I literally wrote on my little watch list for the day. I just want to see what it does between these two. We get that 310. The way we get that 310 is just gorgeous. So again, I took out arguably too much. I took out 2/3 of the position here, but I really wasn't liking what I was seeing on the book. So I risked to actually we almost got wicked out here just above that 309s. We did not get wicked out. I add once again around where I take profit. Take out these other pieces. I still have a piece for the dream, and my dream's going to end soon, Sharif, because I'm going to take it out above 290s. Why? Because 290s was a bit of an area, I think, either on the daily or weekly. It was wide enough time frame. I got a little screwed. But yeah, with Coinbase, because my positions are not, I haven't taken any profit. Anything Lulu, we're probably going to get that soon, though. So Lulu, my average is something in the range of 172, maybe a little bit lower than that. Broadcom, 335, almost even. Coinbase, it's around 306. So that is the deal there. I think Lulu wants to bounce a little bit before my profit taker. I'm going to punch that out. I apologize for yapping. I'm so happy to be here. Let's talk.
All right. We're in HOUR. So HOUR is doing its thing right now. We picked it up at 44s. Now it's showing 59s. We're taking some out at 60s. We're above the 10 EMA on the 5. We're up 141%. You know I'm already looking at the top screen, scoping out the 5-second. And the 5-second showing a micro uptrend. However, we're below a consolidation zone. This previous area, we were using 460 as support. Now we're using it as resistance. So we haven't cleared this specific area. We're on a 3-candle higher low, but also lower high pullback on HOUR. So I am a little concerned about this one. That's why I'm taking some out for less profit than desirable. What I'd really like is a nice break and take and a hold above that 60, most ideally, though, 75. Because 75 was also a previous area of support on HOUR. I've got a much smaller position and quite frankly, not as worried about DUO. DUO is a much slower mover. It has explosive times. Like as you can see, this candle over here popped from 3 right into 3 1/4, quick as you like within one print. So I'm trying to work my way into this one rather than adding aggressively, but it's HOUR that I feel we're kind of setting up in a bear flag. Now, what I can do is I can move up my stop to prior bar low, and prior bar low takes me to 30. I had it in mid-20s anyway, so it's not a big move up on that part, but I also don't want to take out too much too quick. So let me have a look here at the 5-second. Now we're downtrending again, and if we lose that mid-40s area, that'll be another local area low. And so yeah, I'm going to take it out here, and then we can get back in if we set up at a more ideal area. My more ideal area on this one would typically be the volume weighted average price, which is right around psychological support. And what an out that was, 'cause there it goes into the low 30s. Now, if we get something above that 60 penny area, that's where I become a buyer again to the high side. I'm a buyer though at 4 for that volume weighted average price return. But there goes Duo to the high side. We're going to wet the beak at the third of a dollar. Get it, baby. And then we're going to see what else we can get. Here's the high of the day on DUO. So we just took out high day. That high day is 335er. So here's the deal. We're going to set up at 38s now for a high of day break and take on this one. Where do I add? If I'm not gonna wet the beak here at the highs, where am I going to add? Well, I like that 310 area. We danced around 310 for a hot minute, so maybe I'll front run it a little bit, and we'll set up at 312, maybe for a quick liquidation supply zone area. So that's what we're going to keep an eye on right now for DUO. Adara, how are your shorts looking?
Yeah, they are all doing quite well. I did move my Lulu profit taker up by about 50 cents because I was like not liking how the tape was looking. It is what it is. We're all cool with that. We're living our best lives here. Apparently, the mic volume is different here, so I'm going to try to speak a little bit quieter. I already naturally talk loudly, so just fair warning, I do apologize. Apparently, for the volume, I guess, there. TS, yeah, thank you for the kind words. I do, I want to be a little bit animalistic here. I guess I like getting a little bit aggressive if I see things that work. And I was going to say I was pretty patient, but I think I got into Coinbase, at 9:33. But either way, it's like, if you see something that sets up, you have to be ready to beat that sniper, and you got to
snipe it.
Pow, get involved. So with that in mind, because my trades are just kind of doing their thing 21, and I don't really have anything crazy to report here, you guys let me know what you're looking at. And let's just take a look at things here. At ISPC, that I specimen that is more of a Sharif-ish name. I believe that's a small cap, and it is a crypto treasury related small cap. I'll take a look. I'll do. You know what? We're at the midday, baby. We're gonna do. Oh, wow. Okay. We got to push back because Sharif, I don't know how rare this is, so I'm actually legit asking. So, for a stock to kind of gap up to that $1 level, come back to being a penny stock, and then move back to $1, is
I
that
wouldn't
common?
trade that. So personally, that doesn't work into my system, but it doesn't mean it's not tradable, Jared. That's the thing. And I see people trading these. Everyone traded Neon successfully.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have traded Neon yesterday, and I didn't. So the pre-market high at 4 a.m. prevents me from getting into this.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
You have to know what works for you, though, right? So I really like that.
Yeah, but people traded it successfully, so quite
that's what
frankly,
I'm saying,
there it
right?
is.
Yeah, like you can fully understand something works awesomely for other people, and what you do, like you said, you just have to respect that. Everybody has their own game, right? And everybody has their own approach. So what Lucid up 8%, apparently, according to Zombie Brain, which, wow, I love that name. Take a look at LCID, and I know you had your whole Sydney Sweeney AEO moment. Well, Lucid has a moment with one of my favorite actors, Timothée Chalamet.
Oh,
so
I like it.
Let's get into that. Lucid, okay, I like this. I'm not even going to look at the daily because this thing just split, but I will zoom out a bit so we can look at reverse split, I mean. Oh, and I accidentally closed everything. Nice. But yeah,
Hour's
great.
breaking down, everybody. Sorry.
Hour, go into hour. I wasn't going to say much about Lucid here. It's going to break days high, though.
I didn't mean
yeah,
to interrupt
it's okay.
you.
I was just going to say Lucid is breaking into high a day. And if you look at the 15-minute, this is actually not a bad recovery story. Now, I'm not going to be like lucid dreaming about this or anything, but, and we're still well below where we had that reverse split up to 20s, but we're kind of trying to break the downtrend. We started that yesterday. Today, we're up and away. Maybe we're going to drive off into the sunset here. And for people who are involved in Lucid, I do hope that we do. Broadcom is honestly kind of making eyes at me, I might add. So Broadcom here, I think maybe we missed that shot. That 332 is not bad. As you guys can try to see, I'm trying to take profit around around 330, but 332 isn't bad. Right now, I'm risking to about 337. So, and like, I don't mind my average being lower. I'm not that type of person who's going to really like sweat too much about that. So maybe we'll do that. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Honestly, I've only traded these 3 names all day. I haven't looked at anything else that was even on my list because nothing really looked that good, so I don't really have too much to report here other than just living in my best life. Joe Schmo making a great pun here. The Vatican's favorite stock, PAPL, the Vatican's favorite stock, like Papal, that Pineapple Energy. That might be Neil's least favorite stock because the pineapple. No, I'm joking. Would you believe me, Sharif?
Well, I think he likes pineapples. They're just not on pizza.
Yeah. But Pineapple Energy, would you believe me if I told you I believe this is another treasury play? I think PAPL, crypto treasury. So yeah,
Why am I not surprised?
Oh yeah, they were bragging. They were like the first
surprised.
one public company to hold that INJ something. Either way, PAPL, great
is that
look.
Crypto?
It's some kind of token thingy,
I see.
thingamajig. But yeah, so good look there, guys. And yeah, hope. For those who are not used to my speed, I do talk quickly. These markets move quickly. Now I'm going to keep doing my thing. 21, I hope you guys enjoy it. And let's talk about the stock of the hour here.
Yeah, Adara, so it broke down into the 20 exponential on the 5, and it's forming a hammer candle right now on the 5. It still has a lower high and a lower low, so it looks like a fantastic candle when looked in isolation, but when looked at with the group of candles preceding it, not so good. So it did find support ahead of 4. So that area there looks like a little bit ahead of 410, 412-ish. We're going to keep an eye on that. We're doing real well here on DUO. We're taking out highs. There's the high of the day, and there's the print again. So now we're going to set up in the mid-40s. Let's see what we get with that one. We're also involved in a new name, OLMA. And this one's all sorts of freaking strong. If I've ever seen a buy program, OLMA probably has that little picture definition in the dictionary because this is very clean. It's not aggressive in terms of volume. In fact, we're rarely doing above 100,000 shares per 5-minute candle, but there isn't anybody opposing us at the moment. So demand exceeding supply. We just printed the high of the day, 770. Good volume incoming. Your boy Joey Options would appreciate this volume profile, Adara, as it takes out the high of the day again. Here we go. Now we're going to set up at 82s. And now we're going to see if we can get 82s. And then we're also going to set up a little bit higher than that at 88. Shout out to my boy CD Lamb. He didn't have a good game yesterday, but you're not judged by one game. I don't think anybody wants to be judged by one moment in time. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. We're going to shout him out and hope he does better next game. So high of the day, 8-0 right now on OLMA. Watch out for a topping tail. The topping tails seem to be bought up. So the demand here is still exceeding supply, at least for the moment. That is until the buy program gets shut off. And you never really know when that's going to happen and when the buying institutions kind of exhaust its shares. I will in 1 second. Assassino, I haven't set it up. Thank you for reminding me, though. Back to DUO. There's another high of the day. Now we're setting up at 43s. The high of the day is 42. We're showing 42 again on the level 2 on the ask. Can we cross it? The spread has been reasonable. It's between 3 to 1 pennies right now. We're showing again.
That's too tight, Sharif. 3 to 1 pennies.
Yeah, I know. I dare. One day, I know you're going to figure out how to trade small cap spready tickers. I'm just waiting for the day I walk into the office in the morning. You're like, I've got a philosophy. I've got a strategy. I'm not telling you it because I'm still working on it.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So
I just took a shot at you there.
That is, I know you did. But I did. I will say, I did trade that small cap that one time. Both.
I remember.
That INKT, I had like the short and the long, and but again, that was like spready. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding, obviously, but I know you will figure it out somehow.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
So we're going to keep an eye here on DUO. We're going to keep an eye on OLMA. And yeah, back to HOUR. It's still the big boy on the day. It's up 120%. It's still at the 20 exponential moving average, above VWAP, above 4. But it hasn't shown me, yes, this is the time. Get in now. The buyers are in control. In fact, the opposite. It's the sellers in control at the moment. I'm a long-only trader on these small caps, so we're going to hold on to this one today.
Yeah, I'm just going to, I think, quickly tighten some stops here. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a couple seconds to do that.
Yeah, I can continue as you do that. No worries. No, absolutely. Okay, so keeping an eye here on HOUR because you know I'm interested in this bad boy. We're getting a lot closer to that psychological level of support. And I like the $4, not just because people are going to be looking at 4 and it's psychological support, but the volume weighted average price is there. And that's kind of why I like that conflating of those two levels. So whether or not we end up working in, We're going to have to wait and see exactly what the price action is at 4. But I got to go back to OLMA because it's coming close to my entry. Now, what's my move here? Well, we're getting extended away from the 10 EMA, but I'm unlikely to want to place anything on the 10 EMA because it hasn't touched the 10 EMA basically since taking it, I want to say, around 9:40 this morning. So what I'm going to try to place my orders at are a little bit higher than the prior bar low. So currently we're in we're early in our 5-minute candle right now. So the prior candle 11:10 has a low of, I want to say, around mid 50s. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up in the high 50s for an add on this. I think I'm going to wait at 58 on OLMA for a possible add. We'll wait there, see if we get it, and what the situation is, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for giving me a second there. So we are all good. Our stops are tightened. Almost definitely our good pal Coinbase is going to say bye-bye. But, you know, I don't mind. I mean, I took this for like, from my first entry, which was I shorted initially around that 309s, though obviously my average has changed. From that first entry to the last, yeah, I mean, we'll take this for like a $12 move even if we get stopped out. So I'm pleased as punch. But I think we have a thing to remind everybody, look at our tickers. If you guys are like, hey guys, can you look at a ticker? What are you looking at? What is trade? Go in the chat, a $sign, whatever ticker you are looking at. $sign Microsoft, $sign Open Door, $sign Tesla.
Winning again, Adara.
I mean, like Eric Jackson.
Your boy, Vatican's favorite right there. PayPal is second place, Adara. AMD third. You got Palantir, always a fan favorite, Adara. I do the afternoon rundown. It's always top 5.
It is, yeah.
AVGO. You guys got to give AGO some love, man. This Huck 10 is just a next level guy. Hood, you got Micron on there. Adara, Hour lagging there, 19. Lulu, it just broke my heart watching that yesterday. The destruction of a good Canadian company, Adara, but it's going to get worse before it gets better for Lulu, I think. UNH is your boy there. That one's really good. I saw on the, what's it called? The Jimmy Carter updates earlier in the month that your UNH not looking so bad now, huh?
Yeah, it's up about 10% from how it was. It's only down a cool 40% this year.
Okay.
No, but yeah, all jokes aside, go UNH, go. And someone asked me here, do I think the market's going to do a reversion? I'm going to look at the SPY because I do have my SPY chart, if you will, my SPY side chart. Look at this. Sharif, I actually
That's a second pushback, Adara.
Well, thank you. You know, why not? I do think there's a potential chance at a reversion here. I would like to see what it does at 646. Why do I say that? You may ask. Well, we got a bit of a bottoming tail here, right with a base around that 643-ish. We're back above 9 EMA, but I'm a confluence type. You know, maybe I'm a bit late to entries. I'll fully say that, but it's because I want to make sure I'm seeing everything I need to see. So what do I need to see? I need to see us hold above that 646, or we retest. We pull back to this 9 EMA-ish area of previous support resistance just below 645, and we retest. Those are the two things I would like to see for that reversion of the market. Now, Zach Brobeck asking here about NVIDIA. So let's take a look here at NVIDIA. Do I think, or I guess just saying that it's going to VWAP. I think that was, I want to make sure I'm reading the message correctly. Okay. Yeah, guys, keep putting those tickers in, keep putting those dollar signs. And if you want us to look at a ticker, make sure you tag us too. Because like I said, I'm really only looking at the 3 stocks I'm currently in, and I'm not really going to change. So, you know, I'm very, very excited to look at everybody else's things here. NVIDIA, this is Zach Brobeck. I honestly, not exactly the same as the SPY here, but I think kind of similar in terms of we are looking a bit reversion-y. NVIDIA keeps touching that 165.70 and just not breaking above. I think if we get that 165.70 break, not a bad look, but then you do have VWAP, and VWAP right now, I almost did a pushback, but it wasn't worth it. They're natural. They have to come to me, right? VWAP right now is just around that previous support area, right, that we made right at the open in the Quadunk at 664, or sorry, 666.40s, right?
Mark.
So I think what I would maybe like is maybe we reject VWAP, perhaps, may chance. We reject VWAP. Let's say we reject VWAP and come all the way back to that previous resistance at 165.80. Okay. Now, I'm notably not long biased, but that would even maybe make me consider a long there. Then maybe you add through VWAP, et cetera, et cetera. BLDR says Junior Son. Let's take a look here at Junior Son, not to be confused with Adult Son. No, I'm joking.
Black Hole Sun. Do you know that song by Soundgarden?
I don't think
Black
so, no.
Black Hole Sun.
Oh, BLDR. This is...
My bad.
Oh, sorry. What song is this?
What?
By Soundgarden?
You know that one, Mark. Soundgarden, Black Hole Sun.
I don't know that one.
Hey. All right. I feel that old, Adara.
Nice. Sorry about that. I need to look that up. BLDR, yeah, this intraday is a little rough.
What's going on, bro?
The daily chart on this is just
crazy, eh?
Oh my gosh, look at this.
Crazy.
Look, uptrend, and we break out. Now, can we hold? Can we hold 145? We shall find out, because I think 145 could be a bit of a level. Now, if I look back at the 3 minute, honestly, intraday, that's the 3 day for some reason. Adara, what are you doing? 3 minute, I mean, I'm not feeling like any particular type of way about this because, like I said, I kind of want that pullback almost to around the low of day, but then maybe we don't bounce. That being said, keep an eye on VWAP. Maybe it rejects here further. I think this stock is a little bit mixed for me, and there's some other ones. If you don't mind, I'll go over two more.
Yeah, Dara, go for it.
I just accidentally put AEP, which is a company, American Power, but I guess it's not listed on the NYSE. AEO, people want to ask about your girl, Sydney. Guys, this looks...
Oh, we sold off
this
a little
looks
bit.
bear
Down
flaggy.
3.5%? No.
Yeah, it looks a bit bear flaggy, but also I'm kind of conflicted even in saying that because all of these 15-minute candles, for the most part, have either higher lows or a bottoming tail. And I think if we break back above that 1835, it's a bounce. Unfortunately, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't have a clear read on AEO here. I think it needs to either break above that 8330 area or even if I think it breaks below this 15-minute bottoming tail, we might have a chance to push lower. I think one thing that I've noticed with myself, one of my, biggest issues with trading is sometimes I will kind of, they use the term diddle in the middle, right? Like I'll chop around too much in the middle. So when I look at these, I'm trying to get a little bit better at what's the dominant trend, right? What's the dominant direction? And I think that you need to see a breakout or a breakdown for me to be confident either way. Let's take a look at Coinbase about to stop us out, I think. Let's take a look, last but not least, Cookie asking about AppLovin, a stock that is near and dear to my heart and that I randomly was just thinking about this morning on my walk to work for no reason. Oh boy, poor sad AppLovin. Okay, I was going to say we bounced right at the level I like. I think the level I like is 476. Let me cross-reference my other chart. Are we at a level that I like on AppLovin? No, but we did reject another level I like on AppLovin, which is that 509. So congrats to anybody who had this short off the open that is clean. Yeah, right now I think with AppLovin, we did have a bottoming tail in the 15, but this second 15-minute candle doesn't look good. If we can actually close above this candle in the 30-minute, I don't think I'd get involved, truthfully. It's not screaming at me, but I think that's probably the best way to do it. That being said, you'd have to risk probably at least 5 points. How you doing, Sharif?
Well, Adara, let's just cover what's going on. Let me just set that up, 343, and then we're going to put, down to 338. Good. Okay, lots to update you guys on. We're doing it freaking live right now on Duo. So we entered here. There we go. Now we're doing it again. Let's just set up a beak wetter on this one. Didn't anticipate to have to do that. Okay, so Duo. We entered in at third of a dollar. Look at this thing go, bro. And then we wet the beak all the way to the $0.50, from the $0.25 to the $0.50. We exhausted our shares. Back in, I waited for the topping tail at 64. That is the high. I waited for the test of the $0.50. It tested the $0.50. And now we're back into the high side on this one. Now, I am a little concerned about OLMA. We've got 2 red candles now setting up on the 5. We have higher lows on said red candles, but I am kind of concerned. All right, DUO, zigging and zagging back into the $0.50. So I've got my stop for this one at current bar low. Current bar low takes us down to 42s, I believe. So let's wet the beak up here. Let's set up, 50. We already took 58. All right, let's see if we can set up there on DUO. So I'm also keeping an eye on hour, guys. So I'm not trading hour right now. Somebody was in the chat like, why are you talking about hour? You're not trading it, I know, but I'm keeping an eye on it. So hour's forming a hammer candle at VWAP into 4. It defended VWAP, and now it's got the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. It hasn't closed. It's got another 1 minute to close on that. So HOUR, we're below the 10 EMA on the 5. That concerns me. As I've mentioned in the past, I look to the 10 EMA to act as resistance once it's lost as a support level. It has been lost on HOUR on the 5. Its current level on hour is low 30s. So we're going to need to stay above low 30s for me to get involved on HOUR. Whether or not it shows me a hammer candle at VWAP, I will not participate. Back to OLMA. So we've got 61s on this one. I'm waiting for the next profit taker at 72, 73. It's not forthcoming at the moment. There seems to be a seller in the high 60s. I'm talking about OLMA. Looks like we're moving into 68s now with low 70s starting to rear their head. Looks like we spiked up, in fact, to 71s as I look at the tape. Look at that, 71, 72 prints, 72 prints. We didn't get the beak wet there because we were rating at 73. We'll have to pack our patience. Back into DUO. We're still zigging and zagging. All right, so we got another print in the high 80s there, high 50s, but it's still a topping tail candle and hasn't cleared the current candle high. or now actually with the current candle closed, and here we go. We're back into the $0.50, and we're barely defending the $0.50. We've got 53s on. We get stopped out below 43s. 42 gets me out of this trade. So we'll give back a little bit on this one if we do get stopped out, which is fine. That's the cost of doing business. Back to OLMA, still zigging and zagging into the area highs here with the seller at 70. So you can see that there's clearly a seller at 70 and 71 on OLMA. What keeps me optimistic is we're still putting in higher lows on every 5-minute candle. So that's kind of what I'm looking at there. OLMA is my focus there, and I also have to keep an eye on HOUR. It's just too volatile, too well traded for me to kind of get away from this one. And we're approaching the 10 EMA on the 5 from the south to north side now, so I'm watching intently to see whether or not we can actually take out that level. I just got stopped out of DUO for the last remaining amount as we broke below prior bar low. I'm a buyer again on DUO at the third of $1. Let's go ahead and set up, and we're gonna set up right there on DUO, so we'll wait. No, we didn't get, okay, there we go. Okay, now we're set up, good, my bad. I just made a boo-boo. So we're going to keep an eye on that, Adair. We're looking for hour to take the 10 EMA on the 5. Otherwise, we're just focusing on the current trades.
Yeah, I mean, all our eyes are watching that stock right now. That was not a good pun. I apologize. Yeah, I want to have a quick moment for my friend Lily, which is just shooping towards VWAP. We're going to have to wait and see what it does here. Yeah, I mean, like, this 720-ish level was a nice base last week. This week it's been a nice base. Lily and that 736, now 742, have had some kind of beef that I'm just kind of letting it have. It's not something I really want to trade between. Kind of what I said about NVIDIA, though, if it comes back to this previous level of resistance, which it looks like it's kind of trying to around that 728, and bounces, I don't hate it as a push above VWAP, but if we get like any kind of 5-minute reversal candle, I'd probably try shorting this high.
Can I just interrupt?
Please do.
Sorry, I've negated to mention PAPL, and I should be really because it's trading like a small cap. Adair, it was halted. Yeah. I'm so sorry, guys. This is breaking out. It's taking out highs. We were halted at 840. It's a 913 high. I'm unlikely to trade this because of its volatility, unless it sets up insanely well. Let's have a look at the level 2. Sorry to interrupt you, Adair, but just have to cover this one. PAPL, let's go into the NASDAQ. Nope, it's not on the NASDAQ. Is it on the New York? Nope, so it's on the Amex then. And there it is, last one. Moore's Law. Let's see what we got over here, guys. Okay, so waiting for that chart to load up. Let's go, Mr. PAPL. And here we are. So 840, guys. 840 is the halt level. Look for that level to get defended. If it comes into 840, I think I'm a buyer. It's already tested the $0.50. Let's see what we can get here on PAPL. Adair, should we go along? It does actually look quite good, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna defend into 440. If it loses 440, that's fine. All right, so we're long here. We're gonna give this one, where were we long at? We're long at 75s. I'm gonna defend into 40s, all right? So we'll be looking at DCA unless we break down, and here we go. We're taking out all the levels again. So a nice price spike up. Let's see if we can get a little bit above 9. 875, probably should be setting up a dip trade as well for that $0.50 since we've got the $0.25. So let's go ahead and set up a buy there. Let's see if we can get a bit of a better price, but also set up some beak wetters to the north side. So I just want to mention that Adair, PAPL doing its thing.
Yeah, of course. No worries. I got stopped out of all 3 of my my longs here. Broadcom, I got stopped out, I guess, slightly negative. I got in around 335 20s, and I think I got stopped out around 335 70s. So 50-cent hit here, not super exciting. I wanted that 330 for my first profit taker. We never got it. I stopped out on my other 2 trades as well, so we'll just look at those 2. Coinbase, I think, could reverse to VWAP, but I'm not really interested in taking a long here as of yet. That being said, if we do have like a break back below that 295 halves, maybe I'll consider re-entering a short, but nothing like I want to feel like I want to trade to yell at me. You got to trade this, right? So that right now re-entry is not yelling at me. Lululemon, I also got stopped out of here. I don't know. I mean, I had a prior bar. I got, and I gave it like more room than I usually give, and I got wicked out. So I'm like, whatever, it is what it is. Rivian Millionaire in the chat, shout out to you, said $1 winner on Lulu. I'm guessing you had probably that long bounce. So congrats to you. Great look there in Lululemon. To be clear, like, I'm not unhappy with any of these trades. I'm happy with what I did. Lily, I was maybe looking for a 5-minute rejection of VWAP. It looks like it wants to break above. I would maybe consider a long here, but what would I have to risk 2 for that? You know what? Yeah, I'm going to try the long. So we're going to try this long here of Lululemon. How is PAPL
I got
going?
caught in the down haul. So
No.
we scalped up. Yeah, that's the way it costs to do business. I tried to get out through 8. Yep, so we're caught in the down halt now on PAPL. We're about 60 pennies out of the money, a bit more actually. So trouble here on PAPL for me. Tried to get out using a script order, wasn't able to get out, so we'll have to see how this one does. It's still above the 10 EMA on the 5, so to me it's still tradable. So that's the way it works. It's cost of doing business. We don't have a big position, but we're out of the money on it, and that is trouble. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that, keep you updated on PAPL. But we're doing okay here on OLMA as we're taking out levels again. So we have 60s, we're showing 78s, so not a bad look on this one. We'll continue to watch to see if it can make higher highs. It's got 80s as a high now, zigging and zagging in the 70s. I also want to get back involved in DUO. DUO is continuing to defend that higher, well, I mean, the 50 penny area is generally getting defended. There were a couple wicks below. It doesn't look like there's too many prints below that level, so it looks like we got wicked out there. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to enter here on DUO, if it'll allow me. A bit of a spready one at the moment. Let's see if we can get that print. Otherwise, we'll chase it to the high side. Yeah, I don't mind taking 52s there. We'll take 52s. That's good. Oh, then let me in. That's weird. There we go. Now we'll get actually a better price, and we'll defend into 40s. So I've got that bad boy still waiting there at the third of a dollar. So we'll park that bad boy into that level. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. I am concerned about the PAPL halt. I am optimistic about it because it's still above the 10 EMA on the 5. That's one side. The other side shows me a possible double top, and that could be trouble for me as well because, well, we have higher lows, sure, but you know, not all double tops are created equal in that regard. So sometimes they're going to look a little bit different. We'll keep an eye out on it. So let's actually do a little bit more on that. So the halt time was 11:30:42. It's currently 11:32:50. So the earliest we'll open is 11:35:42. Current tap showing 784, but this is on the MX, so we're not going to be able to see the theoretical auction price. And that's the other kind of variable about trading a small cap into a halt on the MX because you're going to be flying blind all the while. So that's a little bit a lesson learned there.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that halt there.
Happens.
Yeah, I want to talk here about, I did get into Eli Lilly in the long. I'm a bit nervous here because, so I mentioned this once during the, I think during the midday, but I've realized the reason I think I've been short biased lately is because for whatever reason, the slippage on longs, like when you get stopped out, tends to be like significantly worse than the slippage you get on shorts. I don't know why that is, but it's a pattern I've noticed. One time I got slipped $3 on Netflix. Jeez. And that was a lot. I mean, I was still profitable in it because that's how Netflix is, but that's not the point, right? The point is you have to be aware. So that being said, I'm only risking 1 unit here with Lilly. I want to be cognizant of the risk that I do have with regards to if I get stopped out of it being a long, but Lilly is probably one of the stocks I trust my read on the most. I like the read on the book. I do think that this kind of VWAP is pretty interesting. So I was looking for it to reject. It didn't reject. I said, hey, if you can't beat them, join them. So that's what we're doing here. I would love to see the ask, though, get above 730.38. Now, we are not ask creeping. We're not doing anything that makes me think we're going to push lower. But, like, you know, pushing higher, Lily, that might be nice. You know what I mean? Okay. Gain a little weight there to the upside, you know. Give yourself a Mount Jaro after. No, all jokes aside, I kind of want to see how that goes.
That's crazy.
Lulu, thanks for literally top wicking me out there. No, I'm not going to cry over that. The only reason I would get back into Lulu is if we get back below that what is this, like 167.70s. I'd have to risk 2 points. I would definitely size less on it than I did the initial trade, but that's a potential. Coinbase, you're not really doing anything for me. And then Broadcom, I actually think might reverse higher, and I'll tell you why, but I'm not going to get involved in that trade. Oh no, we just got a bid. We got a bid and an ask creep simultaneously. So weird. Lily, that's weird, but I'll let it do its thing. So here's why I think actually Broadcom might go higher. Okay. So we have this little like this flat top-ish on a short term, the 3 minute here, around that 336.20s. Now, I would see maybe we get to VWAP and we reject. I would maybe take the rejection of VWAP for a scalp, but A, I think I already missed the long, and B, it's just not super appealing to me at this level. Go Lily. Go. Lily's back above that 730. And again, I'm not like, trying to get too excited. I'm like 10 cents in the money. But the point is Lily's making the move. We're on the show. We're here to entertain you guys, keep you all awake. I really hope we're doing that. Right. And I want to look at path here for the people. UiPath, and I think this thing is on a. This is not a pushback. This is me just readjusting my chair. There's nothing to push back here. Honestly, guys, for whoever suggested this, I'm sorry. I find path to be really choppy. I don't really have a clear path on this.
Oh.
Like, it's just, I'm sorry, guys, it's just chop. I'll look at the daily for you, because I think the daily, I believe there is something interesting here. Yeah. So the daily, I mean, obviously, we're breaking out of a little bit of chip, but again, not really in a significant way. What I would like to see is we have a nice little close here above 1140, and then maybe next week we continue to make the strides towards 12. But yeah, it's a bit underwhelming for me. So that is the look here for Path. My good pal Lululemon, or not Lulu, Lulu and I are not buddies right now, no, I'm joking. But my good pal Lily is continuing to push higher. So I'm happy with that. I'm happy I had the impetus to get involved in that. And I am going to get a little preachy here for half a second. Like I said, what I realized too when I was on, because I knew I was going to be in the midday, right? I was like a little bit more cognizant. I was like, how am I going to not justify, but how am I going to explain this trade after when I talk about it, when I do it out loud? And I liked that process because it made me more cognizant of the decisions I was making. Now, with that in mind, I realized there's a difference between that and when I was initially on the midday about like a year ago, and we're near the end of my midday tenure, right? And I think I remember there was one time where I saw a really clean move on Lily, and I didn't take it because someone in the chat was like, "Oh, why are you day trading spready stocks?" Right? And it moved like $15. So the point I'm trying to
Actually, and you remember that, eh?
Yeah, well,
yeah,
it was in August of last year, right? So that's kind of what happened. My memory can be a blessing and a curse, but the reason I say that is because I've realized, I'm not perfect. I've had a couple red days as of late, to put it mildly, but you have to have that confidence and that ability to just kind of go in. If you believe in something, you have to take it, and that's what I did with Lily. That's what I did with every trade here today. I stand by every trade I've made today.
Boom.
And yeah, I'm not trying to, wax poetic, but that's the look here. That's conviction, chung. And with that, I will send you back to Reef.
I'm keeping an eye on our guys. So it's going to be another 10-minute halt on PAPL. That has been its modus operandi, but HOUR might be making the move. I just don't want to get suckered into this too quickly. So let's give this one the old college try here as we move up a little bit, and I want to switch from DUO to HOUR on the top chart. I may get out also of OLMA, depending really here. So what do we have on our? We got 37, so we just showed 40s. Not too bad. It's not an explosive move. The previous moves were a lot better. This is definitely being kept down by some selling here. You can just see it. The tape is churning, but you're barely getting any price action. So there's an equilibrium right now between longs and shorts. At least it feels that way currently on HOUR. So I don't think this is the time quite yet. Possibly here on it, and give it this a little bit more time. Yeah, it's a thick trade. It's a super thick trade at this level. It's not. We're flat on it here. I'm not. It's kind of like, to me, it's a breakout or bailout. You know what I mean? If it's something that's been super traded, like superly aggressively traded on the day, up over 100%, and it's popping down off these levels, I don't know. So what I'm going to flatten out here, we'll take that break even, which is fine. And if it continues to break out, we'll get back in. We'll keep an eye out on that. Yeah, so nothing doing there. Keeping an eye as well on DUO. We're taking prints on the spikes to the high side, still ranging at that 50 penny level. And then OLMA is coming back into our level. We've got 65s here. We're in at 60. This is looking like it might end the trend. I'm going to flatten out OLMA here. I don't like this lower low, lower high situation, so that's going to be the end of that one. So we'll be able to focus a little bit more on PAPL when it opens up and some of the others. Shout out to Jedi. Thank you very much, brother, for the... What's DOP again? Dominican pesos, right?
I think so,
250. Yeah. I think, shout out to them, my man. Can you take a look at the TQQs, I think is the question. Absolutely. Let's just have a look over here. Bring in the side chart. We'll bring in the TQQs because we want to also keep an eye on PAPL because when that opens. Okay, so this is the weekly. We're not looking at the weekly. Let's go to the 5. Okay, so we're kind of bear flagging over here. Obvious aggressive selling into the open. Looks like we base out at 90. We reclaim the 10. We're still well below yesterday's closing print at 91.50. So the fact that we're rejecting here on the TQQs at this level is basically coming into yesterday's closing print. So typically you expect resistance at the prior day close. So 91.50 is prior day close on TQQs. More important levels, though, well, not more important, but other levels that we need to note is the volume weighted average price, which is trading a little bit higher than 92, probably would be 92 by the time the price action comes up there. So you're setting up in sort of a bear pennant or bear flag, right? And then you're coming into another area of resistance, which is at 91.50. I'd be looking for a clearing there. You also have other things to look at above VWAP. You have to look at the pre-market consolidation. That 92.75 area was basically a pre-market base. That may act as resistance. 92.75 to 93. Well, that was basically a long area of inactive price action. So I'd be looking for that. Let me know how it goes. TQQs looks like the market's trying to recover a little bit, but definitely not. Oh boy, PAPL opened and we are selling off aggressively. Adair, so I send it to you.
Yeah, of course. So what we'll talk about here, I was just going to say, I think VWAP is becoming a huge level for a lot of stocks. And I think maybe subconsciously, or at least maybe retrospectively, that's why I still like this Lily long, because we actually are above VWAP. And the market isn't neither the SPY nor the NASDAQ. Now, AAPL 11, I'm seeing some people talk about here. Shout out to anyone who had that reversion long, because that was a really nice look. I'm going to see what it does at VWAP. I'm not like crazy enthusiastic about this. If I get a rejection candle, maybe I'm interested. Now, the reversion here, maybe another reversion long that I may be considering here is Lulu. Lulu, you know, wicked me out, broke my heart. No, I'm joking. It's fine, whatever. But the point is, it wicked me out, and then it actually made a slightly higher low. So using an area, too, that we did use as some support in the 3-minute, namely just above 168. So if we can break above that level, I'm actually considering going long here, Lulu 169.50s, and then risking to 168. It would be like a one risk unit trade. I don't love it that much, but it's something that I'd be watching for sure. Lily's book has been really like boring right now. I mean, like the thing with reading spread that I do want to talk about for a minute, because that is one thing that I do, not exclusively, but a lot, is that like not everything is a lot of things are noise with spread, right? What I really want to see is like, you know, the bid creeping up by 1 or 2 cents into a breakout level, or the ask creeping down by 1 or 2 cents into a breakdown, right? That's really what I want to see. Coinbase gave me a bit of that with that 310, which is why I liked it so early in the morning. But yeah, I mean, like right now, I'm not getting an indication from the spread because it's choppy, right? So I think the biggest thing that I'm learning is when you're reading the book here with spread, it's going to matter the most when you're trying to enter, right? Or if you're deciding, hey, maybe I should exit, maybe I should cut and run. Right now, I'm not trying to do either, so I don't care. Lulu is being choppy, so goodbye to you. Palantir, a lot of people are asking about. Let's look at our friend PLTR. Also, wow, Palantir I think is going to break above VWAP. One thing I want to say too is thank you guys to everyone in the chat saying like, oh, good to see you guys back together. I'm happy to be back here on this desk. You know, I like visiting. I love doing my infographics and my stuff up at the desk, but it's always nice to be back here.
Yeah, and you love what you do, man, because you monitor what's going on,
right,
and you get a lot of satisfaction watching, because you're very animated in your responses, and we love it. So
thank you so much for that. I love watching congressional hearings. Actually watched some for fun last night after work, so I'm a nerd. But yeah, Palantir 15-minute, I was looking for some direction, and the direction I get is chop. Maybe the daily will help me more for, okay, good friend Palantir. This daily. Okay, so we got a little bit, I don't like that sound, I'm sorry guys. Last week, August 25th, that would have been Monday, we did get a little bit of support around that, 148 area. We bounced off it today. I think if we break that 148, I don't know if I love that. So I think like closing below 148 in the daily might be a bit dicey. That does not help you guys intraday. I apologize. So let's look intraday. I think this is a nice look. I really don't have any levels I love. Much like a lot of these stocks, we broke above that resistance that we had before VWAP, and now we're breaking above VWAP. This whole market looks very reversion-esque. But you know it's not. You know it's not reverting here. You know it's not pushing above VWAP, Sharif?
What?
Tesla. Tesla, okay, actually, no, maybe this is consolidated. It looked more bearish on my side chart because it was zoomed out more. Yeah, never mind. I think Tesla can probably still break above VWAP. I redact my point.
All good.
Who is watching the news today, says Chucky V. I will be Chucky V. I'm only here for an hour. So thank you guys very much for letting me sit here and be here.
Do you want to lead the news since I didn't do anything today?
Yeah, I can lead the news. I don't have any formal notes. I'll just, talk what I remember off the top, which is pretty decent. Yeah, Lily's struggling.
We can go off your watch list too, so
that works. That's what I figured.
So that we can all follow. So we're down on the day, but we're going to maintain our good attitude. And we're buoyed a little bit by this trade on DUO. This one is really breaking out. We've got a good price on this one. We've got, 51s? It just went the beak there at 75. So this one is doing well. It could have been better, right? Because I didn't get my ads either at 41 or 37. So, It was consolidating above the $0.50. I should have been more alive to that, right? Alive to the fact that it wasn't losing the $0.50 by all that much. And so I was quite ambitious, maybe naively so, to think that I'm going to get that 41 print. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I don't mind adding on a drop back in. I'm thinking back to the $0.50. I'm likely going to be buying here because DUO keeps going. And the 10 EMA on the 5 has just been absolute freaking money on. I'm saying, make sure he's rich again, bro. That's impossible. I'm broke for life, broke gang. All right, we're kidding. We're gonna set up now at 82s on my very good friend DUO. And again, I'm gonna set up some dip trades. We're gonna cancel the current dip trades that we've got on DUO. Because I don't think they're relevant anymore. And here it goes, man. We're back at 75. It looks like we're going to flat top break through 75. As I mentioned, I've set up on 82s, but I'm going to set up here for a dip trade. Here we go, looking to take that, 52s. We'll set up at 52s, right? And we'll get in for that much. So high a day right now on DUO, 80. We haven't cleared 80. I'm waiting at 82s. Good strength on this one, 45%. Looking to take 50. Here's 79 again. Yep, seller at 79. The dance with absolutely no underwear or pants is manifesting right now at 82s. That is the high of the day. And we got the print at 82s. We're finally breaking out. 85 high a day, 87 high a day. DUO's going, 90 high a day. Here's the breakout, guys. Watch in anticipation of 4. We're getting the breakout right now, finally on DUO. It zigged, it zagged, it danced. It did the rain dance. It did the sun dance. It did what it needed to do with the $0.50. And then all of a sudden, the trading gods did respond to it. No, I exaggerate for effect. So now we're going to set up north of 4. All right. So with 390 high, we're setting up at 405. And we're going to see exactly what we get on this bad boy. DUO is what I'm keeping my eye on, Adara LePage.
Yeah, Sharif Gabriel, Lululemon almost gave me what I wanted here. Like, it actually did. It did give me that break of that 168.20 I just kind of talked about, but I didn't get filled. Well, I kind of noticed a little bit after. I was like, I'm not going to really get that wick that I need. One thing with spread, too, that I will like is if you just miss a move, sometimes if you punch around the midpoint, it can, like, wick you in, and that's really nice. That's one other benefit of spread if you use, like, midpoint entries. The other way for me to enter this that I did allude to earlier is I get in at 167.70s. And initially, I was going to risk all the way to 169.50s, RIP, my earlier short. But the other way I could do this actually is risk to the 15-minute prior bar high, excuse all of my spaghetti lines here, which would be that 169.11-ish. Now, I would give it more room than that, given that I gave my other stop more room and I still got wiped out. So I don't know. I don't want to be biased here with the fact that I did get out of the other trade, but I have to be aware of that, right? I have to be aware of the fact that could be impacting my bias, and that's why I'm mentioning it a couple times. Lily, I'd like you to stay above the 9 EMA, please, and thank you. You don't have to. Like, I get that. Wow. You don't answer to me, right? You're an independent stock with your whole life and dreams. That being said, if you'd like to stay above the 9 EMA, I mean, hey, you know. But the other way to do this now, Sharif,
yes, ma'am.
731 has proven itself to be like an area of resistance. And I said this earlier today. I have no problem if I'm in a long adding at previous resistance when we break out of it, or if I'm short adding at previous support. So with that in mind, 731 breaks, I'm going to add. And I would move the risk to wherever our lower high, or I guess our higher low is in this case. Now, that being said, are we going to get a higher low? I don't know. This book has been super consolidative, so I'm trying not to focus on the spread too hard right now. But I do want to talk about as well, I had mentioned that some of these Meg 7-ish tickers were heading into VWAP. They're kind of rejecting. Gaurav, I think in the chat, mentioned Apple feeling VWAP. Tesla right now bouncing oddly, okay, this makes sense. Bouncing at a little bit of, I guess, intermediary resistance here around just below 348. So you're gonna have to wait and see. But yeah, that Tesla's at kind of a weird spot. Apple, I did not look at the dead one, as we call it. Get ready for, okay. Yeah, that's interesting, Grav. On my chart, it looks like we broke above VWAP. But either way, we didn't like being above VWAP because it's all the way back down. But there's not enough volume on this to make me think this is news either. So thank you for pointing that out. I'll keep an eye on that. Palantir breaking above VWAP. So just a quick VWAP check here. Guys, yeah, I'm so happy to be here with everybody. I want to mention as well, we did have someone I think it was Ozan saying, oh, why does the cow button never get pressed when Sean isn't here? I think he's the only one with the cow
he's
button.
The only one,
That's
brother,
what I said.
yeah.
So,
we can ask Assassino, but you tread carefully when you ask Assassino, because you ask the wrong way. You don't speak nice to him, Adara. You may not be here.
Oh my gosh, I just realized they moved the desks.
Yeah, I know. And have you seen the size of those monitors?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
How are you doing over there?
On Mas Grande.
I'm
Are they
jealous.
good? You're going to figure it out, Obe? You're going to let him know?
Oh, he already has the bull and the bear over there, too.
Look how good that looks. It doesn't have that cinematic effect.
It does.
All right.
It's like a TIFF movie. Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of TIFF movies, we're going to get to that in a little bit. That was really, really fun yesterday. It was my first ever TIFF event.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
and
awesome.
It was opening night. Your boy Carney was there.
That's
we
really,
watched that John Candy, great Canadian. We went to Liberty Grand for the after party. All drinks included, all food, all
I need to do
hors
this next
d'oeuvres.
That's amazing.
The hors d'oeuvres, Dara, it was really good. And they had like a drone show outside in the courtyard.
I'm sure you love that. You like the whole
It was
drone
amazing.
thing. Yeah.
It was amazing. It was amazing.
That's
We took
awesome.
pictures. We'll show it in a little bit. But yeah, it was good. It was good times. That's why I didn't watch the Cowboys game, because, well, we were doing that. Guys, DUO is what we all thought it was. Okay? It's now a 396 high a day. Not going to take the print until we get above 4. We're waiting at 405. But I want to bring to your attention another one. That Bovin. You know Bovin. You know he's my other pair of eyes. Shout out to the OG. EQ is still on probation, Bovin, okay? To put it that way. It's on probation because the volume profile displeases me. But it is picking up incrementally. I want to say from 1120 onwards, it's been picking up. And then you've had respect for the trend. Higher highs, higher lows. You've got a good look here on EQ. So EQ is the ticker. It's a $127 million market cap. The float on this animal is apparently 46 million shares, so it's not huge, but it's not small. It looks like it's a little spready, just from what I'm seeing here on the chart. So we're gonna have to load up, Adara, the trading screen to find out what is good with EQ. Piece of crap. PAPL is moving back up. I want to exact revenge on PAPL. No, I'm kidding. That's crazy. Let's pull up EQ. That's bro, killing me. All right, so there's EQ, Bovin. It's moving into the high of the day. It's a 2-penny spread right now on EQ. It's 23% in Greensville. It does look like it's picking up a little bit. Let's see if we can, maybe weasel away. Where's the 10 EMA? It's a little bit above 2. I'm going to look for a liquidity grab, maybe around 7s. Okay, we're going to post up at 7. It loses 2, we're out. It's basically that simple, okay? So that's what we're doing right now. We're doing it freaking live on EQ. We're going to keep an eye out on that. But we also have to keep an eye on DUO, because DUO, Adara, is back into the high of the day. And here we go again, 96 seller again.
I really like these the
beak wetters
and the beak wetters there.
Well, entry and originally, there we go. And then, well, you want the beak wetter?
Yes, I was
gotcha. Original entry on this one was the flat top break. We added on the $0.50, and we've been wetting the beak ever since. So 96 high, here we go. We're just watching on DUO if we can take out that 96 seller. He's been a staunchy little bugger. We haven't been able to break out through there. Ebb and Flow Portfolio says IVVD. Let's find out.
Vivid. I remember that
I'm
one.
still keeping an eye on EQ. I want to get involved, but I also want to keep an eye on, IVVD. Sorry, I'm just trying to concentrate here. Here we go, IVVD. Let's have a look at this. Okay, not bad. What's the volume profile on this? We've got 3.75 million, and the volume is picking up substantially here. Each of these has about 600, each of these 5-minute candles has about 500,000 or 600,000 shares a pop. So this is not a bad look, man, on IVVD. Who are we going to replace? We're going to replace PRSO, IVVD. So that one goes onto the side chart, and it becomes watchable now. Did we get anything on EQ? The answer to that is no. So yeah, IVVD, great call out, man. Ebb and Flow Portfolio, good luck. We'll have to see if the volume profile continues to trend in that direction, which is a bit higher. Obviously, that's what you're looking for. But there goes, man. What's it called? Oh, crap. EQ. Again, it's leaving without us, Adara. It's just going here. So this is a good call out by the OG Bovin. The volume's picking up on this. We're going to try to punch into the highs over here. Smaller position than the one we're waiting for. down here. So we won't take too much out too quickly because it's a bit of a smaller position on this one. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. Back to DUO. Sorry, I got a zig and zag. DUO, $4, high a day. We took out that 96 seller momentarily, but that was the operative word here, momentarily, because we're back down below 4. We're zigging, we're zagging, we're losing the bid here into the mid 80s, but it's still a higher low. We defend prior bar low on Duo, so the sellers are coming in fast and furious at $4. Is this an opportunity to get more on Duo at this level? Is this the level before we end up taking it out? I'm talking about that $4 level on a decisive basis. I'm going to get in. I'm adding here. All right, so let's get in a little bit. Where did we get? We got high 70s. Not bad. That puts our cost basis at 73. We set up a little bit in the mid 80s, and we're going to set up a little bit in the low 90s. And we're going to wait for the buyers to possibly step in here at this area of technical support. What's that area of technical support? Current or prior bar low. Looking for those same area buyers to come in. So anything, since we've got low 70s, I'm going to go ahead and say this loses the 10 EMA on the 5, which is ahead of 60. That's the end of the trade for me. So we're going to risk 13 pennies on the last remaining amount here on DUO to see if we can break above for Adara.
Get it. Sharif, yeah, I really want to use this as an example here on Lulu of what I say when I mean like reading the book here at levels when you're going to get that breakdown is really important. Lily's living her, oh my gosh, Lily, go Lily. I was going to add, and then I was like, I don't really care. I'm distracted by Lulu. Let's talk about Lulu here. So I know it's confusing for me too, Lulu and Lily. But either way, Lulu, and I'll pull up the chart here for you guys. So here's Lulu. And what I'm looking for, and that's why I didn't get in. So what I wanted to see here, I was looking for 168.30, which is like the 15-minute prior bar low, and also this kind of, it was the last, I guess, what was this? The most recent lower low, I guess, that we got. What I wanted to see here was a break below 168.30 on the bid. We faked it. We got right to 168.30, and then we come all the way back up to 168.50. Now, that could have been another fake. It could be, inceptioning us here, Sharif, and it looks like it is. So that's what I want to see, guys. I want to see this ask push down into that 168.30 level as the bid pushes lower. We're getting an ask creep. Ask creep. Sorry, I always need to emphasize that. So we're going to get involved in this. I don't think I think I missed it. I put here 168.30s. I don't think we're going to get that fill. I think I was a little too patient here. But let's wait and see what happens. Lulu, if you just want to go up, I'm going to be nice to you. If you want to go up a couple seconds. No, I don't even need it all the way. I don't want it all the way up. I'm going to be short, Sharif. I just needed to do a little bit of the way up. I'm going to look at it cutely until it does what I want. It's not going to. That's fine. Lily, though, we'll talk about what we're living our best life in as we look at the position board and hope for a Lulu fill. Lily gave me that 7:31 break. And it was so funny. I was watching, it was like watching paint dry with Lily.
I don't like that, Adara. I find it to be tedious.
I don't know. I mean, watching paint dry literally, I'm sure is. But when you're watching it here on this order book, you're like, okay, what's it going to be? What's it going to be? It faked me out. I thought it was going to drop here because the ask was, or the bid was mid 729s. And I was like, okay, we might crack. I have my stop right now just above 179 or 729. So I was like, I don't really know. Then it gives us this big push up, and I was like, okay, thank you very much, Lily. We're in the trade. We're killing it. We're not killing it. We're living our best life. The stock is making me happy. Yeah, guys, I'm so happy to be here. I'm just pleased as punch. Where's the next NVIDIA support? Says Aaron, or if I were to quote a Key and Peele sketch, Aaron. Let's take a look here.
I have a friend, his name is Aaron.
Really?
Not
like
Aaron,
A-R-O-N? Or
he spells it A-A-R-O-N.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, but it's Aaron. I know. Yeah. It's a thing.
It's like this girl I went to high school with whose name was spelled Danica, but she pronounced it Danica. And I'm like, okay.
That's cool.
But let's talk here about NVIDIA. NVIDIA, Aaron, I find this is pretty interesting here. I don't know where the next support is going to be. I think it should theoretically be, though, the area that we're about to break. So the low, we just got filled on our girl Lulu, so I'm going to set that stop in a second. But if you look here at NVIDIA, that is, where's this low? I'm blind. What about 168.30s, right? I talked about that area earlier. I think if we can hold this support and then we can break above that wick that we got around 167s, I think that's, sorry, I said 168. I meant 166. 30, I think we can hold that 166.30 support and then break into 167. That's the area I like. But Aaron, I think if we break below 166.30, I don't think we have much more support on NVDA. Poor Jensen and team. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have much else to say here.
I got it, Adara. I've got a lot to say. So
let's do it.
Here we go. So we're back in. I'm very pleased this punch. We added into DUO, into the dip onto 70. So we defended that level. We're showing 80s. So we got a little bit more now because we had exhausted our shares. Remember, we were waiting for that 4 or 5 print, and we didn't get the 4 or 5 print. We dipped down on DUO. We defend, the 10 EMA most notably. And there's the ad. Actually, we added twice. So I'm pleased with the sharage that we've got here on DUO. But I'm keeping my eye on it. I know that $4 seller is a pesky little bugger. So we're going to keep an eye out there. And then we're doing it freaking live as well, Adara, on EQ. We're taking out the level. Shout out to the OG Bovin. He's the one that gave me this one. We're in at 18. We just wet the beak there into 28s. We're showing 29s. We've got a 30 high a day. So we're going to wait now at 36. Let's see if we can squeeze. Let's see if that seller coming in into the the high 20s, low 30s is going to be as pesky of a bugger as that seller at 4 on DUO. So that's what we're keeping an eye on. EQ up about 30%. So I'm pleased this punch with this trade. I just canceled, that print at 36. So we're going to set that bad boy back up there. Pardon me. All right, so we're showing 29s. Let's go back over here. I've also weaseled my way back into OLMA. I just see way too much buying at the higher lows to think that this one is not going to flat top break through 780. I mean, if I've seen a flat top break, we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to,
well, that looks really good, actually.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, initially got in, I danced with it, Adara, but it's not the best one so far. Maybe we'll do a little bit better on that next price ascent. And here we are, showing 78s, 79s again, and then the seller coming in at 80s. Maybe here the move is to pick it up on the lower highs. But there goes Duo again, Adara. We got 69er on Duo. That pleases me even more. And now we're showing 94s again. As we knock on that $4 door, is it going to open the door, Adara? I know, open door.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
they're not Eldera standard puns.
You know the secret is you have to stand outside Drake's house with a weird sign and make a really bad Drake pun and post God's plan memes on your
That's how he's going to get his attention, right?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Eric Jackson, I am directly calling you out. And I will say, I want to say one thing. Eric Jackson, you respect the way that he's kind of been able to galvanize people on X. Man's clearly great at social media marketing. Do I think some of it is a bit excessive? Yeah, for sure. That's my take on Eric Jackson. But I do, shout out to everybody who is in that stock. I hope everybody the best for that. So Lily broke 729 on the bid. I suspect my good friend Lily is going to probably stop me out pretty soon. But I'm not gonna force it. I have my stop in. I'm chilling. I'm living my best life here. Lulu. Oh, I'm so pleased. Yeah, about 60 cents of the money in Lulu. I kind of want to add, if we get to that 671, the reason I'm not getting super excited about the ad is because I don't really know where I'd move my stop to, and I don't want to force any okay, maybe we'll do that. When I get back to the news desk, maybe I'll do that. Which, speaking of which, guys, I think, are we doing the lesson of the day? Or no?
He's eating.
So, I don't want to force, I just don't, because I'm here.
Maybe give him an opportunity to eat, and then you can.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not trying to do it like that.
Unless you want to get up. Right,
I don't mind. Yeah, I'm good with, as long as everyone's good with whatever. We'll give Neil the opportunity to eat.
I think we're good. We're there.
I think we're chilling. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So never mind. So we're all good. We'll be patient. Where did this chart go? Did I close it? Did I lose it?
People are happy to have you on, bro.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be here, truthfully, too. And Trump's not speaking till 4 p.m.
Okay.
So what's the hurry for?
Who's he talking to?
He is talking to the world. It's an announcement. Sharif,
what is he announcing, Adara?
Well, I always make this joke. I love whoever writes these Trump calendars because they're either incredibly vague or incredibly specific and never in ways that make sense.
Well, he wants that, right?
Well, sometimes it'll be like Trump and First Lady, all caps for some reason, but not always all caps. Attend this thing.
It depends
like
on
one time
his
it
mood.
said specifically what play they were going to see at the Kennedy Center. It's like, oh, they attend Les Miserables. And I'm like, this is so specific. And then tonight we get
It
Trump.
depends on what he wants.
Yeah, Trump makes an announcement. Trump hosts a dinner. It was yesterday's. So it's like, I don't know. It's a pretty interesting look. Yeah, guys, I'm so happy to be here with you all. I did get stopped out of Lily as I expected.
I got to do this, baby.
Please do it.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Are you going, Sizzla?
No, we don't have Sizzla. I would totally go. I would totally go take a picture so that it would go with the whole thing.
That's perfect.
Duo Adara is what we all thought it was.
Is it duoing it live?
It was. It's not like that piece of garbage PAPL that caught me down in a down haul. Boom on frickin' Duo to the dang high side. It is now a 408 high a day. We're holding a piece into 69er, and we're going to continue to watch. We got a 408 high a day. It's not clearing for, decisively yet to say, okay, I'm going to buy at that dip into 4. Let it clear a little bit more. And here it is again, 414 high a day. Go, Duo, go. I saw Duo earlier this week. You know about that, Adara. We were at the Duo.
Duolingo.
Exactly. So it's been a Duo kind of week. We're going to keep an eye out on this. I hate Duolingo. Do you know what they did now? They introduced another metric. So your power. So if you don't have enough power, you can't.
What does that mean?
So
How
it's
do I accrue power?
you have to answer questions right, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So you accrue more as you get more certain questions right. But if you don't have enough power, now you're shut down for the day. That was never the case. You were only shut down if you got things wrong and you lost hearts.
So what is this, like trading?
No, they're trying to force you into super.
Oh.
They don't want you on the ads anymore, right?
That makes sense. That's pretty nasty,
So they're trying to force you into do. So that's new. So I have a new reason to hate them.
Yes.
There's another reason.
Your love to hate
really
relationship with Duo has just been.
No, Adara. It's like they're a little.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's not a good relationship there, Adara. It's very corrosive.
Corrosive.
All right, guys. EQ, go. We got another high a day to 234 high a day. We got 18s on an AQ. We're posted up at 36. We're waiting for that move. EQ, shout out to the OG Bovin. There's a seller at 34 of note. We're going to keep an eye out on that. I'm going to keep my eye out on that as well. Here we go, 35 showing up possibly. Now we're waiting at 36, so we're going to keep an eye out for EQ. Okay, so this will be the last peak order on EQ. Now, I'm also keeping my eye on OLMA. We got 777s now on OLMA. We're showing 84s, so we're stair-steading up on OLMA. It's a good look right now. We got shares on this one as well. So let's go ahead and wet the beak here and see if we can get something in the low 80s. It's been a love-hate relationship with OLMA, but hopefully it'll end well. So those are the 3 positions, guys. I feel comfortable with all 3 at the moment. None of them are very aggressive, but one that has been doing quite well, and I haven't mentioned, which is the one, I forget the name of the individual in the chat that pointed it out, IVV frickin' D. It has been a beauty. Look at this thing over here. Stair-stepping up. The volume profile is decent. It's dropped off a little bit in the last 5 minutes, but nonetheless, it is well away from the 10 EMA. It's got a flat top brewing here at $1.19. It's up 20%, a little shy of 20, and there's a flat top. And the reason I feel this is going to be a flat top break, you know what? Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, and then there's that 119 seller that's been a pesky little bugger. We're going to keep an eye out on that. And I also want to mention CABA. Someone pointed this out to me in the chat. It's a little bit light on volume, but the trend is respectful. I think you could pick this up on dips. CABA is the other one. I haven't traded that personally. Back to DUO as it drops back down into 90. So I'm looking for continuation here through 4. And that's why I wasn't an immediate buyer at 4. We hadn't cleared it sufficiently enough. Adara, do you have to go?
Yeah, I do have to go.
All right, so sign off.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just going to say thank you guys so much for being here. I didn't get into Lululemon coin shorts. I'll probably keep you guys posted in the chat. If you ever have questions for me, tag me in the chat. I'm not always watching, but when I do, I respond. Thank you guys so much. It's always a treat to be back here. Thank you, Sheree.
And you're going to be on for the news very shortly.
Yeah, and I will be on for the news very shortly. So great to be here. And I'll see you all on the flip. Always grateful for this opportunity. May the stocks be spready and may the trades be fruitful. And but not the small caps. May the small caps not be spready. Over to thanks, guys.
You,
see you back up.
Are we sending it to Neil's lesson of the day?
I don't think so. I think we're just sending it to OB eventually.
Okay, all right. So we're going to talk small caps here until the OB is the one. Canoe makes his way over. I'm continuing to watch right now DUO as it dances in the mid-80s. Now here's the deal, guys. The 10 EMA, which has been an absolute money level on DUO, is showing 75s. So this could be a buy here, right? On DUO, we added initially at 70. We should be riding with the freaking trend right now on DU Dango. I should be adding in the low 80s. I missed it. Now we're in the high 80s and we're knocking the door of said 90s. So we'll keep an eye on DUO and we'll make decisions if we want to add there. Keeping an eye on OLMA as well. And EQ, looks like we sold off a little aggressively there with a 35 high into EQ, dipping down. This current candle right now is a candle of indecision, a red candle. Nonetheless, the 1205 candle on the 5 is the one I'm talking about here on EQ. We've got 18, so I'll pack my patience on that bad boy. Nothing doing there. What are you guys watching? Buvin, tell me SMX breakout 160 to 165. Shout out to the OG Buvin. Let's bring in SMX and analyze said chart. All right, what do we got? It's okay, Buvin. It's not my favorite. It has a big move down from yesterday into that 210 area. There could be bag holders here. We've also got lower highs, Buvin, on the current trend intraday, and the volume profile is absolute bupkis. It's currently less than 50,000 shares per 5-minute candle, up 4 1/4. This ain't for me, Buvin, but it could break out above 165. You could see a squeeze, Buvin. I think if you do break above that implied balance high at early, I think that was 9:30, 9:35, which is the high day, you could squeeze. But I just don't like the bag holding from here. You know, so it's not for me. Let me know though how it does, and if it starts breaking out, Buvin, obviously tag me so that we can trade it. All right, DUO, 2-candle red setup. Now we're coming in. We're coming into the 10. This is the low 80s we were talking about. Do we add here? So how many more? Okay, so I'm going to add into the 10. Let's go ahead and add. We didn't get it. We didn't get it. So let's see if we dip down and get a better price, or we're going to have to chase it. We're going to have to chase it. I didn't think I got it there. So let's see if we dip down a little bit lower. Maybe there's a liquidity grab into the 80s. We're showing 81s now, 83. There we go. Now we got it. Good. So what's the move here? So are we taking out prior bar low? Prior bar low is actually 81.5. Current bar low, prior bar low is what? 380, and current bar low is 380 as well. So there is a buyer in and around 80. And now we've adjusted our cost base, and there we go into the mid 80s again, high 80s, excuse me. We're setting up there. Let's set up into the 90s. Double H showing up now on DUO. So let's see if we can get that nice pop up into the mid 90s again as the buying steps into the higher lows on DUO. But there is a seller of note here at 88. We can't shake them. I was going to make a CD Lamb joke, but I think I'm just going to leave that one alone, especially since I'm wearing the Cowboys hat. But yeah, DUO, there's a seller at 88, but there's that same buyer, OB, at 80. OB's just setting up, so pack our patience. There's that same buyer at 80 again that stepped in. Now, it's a hidden order. There's really nothing posted on the level 2 to show you that big buyer stepping in at 80s, but you can see it on the tape. And you can see it in the price action as the price churns. Now, is that buyer going to be there forever and ever more? Unlikely. Is it more likely that the buyers supporting this 80 buyer step in and we overwhelm that 88 seller? Because that 88 seller is right there again. So here we go. Seller at 88. Can't shake them. Nothing posted. It's all iceberg. You get a little bit coming in on Memex, but that 88 unable to get shaken right now. Shaken, excuse me. Not stirred. Oh my goodness, that was bad. That was bad. Oh, that was bad. That was not your quality right there. We're gonna keep an eye out on this one. Tell everybody what you're looking at.
I'm just logging in here. How's everybody doing? What's up? What's going on? It is the midday, and the market's taking a little bit of a recovery right now. So yeah, a little bit of a bounce. Is it the reversion? Is it the reversion of the reversion?
It's crazy.
Of the reversion? I don't know. Not yet. But I'm pretty sure I'm still in a little bit of the last breadcrumb of Google, just trailing it off here. But yeah, I think the trade was just I had the covers a little too early there, a little too aggressive into, what is that, 233 halves. Right there off of the open, had that flush all the way down to 232s, and then I was like, all right, I'm going to leave a little bit of a breadcrumb, and that is probably going to get stopped out if we get distinctly above 235. Just kind of having a breadcrumb in there, but I think the reversion of the reversion definitely came in here at that 233 break. I like this push right here. Now this chart is a little bit different than the other one here because it does not have the VWAP, but you can see the futures here pretty clearly as well. Nice little bounce off of 23,550. Literally, Sharif, this morning I was like, oh boy, this economic number is so strong. Just a couple days ago, we were at 23,500 on the NASDAQ, and we were kind of struggling. We were chopping around, and it seemed like a level of interest, but now we're pushing past 23,800. Guess what the market says?
What happened? Yeah,
the market says, guess
exactly.
what? You like that 23 half, Obi? We're gonna drop all the way down from 23.8s to 23 halves for another little bit of a test. and look at that 23.5 coming in again as a bit of support. So fun stuff happening here. I'm going to pull up the chat so I can get in tune with what you guys are up to, what you guys are trading. Hopefully you guys caught a piece of that short in the general market, but I'm seeing that you caught a decent chunk of that long on Duo as well. So good job on that one.
I appreciate you.
Solid. Like that entry right there, dude. That first I looked at your chart. I was like, that's absolutely beautiful. It was like that entry is the place to be because you know every single short is absolutely rocked above that price.
Absolutely.
And then look at that. It just explodes after that.
And then you just ride the trend after that.
You just ride
wait
the trend.
for the pullbacks.
Boom, boom, boom.
Spot areas of key support and resistance. Yeah. So it was a good trade on Duo. We'll give a little bit back there as we got in at 80s, got stopped out a little bit below 70s. There was a little slippage there, but there you go. Popping up off VWAP, defending that 360 area. That's the volume weighted average price. But that's the first time, guys, that it has lost the volume weighted average price since 1050 this morning. So be on the lookout here for more reversion. And we're also now on Duo below the 10 EMA on the 5, but I also have to monitor my trade now on EQ as this one has rejected 35s. Remember, we were rating at 36, and here it comes into the 10, and we're in at 18s. The nice thing is the 10 is at 17s, so we don't have to risk that much. If it loses a 10, it's the end of the trade for me. It's that simple. So we're going to go ahead and move that. We're going to go, since we got that, we'll give 15s. We'll give 15s right there. It'll give me a little bit of room below that on EQ, so we'll leave that bad boy there. Now, that could have been a liquidity grab. That was a really nice pop right back into that $0.25 off that mid-dollar area. That mid-20 area. All right, so let's keep an eye out on that. OLMA is continuing to be good, though. Back into 84s. We got 77s, but that seller at 85 has been a pesky little bugger. So that's what I'll keep my eye out on, guys. Let me know what you guys are trading. Tag myself or OB in the chat. And I also want to remind you, you guys have to get into the chat right now and get your votes in because we only have a little bit of time left before we do the afternoon rundown at around 2:30. Open right now is absolutely destroying everything else. Orders of magnitude ahead of PAPL. Not orders of magnitude, but it's a lot more. So get into the chat right now, guys. Throw in that $sign. Whatever ticker your heart so desires. If you like these small cap gappers, throw that in there. If you're more of a big tech guy, maybe chips, you like that AVGO. AVGO has been doing well on this one. Throw that in there. Vote every day, guys, because it gives us the right focus for you when we do the afternoon rundown. We want to know what you guys want to talk about. We already know what we will like. So Obi's been trading his stuff. Adara's doing her thing. We want to know what you guys want to look at. We'll throw that on there every day, Obi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sharif. Yeah, no, you guys gotta. There's no other way we know what you guys want as a collective, and I think this is great. I think was it Fabian that came up with it. We call it the leader. I had a name for it. The leaderboard. What's a leaderboard? But it's visualizer. Ticker visualizer. So yeah. So as you guys visualize your trades, sorry, someone tripped the back there. Hope she's okay. Visualize your trades and manifest them as text into the chat so we can also visualize your visualizations and, realize. What's going on over there? Realize. Oh. I just had to say that. I don't know why. But
can I want to point out one thing.
Up?
So HOUR, guys, we were loving this one earlier. Get it, Adara. We're really loving HOUR to the long side. But, this is what I want to talk about when we talk about a flat bottom break. Because you know my love for calling out flat bottoms. There's no room in this world.
I don't really look for those, but you know what I mean.
So the flat bottom break there, Ob, HOUR is setting up for a classic flat bottom break through 4. It's a series, guys. I don't short these small cap gappers. Doesn't mean we can't, but I have a rule back in 23 when I was shorting small cap gappers because they just didn't have it to the long side. I would look for this pattern. I would look for lower high, lower high, lower high for that same area of support, 4-ish, 390-ish, whatever it is. It's accumulating at that 4 for a disastrous break, not just below 4, but through the volume weighted average price. And that's why I like it, because it's that psychological support, and technical support as well. VWAP, Ob, is what I'm talking about. Tell them.
Yes, sir. So, guys, exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize US dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying US equity indices. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more.
Oh, I just got to interrupt because there's another small cap gapper that's weaseled onto the scene, and it's very aggressive and it's new. It started out 11:30, but the breakout now coming above VWAP, I want to say maybe around 12. So we're 20 minutes deep. You guys have been putting this in the chat, and I'm sorry, it's just so hard to kind of follow all of them and trade your own book at the same time. But Gels is looking fantastic. Oh, yeah. It's 76%. The breakout's fast and furious. We're doing volume, about 13 million shares, and that's only having traded, really, everything else was insignificant since 11:30 onwards. So the volume's been coming in fast and furious since about 11:30, which puts it about 50 minutes deep, obviously. Shout out to Gotham House, who's in at $1.18, 2,000 freaking units. My man, get it? I want you to absolutely print up a storm on that. So we're going to cheer for you, my man, and hope you print up multiple storms on your side of the screen there. So here we go. We're doing it freaking live. Let's see if we can take out that 81 seller. It's an 83 print right now. Sorry. An 81 high right now on GELS. Let's keep an eye on the higher highs and higher lows. But we know that this one has a tendency to give some back, right? Because look at the previous candle on the 5. It's technically a doji candle because it has an equidistant upper and lower body. So we get the 75 print. We got 75s. We just got the 80 print right now. It's an 81 high now. Let's set up a little bit more here, maybe at 88. Shout out to my man. We're going to give him another chance. Shout out to CD Lamb. An 80 seller coming in again. 81s now, Ob. Can we get a little bit higher? It's 82s, and there's the squeeze, Ob, into the high of the day. And there's 87 now. We're watching for 88s. We're posted up at 88, but there's a staunchy. Boom, Ob, into the high. It's a 190 high now. Good move here on GELS. Good squeeze. Watch out for the resistance at 2, and a liquidity grab back down, possibly low 90s, mid 80s. Keep your eye on this one. It is doing volume up.
Yes, sir. So you got to let that one gel a little bit. It's just fresh. It's just coming in. But yeah, a lot of these small cap runners absolutely crazy. Did you hear about the Nasdaq kind of coming down on some of these Chinese tickers as well?
Yes,
absolutely. I mean, I think it's great news. Sure, they might take away some opportunity from astute traders, but that's a little different. But here's the thing, man. The market's always changing. Opportunity leaves one arena, it'll enter a different arena. The edge is almost always there, especially in equity markets. Definitely not as efficient as you might think. Definitely nowhere close to as efficient as Forex markets or anything like that. I don't even know how people trade those every day. That's a little wild, but or futures markets to say the least. But inefficiencies galore when it comes to equity markets for sure. And yeah, it's I think inefficiency is just going to move around. It's always market's always changing. The way the certain trades or certain kind of instances or patterns or broken slot machines, things that keep on happening in the market, those change over time, right? And then you have to be able to like move around as well. So small caps are absolutely beautiful. But here's the thing, that's happening, but we also have the PTD restriction coming off as well.
Yes, we do.
Right? Yep. So pattern day trading rule is going to be not really there anymore. $2,000 minimum, I think that's what they're looking at instead of $25K. So that's going to bring in more people into the market. So I'm excited. I'm excited for times that are coming in. Certain things may bring in volume to small caps. Some things may take out volume to small caps. But yeah, those pump and dumps. Pretty crazy. I've been on the wrong side of those.
They were like sub 1 million float.
Yeah, I've been on the wrong side of those, so I know like how painful they can be.
It was obviously an organized trade. It was, you know what I mean? Like you don't want to be libelous against anybody, but it seemed pretty scripted.
That kind of stuff happens all throughout the market, whether you like it or not. There's always like fugazi things that are happening. There's people who trade in what are they called? They're like boiler rooms and like teams and squads of traders. And you have to remember, as many rules and regulations that are around this game, this is still a PvP game. If the mechanics exist, if the mechanics to do something exist, they will be exploited, and they should be. It's part of the game.
All right, but guess what? Exciting news. Oh, sorry. Every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's kind of how it used to be. Trade the Pool is changing all of that. It's the new revolution in stock trading, baby. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. And here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at just $47. That's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, not these CFDs, using company capital only. So head on over to Trade the Pool or scan that QR code on the screen to find out more. Oh, so I've got a lot to say here, and I want to get right down to it. So I told you guys this was going to manifest on hour. It's just a matter of time. There's the flat bottom break, and you got a lot of money out of that. If you set up at 420, 410, you just got to move into 3.5. Shout out to my man, Mike P. D. Ryder.
Yeah, he said he took it.
He did.
Yeah.
This is a classic flat bottom break, Ob.
Yep.
It's yelling at you in any event. You know, I didn't trade it, obviously, to the downside. I try to stay long only on these, but their opportunity was there. HOUR is losing VWAP. Be careful with that, though. We're doing it freaking live, though, Adara, on OLMA. We just took out 8. Now it's an 804 high. We've got 777s on. We're still holding some shares. We're going to let this one ride. So OLMA is doing its thing 25, and we're going to keep an eye out on Duo as well, just before we send it to Adara, because Duo is finding a lot of support at the volume-weighted average price. It's putting wicks into that level, and now it is looking to possibly curl. Look for that move above 3 mid-80s. Adara.
Here at RCAT and some of these other drone stocks, I'll look at UAVS here as well. I know they're kind of in that space. I guess I can't pull up the ticker. But either way, keep an eye on these names. Apparently, there's a filing. I'm seeing reports of a filing from the Trump administration. They're planning on ruling to target imports of Chinese drones and heavy-duty vehicles. So some of these American drone companies pushing to the upside again. Trump reportedly set to, I guess, target, or the Trump administration set to target these imports of Chinese drones and heavy-duty vehicles. And back to you.
And I'd look, Joby's doing nothing, is Archer
That's
doing...
more eVTOL, right?
Yeah, I know, but like they do both a little bit, yeah. No, they're not doing anything, so I think Adara's absolutely right. They're not doing anything there. All right, so that's what I'm keeping my eye on. So I'm interested in getting back into Duo. Duo's price action has really slowed down, though. So I think I may have some time to make that decision. Also, I'm definitely keeping an eye on GELS. I'm interested in getting back into that, but we've got top wick for now, and it is kind of dropping back down a little bit. What I'm looking for here on GELS, can it hold prior bar low? Prior bar low on GELS is 165. And here we go, we're 170, 171. The selling's coming in. Do we hold the trend and continue with the higher highs and higher lows? That's what I'll be looking at. That's really what it comes down to on that one. Also, last one before we send it back to EQ. This is at VWAP now. It's got a 5-candle red setup. It's giving back a little bit, so this is kind of a bull flag. Let's see, though, if we find support at 215. That's where volume-weighted average price is. We definitely need some higher highs and higher lows. So we got to break above and hold above prior bar high, which is 27. So these are obviously changing levels and evolving levels, guys, right? Because, right, what we're looking at there is current bar versus prior bar. All right, I'm getting back into GELS. I like the fact that it held prior bar low. We got 81s on. We're showing 85s now. There's a seller at 85. Let's take out some there. Now we're going to set up at 90s, and we're going to set up a little bit higher. Here's that 85 seller again. Don't forget, there was an 88 seller there that we couldn't shake. So let's look for that same 88 seller. We're selling at 85 this time. He got shaken, 87. 88 now. There's the same pesky 88 seller showing up again. We can't shake him, so we're going to have to keep an eye out on that same position. I knew it. Like, you just have to expect these things that, you know, whether the algo or an individual setting up at that level, they like it, and they're likely going to do it again. And that's shown to be the case here, OB. So that's what I'm keeping an eye on here. I'm looking for that continuity through $2 on GELS.
Sure. I'm kind of just watching the market here, Sharif, as we do kind of come in and start consolidating. I'm watching Google. Somebody in the chat was like, Google back to all-time highs. I'm like, okay, all right, we'll see. That 235 coming in as of right now as well. So remember, we're still technically lower than prior high a day here. Let's just quickly take a look at the chart, pull it up. Again, going to keep it tight. It is still a little bit early to really say anything here. We're still well within the uptrend. We're pushing and knocking on the door of 235. High day is 235.76. As we know that Google has been pushing up all-time highs pretty much every single day. So should we really be fighting the bid on a day-to-day basis? Not really. The reversion did come in, and selling came in absolutely beautifully from 235.70s all the way down to 232s, but couldn't really get past that 232s with any sort of distinction. Day low sitting at 231.89 as of right now, as the market picks up and bids off of that 2035. So yeah, a little bit of a pop back in. Let's see if we can hold in and around this 235 area. I'm still waiting and watching. I still want to have a lot more on this trade, but if it's not going to give it to me, that's perfectly fine. The initial short was definitely that was the trade to be in, not just on Google but across the board, man. We saw that Apple pretty much reverted 100% of its action after a choppy morning, but sellers are still very dominant on Apple. You can see. Distinctly different is Google right now relative to its friends in the Mag 7, as it's the only one that is close to its not all-time highs. Well, yeah, all-time highs, but also day highs as well. You can see that Softy aggressively selling off, man. Oh boy, that 511. Oh, I gotta keep that a little bit on watch there. 512s. Coming in as a strong wick. Sellers coming right in and breaking us through that 500 once again. We saw a little ping of it last week. Was this last week or no? This was this week on Tuesday. Yeah, we saw a little 500 ping on Tuesday off of the open on Softy, man. And this thing just absolute beast on this one. When you take a look at the weekly chart on Microsoft, this thing has been so crazy and so aggressive to the upside, and we finally started to get a little bit of a breather. Remember, Sharif, I was talking about the flat bottom break of that $520 level on Softy. Do you remember seeing this one? Take a look at this.
Of course, you've been talking about that for a while.
So yeah, for a couple of weeks. You can see this consolidation right here. Boom, 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 over and over again. 519s, 520s, whatever, give or take a point. But once that breaks down, oh boy, we're poised for a little bit more selling. And yeah, that 500 comes in just a couple weeks later. That was in August. Most of that consolidation happened, or those lows were formed in August, and coming into the end of August, we break down there. Nice little continuation off of the earnings pop and drop, exhaustion, capitulation, whatever you want to call it. That was the kind of action that happened off of the earnings, and we're seeing a beautiful follow through of that action here on Softy. But the market don't care, man. The ES is at all-time highs. The SPY all-time highs, and then NASDAQ as well, pretty near there alongside it. So Softy taking a bit of a breather after multiple weeks.
All right.
This thing, I love my swing shorts. This thing has been an absolute beautiful swing short.
That's what I want to hear, Ob. Good vibes, man. I love it. You don't talk to me often about your swings. That's I think
no, because I don't really.
I know you don't talk about that. You
really
like to keep your. I tell people I don't like to pound the table on my winners. I just don't need that kind of. Yeah. Anyway, I'm watching here GELS, guys, because we're in like 4 positions again. There's a lot going on in small cap gapper world. So GELS is taking out highs. It's got 93s. We're knocking on the door here, 91, 93-ish area. So I'm really watching intently for a $2 touch. I'm setting up at 98s. Here's 92s again. So we're 1 penny away. Look at the amount of shares that are just churning there on the time and sales. Very aggressive, but it is very kind of wiki. It doesn't spend all that much time near the highs, and you can just see that based on the prior candles. What I'm basing my trade on GELS is prior bar low. It keeps the trade tight. I don't give too much back once you take the prints. Obviously, it's a bit of more of a conservative strategy, but it works for some, not for all. So keeping an eye there, looking for that move into 2. I'm setting up in front of 2, looking to wet the beak at 98. So that's the first one. And OLMA just continues to trend. 805 now, showing the high there. So I'm keeping my eye on that. And then I'm also keeping my eye on DUO. I'm into DUO over here at 380s. What was my price on DUO? Give me a second. 384s. So this one did break. And I'm going to base my trade, again, on DUO on prior bar. So I will keep this trade tight. So prior bar low on DUO takes us down to 70. So I've got my 69 level there. So we still haven't opened that other candle. So I'm keeping my eye on that. There goes unbelievable. OMA into 813. 812s now. We've got 77s on. This one's continuing to trend higher. Watch for the reversion possibly as we get in close and hold above that 8. So OLMA continues to trend to the high side. And last but not least, guys, I'm just going to keep my eye on EQ as well. I worked my way back into this one. I've got, this one kind of bamboozling a little bit. It's got a couple of great hammer candles off VWAP and then a 5-minute candle to make a new high. And there's no continuation into the third of a dollar. We've got on EQ, we've got 27s on. It's showing me 27s right now on the ask, but on the bid, we've got 84s. So I'm keeping my eye out on that. I'm going to base my out there on prior bar low as well. So nothing changes with respect to strategy. Keeping my eye on GLS, looking for that break. Well, OLMA, nothing changes, guys. In all 4 of these trades, trying to monitor them all at the same time. Bit of a tough one there, Ob.
Yeah, it's definitely tough to kind of, take care of a bunch of trades at once. I know there are guys on the floor who trade like 10, 15 stocks at the same time, and I have no idea how that's how they're capable of doing it, but they do it well. So kudos to traders with that kind of I guess a bandwidth. But the thing is, like, I like my 2 or 3 stocks, man. I'm just like, if I'm gonna.
I feel that.
If I'm gonna put, it was funny. It was recently in our Discord. There was a funny thing going around. I think it was a basketball player. Might have been Kobe or not Kobe or somebody who said it.
Sports info is just unmatched, though.
Yeah, my sports info is absolutely peak performance. No, but somebody was like,
Go Sports.
Thank you. So I think the quote was something like, "Oh, who the hell told you to put all your eggs in that you can't put all your eggs in one basket? You can always buy some more eggs." I forget which player it was, but it's like when you know something, you have strong conviction of something.
Okay.
For example, I had strong conviction with AVGO. If you know what you're doing and you have everything to back it up, why the hell would you not put every single egg in that basket? You can always buy more eggs.
It was Kobe. You were correct.
It was Kobe? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, there you go. So it's some of these sayings are very, very interesting, and I feel like people don't think twice, and they just say things because they're said. It's like, don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
But if you said that to I guess Warren Buffett, he would laugh at you. You'd be like, because his perspective on diversification. Absolutely. He's just like, if you know what you're doing, diversification is not for you.
And like I have a buddy, I talk about him all the time, Alfred. He just lives and breathes about how Warren Buffett operates. He likes to be value, very much driven like that as well. And that's his thing, man. He didn't diversify. I keep saying the story because it's something that I laud him for. He did inherit a whole bunch of gold from his old man. He sold all of it, cashed it out, and it all went into Tesla.
Okay,
19.
all right, okay.
19.
Nice. That's a great trade. I was going to be like, oh boy, gold's all-time highs, but if you traded in for Tesla, percentage-wise, Tesla did so much.
He didn't diversify at all.
Yeah,
it was very concentrated.
One of my buddies, like we're talking about Tesla, like one of my buddies from undergrad, he only talked about Tesla, and Tesla was, I don't know what the price of Tesla was, but he only ever talked about Tesla. His first car ever was a Tesla, and he's been rolling leaps for the past 5 to 7 years, I think.
I love it.
Just rolling them.
I love it.
Every year. Boom, boom, boom. He has equities as well. He does all sorts of long types of trading on Tesla, and he also sells covered calls. So, it is what it is. Anyways, what's up, Adara?
What's not up here is Uber dropping. I couldn't find any news on this. This is a bit of a volume spike here for Uber. I did check Waymo's X to see if they posted anything, because sometimes Waymo will post things and Uber will move. Waymo hasn't posted anything. So if I see any news on this, I'll let you know. But UBER, for those who were wondering why there is this move, I don't have any news on it yet, but there is volume with it. Be aware. Back to you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you for that, Adara. We're going to start the news, guys, in about 10 minutes or so. I'm seeing you guys yelling about INHD. I see it. Let's bring it in. Let's talk about it. It's not a bad look. It's a bit more expensive, but the breakout is real. It's fast and furious right now, and we're above yesterday's high, most notably. Or we got above, yesterday's high. We're breaking down below it now. We're still above the 10 EMA and the 5. I'm talking about INHD. The 10 EMA is around 10.5, and 10.5 is a breakout level. So that could be tested again. If this comes into 10.5, that could be a buy. I don't know if I'm going to jump into that super quick, but we'll keep an eye out on it. But Duo is breaking out again. And here we go on Duo. Shout out to Duo. What do we got on Duo, man? We got 83s on. We just wet the beak there at 90. Now we're curling back up for an attempt at 4. I'm waiting in the mid 90s, as you can see, at 94s, but it probably behooves me as well to wait. How many shares do we have? Ahead of 4. So I'm going to wait, above 4. So we'll wait at 402 as well. Let's see if we can get that price spike off that level. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Duo, we just got a nice little breakout, but it's nothing really to write home about. We'll see if we can kind of continue trend. But it's really been the best trade for me has been OLMA. It's been very trendy, very strong. And then I got back into GELS over here. What do we have on GELS? We've got, we've got 82, show me 77. So we're out of the money on this position, but we're above the 10 EMA and VWAP. That is around 66. So 166 is the volume weighted average price on GELS. EQ, I don't know if I like this trade here. It looks like it might lose 20s, so I'm going to move up my stop on EQ. We're going to go 18s. This loses 18s. It's going to be the end of the trade on EQ. There we go. We'll cancel that bad boy. Got to go back, though, to GLS because it's at a key technical area here. If it loses this area, it's all over from this trade. So we're going to punch in here. Doesn't let me in, bro. Come on. All right, let's see if we can get it. Let's see if we can get it. All right, this is a good technical area to get in at. We're going to give it to prior bar low, OB. Prior bar low will take us into 66, so we will have to defend that level. Give it to that, and then we'll drop all the way down here. On GELS, GELS gives us that many, so we're good to go there. What do we have on GELS? We've got 78s, OB, so we got to set up some beak wetters here into 80s as well as into 82s. So let's see if we can get that pop up. We're still holding above key technical areas, but don't want to overstay my welcome on this one, then have it drop and give back some. So that's not the move. Those are going to keep my eye on. I want to mention that INHD is coming into 10.5. This might be the buying area here, but it's losing it. It's into 1030s. It looks like an upside down V retracement. INHD is losing the 10 EMA on the 5. So be on the lookout for that if you're trading INHD. I'm out, I'm not involved. We're going to Adara.
Maybe a little too small cap, Sharif, for what we're looking at. This is a 14-cent ticker breaking out here. This is Nubaru, B-U-R-U on the 15-minute chart. They just announced on their X, and when I say just, I mean about a minute ago, they announced that apparently their Nubaru defense is now officially established and taking the lead on their U.S. joint venture. They're going to be driving the phased acquisition towards a controlling interest in Techni Group. So BURU on watch, apparently established and taking the lead on their joint U.S. venture. Back to you.
Thank you, Adira. Nice pop-up on GELS. We just went the beak there aggressively into the mid-80s, so we're going to keep an eye on that GELS trade right now. Got 77s on. Looking for more, though, as this one pops up and defends key levels. But I think the Duo trade might be doomed over here, okay? So it might be taken prior bar low, and it's preceded by a topping tail candle, which looks quite ugly. So on Duo, we've got 83s on at the moment. I'm going to give this a 69, okay? I'm just going to, yeah, this one is losing it. It's losing it. So that's, you win some, you lose some. We're going to keep an eye on GELS, though. Oh, that one looks like it might be breaking out, so I'm packing my patience there.
Yeah, definitely. Those things are going crazy, man. I'm reading the chat here. I think I forget who it was. Somebody was asking me specifically about support levels on Tesla. I think it was Parth asking thought on Tesla support levels right now. Sure, we can take a look at what the chart has shown us support has been on the day. So let's just go through that right now. And this is just listening to the chart. Where has the chart shown buyers to be on the day? And then we can just mark some of those levels off and see how they've come into play. Right off the bat, you can see that buyers coming in off of this spike in the pre-market. I don't know if Tesla had news this morning in the pre-market session, but it definitely had a strong spike around 6:30. So don't know what it was. Regardless of the news, again, that's not necessarily. It might give you some conviction on the trade itself. But you can see the buyers came in off of this level here, and anchored VWAP is a good kind of indicator to use to see who's necessarily in charge from a given event. So if price is kind of above that, it's as similar as VWAP as prices. If price is above the anchored VWAP, buyers are kind of in charge. The average price is sitting lower than the current traded price, and if it's trading lower, then sellers are in charge because the current traded price is sitting lower than VWAP. Coming in off of the open, you can see that's where buyers were initially. We kind of chopped it around. Buyers came back in, and then right off the open, the tests of anchored VWAP show you strong buying right off of the open. So the question becomes, support levels that were there in the morning, I'm going to mark this off right here. I guess, just kind of just general area in and around here. You can see that the buyers kind of start to step up pretty aggressively. So I'm going to start off with the first 3-minute candle right there. That's green. That's some support I'm seeing there. Support obviously at the low of day as well. So these are all these red horizontal lines that I'm drawing in. Let's take off that anchored VWAP now as well, just to clean it up a little bit. And then pre-market supports as well. It's telling you every time it wicks into the 344s,
Crazy.
Buying. Every time in 344s hits, since this pre-market session, there's been strong buying. We come down into 345s, there's been a little bit of buying as well. So those are all the support levels I'm seeing currently on Tesla intraday. Now I'm sure there are other higher time frame support levels that are coming in. You can see these anchored VWAPs. I think they come in a little bit better on a 15-minute. You can see those coming in as well off of some events, but we are kind of breaking out. You can see that support in the morning as well. This is the beautiful thing that I love about support and resistance, is that once it's done being support, it's not over. It can still hold significance as a resistance. That was support. That's where buyers came in off of the open, and that became into resistance later on in the trading session underneath that 350 mark. I really like that kind of support turned into resistance on Tesla. Sure, it doesn't take it all the way back down to the lows, but it does give you small scalps from that level that turned into resistance as well. So
all right.
That's my look on Tesla support levels on the day today.
14 years, zero hacks, zero excuses. BTCC.com delivers what others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe. Trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where pros trade, and so you can now as well. Shout out to BTCC. All right, guys, here's the deal. I got a lot to update on before we start the news. We just took it out there. OB, you're very much near the high at 8:30 on OLMA. This has been a very strong stock on the day, and I'm happy with how this one's been trading. It's been very program buying-esque, very consistently higher highs and higher lows. Keep tabs on that. I'm also quite pleased here with GELS. We're doing it freaking live. We got 74s on right now. It's taking out 95s. It's knocking on the door too. The door was shut before, but guess what? Randy is here, baby. So he's going to open up that door. Shout out to Jerome. Can't shut it forever, baby. No, remember when Randy opened up the side doors and then all the bugs came in, obviously, right? We're joking about that. So
I remember when Jerome was like, shut the door.
Well, there was a little bit of both. Yeah. So here we go. OB 95 again here on GELS. So looking for that $2 break and take. We've got nice amount here. We can wait. We can take some more out north of 2 and continue to go. So we haven't exhausted our shares here on GELS. GELS is the ticker, guys. It's doing its thing. 25, 97 seller now. 96, 97 again. We'll keep tabs on this one, looking for that squeeze through too. Look at the amount of churning of the shares, though. I also want to shout out to Bob the dog, man. I did miss your super chat. I'm really sorry about that, Bob. Dropping $5 Canadian in the chat. I stayed in there for a good time, not a long time. I will repeat tonight with my spready stock at home. Oh my God, Bob, you killing me, bro. But you know what else is not killing me? Sorry, I can't even say the ticker, bro. That's how tired I am from yesterday.
Gels. What'd
Don't
you do
drugs,
yesterday?
though. I'm playing. GELS.
Yeah, do all the good drugs. I mean, when I'm like feeling pain, I use some good drugs, Tylenol, acetaminophen.
Bringing it back proper here. And I'm playing, of course, guys. GELS continuing to go, guys. Through to the high of the day now is 202. So we're going to keep tabs on this one. Definitely looking for continuity on my friend GELS to the high side. We're also involved in Duo. Let's not forget about that. Where is my Duo trade? Over here. Let's have a look. Still very much consolidative. It's not losing the levels. There are buyers in the low 70s, high 60s. So that's what's keeping me involved here in Duo. I want to look like the kind. Check, you don't look like that. Yeah, bro, it's not at all. That's just not my jam at all whatsoever. Just exaggerating for effect, obviously. So DUO is what I'm looking for the next move there above 4 OB. If we get that print above 4, we're going to wait for a high of daybreak, and that's not the high of day on Duo. It's not 4, it's 414. So that's what I'm looking there. We're going to whip the beak above 4, and then we're going to wait for a move above that $4 area. But wow, OLMA right back into the highs, OB into 834. OLMA's got the goods, baby. It's got a lot of goods to the high side today. It's basically a buy program off the 10 EMA on the 5, and I haven't seen anything breach it in the entire day. One quick one here before we send it to Adara to start the news. EQ, we got into this one for a second trade. We gave some back there. Are we negative on it? Barely negative. The answer to that is yes, we are negatory on it, but very, very, very lightly. And nothing really that's affecting anything all that much. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. But I'm seeing my friend Duo get back into 80s, and I'm hoping it can squeeze into 4. Adara, what do you got? What's our first topic of the day? I didn't do the news. You obviously have a lot more of a read on things today. Let's hear the first topic. When you're ready, SSC.
Hello. Yeah, we're going to go straight off the watch list here. That's just what's going to happen. So let's talk here about Broadcom to start things off. Broadcom right now rejecting that 340 level again to get technical for a second, but let's get fundamental and talk about these numbers. They did report Q3 adjusted earnings of $1.69 per share versus $1.65 expected. Sales about $15.95 billion, just under that $16 billion mark. Also nicely above estimates here, $15.83 billion. They guided Q4 sales better than expected, $17.4 billion versus $17.02 billion expected. Their total revenue up 22% year over year. AI revenue up 62% year over year. But here's I think the real reason they're up the way they are, because this actually, I mean, obviously we gapped up, but we did, as you guys can see, oscillated a bit initially after the numbers. Well, during the conference call, an executive at the company apparently said that their consolidated backlog hit a record of over $110 billion. They are expecting the outlook for fiscal 2026 AI revenue to improve significantly. And they also indicated that, quote, one prospective customer has secured a deal with them valued over $10 billion for AI racks. Well, then Financial Times reported a couple hours after this that that unnamed customer was OpenAI. So that's the deal there with Broadcom, and I'll send it over to you guys.
My first thought of offhand is basically what kind specifically of these chips is OpenAI buying from Broadcom? Like, we obviously know they're involved in advanced AI semiconductors, but they don't just make GPUs in the way that NVIDIA makes them. So I'd like to see exactly what OpenAI is buying from them, like the specific product. So that's my first area of thinking there. And then I heard a lot of people yesterday talk about the earnings report and how the company's super expensive. And even though obviously it's been a play for some time as an NVIDIA alternative, for a few years. So every time people say it's expensive, it just makes like another leg up. So is it, where's the PE at right now? The PE, it's not forward. The actual PE is almost 78.69, right? Which is obviously a lot higher than the industry standard. The industry standard for chips and semiconductors is about 34.75. So generally, a little bit higher than, well, more than double. Yeah, more than double. So I don't know how you feel about the technicals there, but AVGO has just been one of those ones where every time you think it's extended, it's expensive, it just takes another leg up.
Yeah, I mean, this thing's been trending pretty nicely here. Absolutely beautiful move on the day today, and I think that's the key part of the move that happens today, or that happened today. That it's already been trending up. So on a day of earnings where it gaps up over 10, 15%, you got to ask yourself, are people going to be taking profits? Let's take a look at where this thing has been coming from, right? It's like, okay, let's just go straight up to a weekly chart, and we know these are all-time highs. Take a look at this bid, right? This is the April bid. So since April, let's just go from the lows of April to the high of today, 157%.
Jesus.
Right? And then just in the pre-market today, it's already up 10, 15% off of the open. So the question becomes, if you were long anywhere here and you get this euphoric move in the pre-market session off of a strong earnings catalyst as well, like, are you taking some profits? Maybe, sure. But the question becomes, if you are really convicted of that, you want to be looking for sellers coming in off of the open.
Right.
And that's exactly what's been happening, right? Sure, people are going to be like, oh, AVGO had such great earnings. Right. They have a partner that's very, they have a very big partner, whatever. But here's the thing. Technically, it's all priced in because people have already been long since April, or maybe even longer. There's been consistent buyers since April. So when you get that kind of like a blow-off top in the pre-market session and then coming in off of the open as well, you really have to start looking at, is this thing poised for a little bit of a breather back down to the downside, because we are a little extended to the upside. But that 350 could be interesting. But like you said, people keep on talking about how it's overextended, and does another leg higher. So that's just another sign of strength. I'm looking for price to be accepted a little bit higher, or to take us in line with that trend. Now, taking a look at a higher time frame, you can see here we've been pretty extended just off of the general trend that we've been having.
Right.
You have this slow, nice and gradual higher highs, higher lows, and then boom, pop right into 350s. So that is a little aggressive in my opinion.
Here's what I'm saying. So OpenAI, so this is the article. It's from today. So OpenAI apparently buying custom designed AI accelerator chips from Broadcom. It's a $10 billion exclusive partnership aiming to launch its first proprietary chips in 26. So it looks like OpenAI is having custom-made silicone. So like the way that Apple does, they make their M1 chips and they have Taiwan Semi or whoever else make them. So OpenAI will use these chips for its internal infrastructure, supporting its expanding compute needs for large-scale AI models. What else? The chips are also co-designed by OpenAI and Broadcom, representing OpenAI's first move into in-house custom silicon. So it's exactly as we thought, reducing reliance on NVIDIA's GPUs in the same way that Apple was reducing its reliance on Intel and Qualcomm now with its C1 chip for their modem, and then obviously the M series chips, which replaced Intel. So interesting move. I think companies generally want to be vertically integrated, Adara, where you have the entire supply chain from beginning to end so that you can cut out the middleman and the margins go to you. So I kind of like this deal, Adara, and it goes to a company that's booming right now.
It makes sense. I think one thing, too, is OpenAI. We know yesterday during the Trump dinner, we had Sam Altman saying that the company is going to be investing significant amounts of money into the U.S. So, I mean, yeah, I guess OpenAI definitely trying to spend some coin in general is what I'm trying to say there. I'll transition over to Lululemon, which doing the opposite reaction of Broadcom. Lululemon gapped down and then pushed up at the open. Broadcom gapped up, pushed lower. But this Lulu report is distinctly worse than what we saw with Broadcom. Q2 earnings here, $3.10 per share versus $2.90 expected. Sales, $2.52 million, though missing estimates of $2.538 billion. So EPS beat, sales miss, and their guidance is subpar, to put it mildly. So they guided Q3 GAAP earnings between 218 and 223, well below estimates of 294. Sales, they're guiding also below estimates, 2.47 billion versus 2.5 billion. 2.47 to 2.5 billion. That's the range, below estimates of 2.568 billion. They also lowered their guidance here for the fiscal year for both GAAP EPS and sales. So their new EPS guide, $12.77 to $12.97 versus $14.52 was the estimate. So well below estimates here. They went from above estimates to below estimates, and sharply below estimates with this guidance redux, I guess. Then they also lowered their fiscal 2025 sales guidance. They're now expecting sales between 10.85 billion and 11 billion for the fiscal year. Analysts were looking for 11.183 billion. Now, the other aspect of the guidance is the tariff talk. So they're saying here, basically, I guess they guided about $320 million of gross margin impact. Gross or adjusted, I'll make sure I know the margin here. But that number is definitely $320 million. That's going to be operating margin, in fiscal 2026. So they're even guiding tariff impacts into 26. They also attributed this impact in part to the removal of the de minimis exception. So it's interesting. We heard a lot about the de minimis rule with regards to Chinese companies. We haven't heard about it a lot with something like Lulu, but I think that is a pretty interesting look. Really quickly, too, before I send it over to you guys, I will mention revenue up 7% year over year. Comparable sales up only 1% year over year. Inventories up 21% year over year. This is not a company I shop at very much. I have a friend who works there. He speaks very highly of it. Apparently, they treat their employees well. Apparently, it's a good work experience. But yeah, the stock right now maybe not working so well.
That's what I was going to ask you that. Like, I mean, just in your opinion, I don't know if you shop there all that much or if you interact with the company. Yep. I mean, I still see the store's pretty packed. My sample size is small. It's typically like Yorkdale and Fairview and these type of stores, which are just busy malls to begin with, Ob. So that could be that. But I also, I was always a little annoyed by their color selection. They were always like these kind of,
kind of bland.
Yeah, a little bit. Apparently, they've tried to change that and bring in newer colors to attract younger users. But I think generally they're just they're not in step with the younger generation. I think I see a lot of the younger kids at the gym. They're Alo and Gymshark and some other online brands. Yep. And it's not as much as I would say the millennials, the older, the 30s and 40s, that really like Lulu. Because Lulu was like, big, you'd say in the 2010s, right?
Yeah. It was. I remember when they first came out. Everyone was going crazy about the Lululemon pants, and I was like, shout out to the creator of that. But
I have a couple of Lulu things. I mean, I have too many.
I was talking to Neil.
They're good shorts.
I was looking at a couple of shoes from them. Recently, I like the way that they were looking. I don't know. I have yet to try them on or even get a feel for them. But I know that they have a decent, a strong consumer base.
Yeah.
I have two younger sisters, and
do they like it?
I don't know if they frequent it, but they speak well about Lulu. They say that things are very comfortable. So I'm like, all right, cool. And they do. I found this out recently. I think sometime last year that they have men's selection as well.
No, they've always had men.
I'm sure they've always had it, but I've always thought.
The women's section is way bigger.
Oh, of course.
Exponentially.
Like a lot of stores.
Yeah. Again, bro, high quality product, Ob. Like I got 5-6 different shorts all at one time, just different colors. This was back in 2018. Dude, there is not one thread that's running on those bad boys. Yeah. They're amazing quality. I have nothing bad to say about the quality, but that's not good enough, man. The market needs more, and I don't know exactly what. Maybe they need a bigger social media push. But to me, it's the company's out of touch at the moment. We'll have to wait and see exactly what that entails. Let's look at some TA though. Let's look at some technicals on Lulu.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at those as well. I mean, in the morning I was like, okay, she's looking real nice, just running down the hill, very, very tight, beautiful consolidation. And guess what?
What?
Once she's done running, all the participants are in a hurry to get long right off of the open. Absolutely crazy. Beautiful trend break reversion all the way into VWAP. Oh boy. I'm telling you, this one was definitely one of the top names, and I did not participate in it. And I was looking at this pretty closely, and I was like, okay, well, it's very peculiar, the tight run that this is having all the way down. When it's done, I want to be there. I want to know what happens. And guess what? That action was absolutely explosive to the upside right off of the open. So beautiful reversion on Lulu coming in. I don't know if it was SSR. Let me just check real quickly here as well. Was it SSR off of the open? Yes, it was definitely SSR off of the open. So that adding a little bit of a confluence to the bid as well. So I like the trade on the day today. Earnings, maybe not a hot reaction to it just yet, but I'm going to let it digest. I like the reaction coming in right off of the open as well. In terms of an exercisable opportunity, in terms of a trade to be taken today, the long was definitely there on Lulu off of the open today.
All right, each year, guys, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Orgenics, OGEN, guys, on the New York Stock Exchange, is changing That with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach about $8.9 billion by 2027, Orgenex is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Shout out to Orgenex, O-G-E-N. Yeah, here's the deal. I'm going to look at the weekly on this. This is the chart on Lulu. And we're breaking down below major technical levels. The only thing that's really keeping us from dropping even more is this high that we have back in 2018. Look at that 2018 high. That's about 167 to 170 bucks. And that's where we're basing out today. We've lost, the COVID drop. I mean, the COVID recovery area. So it doesn't wick down quite into that 130 area, but that's the COVID level as well. It's also a previous area high from 18. So this is an important technical area, but it is below $200. And this is a secular kind of downtrend now that you can see here on Lulu. Oh, what's going on?
All righty.
How are you?
Good.
How's everything?
Good.
Friday's chill?
Friday's chill.
Friday's chill? Good. How's the car? But I think the mic
He's gonna grab the mic.
can.
Is it gonna come this far? Yeah,
Check
it'll
monthly,
reach.
please,
It'll reach.
on Lulu.
We have. Are we good?
It's a long
we have
SLR.
audio.
Yeah, you're good to go. How's everything? Update us.
Did you read the report
Yes.
on Inside EVs on Wednesday?
I did not. Update me.
There are 129 FEV and BEV manufacturers in China. Okay. However, only 13 of them are turning a profit.
No, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
That's a big ouchie.
It's hard.
It's about
That's-
10%.
Yeah,
10,
like
50%.
that's a big.
Burrito distribution.
And the Chinese state and their suppliers. I mean, the Chinese state banks
Yeah.
are like that's not so good.
You know what the Chinese regulator was telling these companies? Stop cutting the dang prices, Randy.
the
There was
price
a
war.
race to the bottom, man.
Right, and the price war is really having a call-on effect now, and it's
You're going
incredible.
to see industry consolidation. You're
We
going to
are.
have to have industry
We're
consolidation.
going to see some implosion there. We're going to see some consolidation, less models, and so forth. But I think the fallout's going to come at a cost.
And
Well, these companies have to make
they're going to
some
increase.
profit.
Yeah, they're going to
There
increase
has to be.
prices.
So
Well, that's been the move all along, dude, to force the North American guys out. That's why we protected
Right.
them with 100% tariffs.
when you compare the cost of producing a vehicle there versus here or the U.S. or elsewhere, even in Europe, the race to the bottom doesn't make sense. Number one. Number two, their suppliers are not getting paid, not net 30, not net 90, 180 in
Right.
some cases. And, these banks want their money back. So, yeah,
not-
it's
it's
a
not
bit
a
of an
charity,
issue.
yeah.
There's a lot of coverage that hasn't happened on this yet.
Well, we don't hear too much
We don't
about
hear
these
much about
Chinese
it.
EVs unless you go digging, right?
Right,
And
and
that's
it's starting
for a
to leak
reason.
out. So I'm going to do some digging on the weekend.
You
and
see Northvolt? Yet another
Yeah.
great, fantastic business move by the previous government. I saw Carney yesterday for the first time ever. He was at the TIFF opening event. Dude, he's a likable guy.
Totally.
He's self-deprecating. He made fun of himself. He made fun of Trudeau,
Yep.
which got a big fun of from the audience, and took a little shot at Trump, obviously, in a nice little way. But he's a likable individual, not
Yes.
too bad in real
Always,
life.
I've
So
always liked him. Always liked his business
Get it,
acumen.
carbon
And
tax.
anyway,
I think
yeah,
he's the
just
best
little
news
interesting EV tidbits. So on the weekend, I'm going to dig, see what I can find, and I will report back next week.
Thank very
appreciate
much.
you, Randy, man. Yeah, it was interesting yesterday.
Yeah, tell us more. Tell us more about.
It was cool,
about the
man.
event.
I mean,
Did you see
I'll
any?
pull up some
did you see any
pictures here. Let's see.
celebs? Yeah, show
Yesterday's
some
fit.
pictures.
Yeah, so Ryan Reynolds was there.
What did you wear? What'd you eat?
I'll show you the gram,
You know
my
what I
boy. Hold on. All right, let's load this up. Don't put it yet, SSE. No, we gotta set it up. All right. So where is yesterday's fit, my guy? Let's show this up here. Yeah, there we go. SSE. So this is my buddy Hashem and I. That's our fit right there. That's your boy Carbon Tax, given that's Carney, that's obviously the Canadian Prime Minister. He's given a little speech there right at the opening. And then after this, Ryan Reynolds came on. And then after this, they premiered the John Candy movie, great Canadian, died back in the mid-90s, called I Like Me. And then this is us goofing around with like the slow motion camera. This was pretty cool. There was a lot of these ones, and there was like so many different themes.
Still a kid you're from Scarborough?
Huh? Yeah, of course,
Nice.
bro.
Yeah.
Of course. Still a kid from the borough, bro. That's where I grew up.
I thought you grew up in Markham.
Yeah, in 95. But
Okay.
from 87.
Markham and Scarborough are distinctly
87
different.
They're not. They're border each other.
They border each other, but they're distinctly different. Let's just say they're
A lot of
distinctly
kids
different.
moved up from Scarborough to Markham, though. That was like the
Did
step
they?
up, right? Like when
Yeah.
your parents like elevated, they bought a house in back in the day. It's not now. Everybody's everything's expensive now. It depends on where you go.
Markham is hella expensive.
Yeah, so Scarborough. Well, some of these expensive houses. So yeah, that was it. It was a great night, man.
That seems amazing, dude. That's awesome.
The Liberty Grand was the fun part. That was the after party. That was all open bar, all hors d'oeuvres, all actual food, and they had like a drone show, and it was pretty sick.
Did you get to talk to the celebs? You talked to Ryan Reynolds?
I didn't know, but like anyway, we didn't stay for the entire John Candy movie because my friend didn't want to stay for the whole thing. He couldn't get cell reception. He's in digital ad sales and he had to work.
Okay, so he has to work.
So he couldn't get this in the Roy Thompson Hall. So he had to leave. And there was going to be a meet and greet with Ryan Reynolds afterwards, and there was going to be questions and stuff.
I would have been like, yo, bro, you got to work. Just go get your work done and come
annoying.
back. I'm chilling here. Mike P. Ryder saying, did anyone say open bar? Yes.
Yes, no, it was open bar, and they had like specialty drinks. It was quite good. The thing is, though,
that's why you were strolled in a little later today. I was like, okay, all right.
But here's the deal: like, if it's open bar, people need to tip. But people don't carry cash anymore, Ob. I don't carry cash anymore. There has to be a tap for the tip for the open bar, right? Because I felt bad, and there was no machine, and then you had to walk all the way super far to get a machine.
Were other people tipping?
Yeah, there was cash. Okay. There was American cash. There was Canadian cash, but I didn't have cash on me, bro.
Who the hell keeps?
Anyway, so you got to have.
I think funny enough, the only cash I have in my wallet is American cash.
There you go.
So,
all right, Adair, we digressed long enough. I'm so sorry about that. Let's go on to the next news item.
Tip tap.
Yeah, I mean, go Tiff. I'm a fan of Tiff. Shout out to Tiff, and I'm happy you enjoyed yourself. Sharif, that outfit was also very fire, the suit. So let's talk here about Tesla. And I'm going to start here with this image. This is a real image posted on X by a shareholder by the name of Alexandra Mers for Tesla. Alexandra Mers. She's known on X as Tesla Boomer Mama, and she is one of the leaders of the Tesla shareholder movement. So why do I bring up Tesla shareholders here? This is my transition into our story on Tesla. Elon Musk, we know previously, that judge in the Chancery Court in Delaware poo-pooed his $56 billion pay package. Now they're trying for a $1 trillion pay package that would be paid out over 11 tranches over like a 1 decade period. So the goal for the end of this is to get Tesla to a staggering $8.5 trillion market cap. So the last two tranches, the 11th and 12th tranche, are only payable if first he reaches, Tesla reaches that $7.5 trillion market cap, then you get the 11th tranche. If we get that $8.5 trillion, Elon gets the final tranche, and we get that roughly $1 trillion market cap. So what are the other things that need to happen here? Again, we need to get that market cap to the upside. Some other targets include 1 million robotaxis and 1 million AI bots created over that period. So I think the market cap is like definitely the splashiest, but Elon Musk's stake in Tesla could rise to at least 25% as this happens. We know Elon and the Tesla bulls on X have been very, very aggressive about Elon needing that 25% stake. And the thing is, too, I'm going to talk a little bit more, if I may, on this because I have a lot of thoughts on this. I think one thing here with Tesla that's super important that Brendan and I were talking about this morning as well is Elon Musk needs to be incentivized. We know that he was able to achieve the last $56 billion milestone. Now, obviously, this one is significantly larger, but we know that there have been some concerns about, cars being announced and then never heard about again. If Elon Musk has these specific goals, he's much more likely to meet them, and I actually believe that he very much can. So I think it's a good look here. And it's interesting, too. I want to clarify, the Tesla bulls are very excited about this, and I actually think because of that, we need the shareholders to vote for this, right? I think if the shareholders do vote, and obviously retail shareholders really want to, they back Elon, they back this proposal, I think there is a very good chance of this actually getting approved. And with that in mind, we literally have, there's one daily shareholder live stream, and I'm not joking. A whole bunch of them go on live every day on X, led by this guy named Herbert Ong. I spend way too much time on Tesla Bull Twitter. But anyways, so the title of that stream was Breaking, Elon Musk will make Tesla an $8.5 trillion company. So I guess don't mess with Tesla retail shareholders, as the post says, and Tesla to $8.5 trillion? We'll find out.
Yeah, that's $8.5 trillion. Do you think that he should be justified to get, whatever he wants if he's able to increase the market cap to 8.5 trillion, because that's the premise of the first agreement that was invalidated. Nobody thought that he could ever reach it. He reached it, and then when he reached it, people crapped all over it and said it was unfair.
Yeah.
That's the good side. The bad side is you're actually issuing about 423 million additional shares to get him into that 25% position, which is fantastic for the people that want him to have that 25%, but it's dilutive to everybody else. But at the same time, it would be accretive if you were in early and got to take that move into 8.5 trillion. But if you got in later, well, then you're not seeing as much upside. So there, you can kind of see both sides of the equation there. I don't know.
So
I don't know how to think about this.
I think that here's the thing. I have maybe strong opinions on this, even though I'm not necessarily. I like Elon a lot. I think he's doing a great job in terms of for human civilization. People might not like the way he's doing it or whatever. But at the end of the day, he's proven time and time again that he can make these quote unquote outlandish goals and then achieve them over and over again. And over again. So the dude's a friggin' savant. Okay, let's be very clear. The dude's a friggin' savant. So if you have I get a little emotional. If you don't know what he's talking about, then maybe you should try to learn. Maybe you should try to see where he's coming from. I was gonna go.
Go there. I like it.
If you have certain things below certain levels, then you should maybe not talk. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. Especially when you're dealing with somebody who back to back. You know what? Munger even called him out. Charlie Munger.
What did he say?
Rest in peace. He was like, there are guys that will show up once in a while who you think are ridiculous investments, and they will hit it right out of the park, and you will be wrong.
He's that guy.
Elon Musk is that guy. So regardless of whatever it is, give the man his money. If he gets it to 8 trillion, give the man his money. Regardless, you can see
that's
that
the deal.
He's not.
That's the deal. Nobody's forcing anybody into
exactly.
This.
No one's forcing anybody.
It's
He's like, if he can grow the company to that level, if the company can get to that level, then does he deserve a payout? Sure, why not? Tesla's one of the leading companies of our time. Sure, maybe they don't make as much money as people really like, whatever. But I think the path that they're taking us down, I think, is definitely worthwhile. I think the man himself is not necessarily, he has necessarily ill intentions for humanity. Sure, people can put on tinfoil hats and talk about why he's doing things, who he's with, whatever. I don't really care about those things.
That kind of personal life stuff.
His achievements speak for themselves. That's all I'm going to say.
That's all. We're not investing in his personal life. But you have to admit, there has been a bit of an X factor lately where he's dabbled outside of the company focus and gotten the shares.
Here's the thing. At the end of the day, you're still human. Right, he's still human at the end of the day.
I love the comments coming in. Bro.
Yeah, the comments are absolutely
they're next level stuff, and I'm not going to.
It's like you can't expect a guy. So to be functional at that level, like I said, the guy is working on like a savant level type of thing. You're gonna do some weird things.
100%.
You're gonna be a little erratic.
Weird.
You're gonna be super weird. You are not going to be like 99% of the people, so you can't be part of the 99% and be like, oh, that 1% guy is different than us. Why?
Yeah, I love it.
Like know your place. I'm
ridiculous. You guys can feel however way, and I respect everybody's opinion. Obi has his opinion. I have my opinion. Obi, here are the technicals, though. This is the weekly on Tesla, and I don't know how you feel about this, but I see higher lows here, my man. This is the weekly here on Tesla. Look at this, higher lows. You're looking for that 350 break, on a decisive basis. If you get a nice closing candle that closes towards the high above that 350, we easily take that and we go. So I like what I see here. Now, I like the higher lows on the weekly. Now, it's not as clean on the daily, obviously, but that's why you look at the weekly. You can kind of see it as well. The higher lows are operative here. I like it. It's setting up what I perceive to be a flat top break, 350, 360. We also have these levels that go back. Don't forget, guys, into November and December, or late November, before we got that top explosion through 360. So this is a key level, right? This level right here that we've been basically dancing around since the election. Obviously, we took it out over here, but this is a key level, 360, 370. You know what would be a cool tool to put in a price of a stock, and it gives you the market cap. That way you can make an assessment at that price.
Yeah, at that price.
Yeah, so that you could make an assessment. Oh, is this a level for a market cap reason?
Again, people look at that. Yeah, for sure,
I like that.
Yeah.
So I like Tesla, obviously, for a continuation into 400. Maybe not now. Maybe into the new year. We'll have to wait and see. Anyway, guys, thank you for all the comments. Respect everybody and what they have to say. Adara, what is the next news item?
Next we're going to talk about Apple. This is not a huge story, but I spelled Apple wrong. That's why the chart wasn't coming up. There we go. I had 3 A's instead of 2. Apple, and watch here. Bloomberg reporting that apparently the company's sales in India, annual sales in India, have jumped 13% to nearly $9 billion in the last fiscal year. Apparently they're attributing that drive to iPhone demand and an increase in MacBook sales, interestingly enough. So iPhone and MacBook seem to be what are pushing these India sales to the upside. Now, apparently this performance gives a little bit of underscoring here for India's importance as Apple's trying to expand its retail presence, and they're also trying to get outside of China, which we know. But here's the thing. India is now not really seeming like the ally it once was. Donald Trump posted a little sassy Truth Social post about India and Russia and their perceived alliance with China. So we already know that, Trump would not even name India as a country. When Tim Cook showed up for that Apple debut event where he gave him the gold thing. And we know that Trump said, you're doing things to other countries. I'm not going to name the countries. It was India. So this is a pretty interesting story here. Even as we have these ongoing tensions with India on a couple different scales and a couple different contexts, Apple doing quite well there, Sharif and Nobi.
Apparently did well as well, Adair, which is interesting. I'm just reading over this. Retail expansion played a critical role. Apple opened new stores in Bengaluru and Pune. I think I'm reading that right. And plans furthers in, I can't say these, Mumbai, obviously. I know how to say that. That's easy. They've shifted a large portion of production, as we know, with every 1 in 5 phones now made locally, boosting supply. That's not bad. What's the market context here? Despite, the fact that India only represents a small fraction of Apple's global business, the speed at which it's growing, I think, is the main thing here. And I think that's why people are looking at, look, bro, let's just cut out the crap. Get it, Mark. India is growing as a big time, economy in the world. It's becoming a lot more important as they grow. Obviously, they get more purchasing power, more money in their hand, and they're going to buy these iPhones, and they're going to buy, the more premium product. And I can just speak for the Middle East. The iPhone is seen as the premium product. It's like a status thing.
Yeah, of course. That's most places around the world.
You don't want to be carrying an Android generally if you're trying to get that status symbol. But, that's obviously very superficial thinking, but it's what drives a lot of these sales.
No, for sure. Again, like we were just talking about, the majority of users, I think you said it right. It is a very superficial thing. Right, it's a prestige thing. The technology is great. We know it's not the best technology out there. The user interface is great. We know it's not the best out there, but it works. It works for a majority of the people, and that's why Apple is a great company. Products, again, you guys already know my opinion on Apple. Their products, if to use, I think are absolutely dog water. But people love to use them, and that's perfectly fine as well. They're easy to use. They're very straightforward, and if you like that sort of a thing, then that's absolutely solid. But when it comes to the chart, I think that's a little bit more important here, because Apple is a very good and strong company, and they have a very strong consumer base, and they've been doing well to expand into places like India to kind of bring down those production costs, and also just expand where their manufacturing kind of takes place as well. So I think it's great for expanding not only Apple's business but India's economy as well, like you said.
Yes.
And I think the more if you can make the phone at a better price and make it more available to the general population, you're going to have more adaptation by the public as well. So I like that look. Let me just take a look at the chart. We know we've been kind of bidding back up, not at all-time highs just yet, Sharif, but almost there. I think I got that 259. We'll go straight up to the weekly chart here. So that 259.18 is that all-time high. We're making our way there, man. We are on our way to those all-time highs. 239.50s as of right now. That prior high I'm seeing just shy of that 250, and we're only about $10 away, Sharif here.
Yes, sir.
So we saw the 200 push just a couple days ago, a couple weeks ago, a few weeks ago actually, and then now we're seeing that continuation all the way up to 250. So I'm thinking if this continues, if we continue doing what we've been doing, then fresh highs on Apple are almost inevitable.
Yeah, I think we take out 260 maybe by the end of the year, maybe before. If we get some...
Full disclosure, I am long Apple in
Yeah,
my personal
same.
account.
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
sure a lot of people are, right?
Shout out to Kanye East. Elon is like Sydney Sweeney amid space is fake, rockets to nowhere, bras, can't break through the firmament. Bible gang, rocket gang, yeah, amen. Thank you for the super chat. DUO broke through 4. Nice break into that 403 area. So we got the print into that area. But we're still below that 414 on DUO. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I still have a beak wetter, so we're going to let this one go. I want to see if we can take out 4 decisively. So that's my look there. Now, with respect to Apple, let's bring it back over here. I like this. This is the weekly on Apple. We kind of bull flagged a little bit. That was the breakout in early August when, Tim Apple went to the White House, brought Donald Trump a gift, and it's all been hunky-dory since that time. We're bull flagging, and it looks like we're taking out the bull flag top with a 241 high today. Obviously, we're still negatory on Apple, 239. We're essentially flat, down 0.14. So I think, the real level is 250. We did get to 260 last time with that topping tail. It could be 250 to 255 because you did get a closing print into 255. But we're not far away from all-time highs. I just hope everybody had the presence of mind to be able to add into the tariff tantrum, because the tariff tantrum to me was akin to COVID. The COVID in March 2020, when everybody had a great buying opportunity there. The tariff tantrum to me was one of those. The unwind of the yen carry trade was also one of those, basically last year as well. So there's been a couple of great ones, I gotta say, to be honest. So very happy with how this has been going, and we just got stopped out there through the break of VWAP on DUO on the last little bit, but we'll stay positive on this one. Quite happy with that. Shout out to everybody there in the chat. I have found D. Westermeyer, I have found a boring lane that has given me 3 winning trades this week, 100% win rate, Dow futures. That's my man. Shout out to D. Hope you're doing well, brother. And shout out to the Midwest. Adara, what's the next look?
Yeah, the next one here is UiPath, which I mentioned earlier when I was on the midday trading desk. I thought this stock was a bit indecisive. Right now, it looks like it does want to push lower, but we did have an initial positive reaction. We still are above yesterday's lows intraday. So let's talk here about PATH. EPS beat here, 15 cents versus 8 cents expected. Sales, 362 million versus 347.53 million. So that's a double beat. Q3 sales, they guided better than expected, 390 million to 395 million, above estimates of 384.675 million. They also raised their guidance for fiscal 26, their sales guide from 1.549 billion to 1.554 billion to a new guide here of 1.571 billion to 1.576 billion. That is above estimates of 1.566 billion. Not a lot to say here. This stock, not super exciting on an intraday basis, but the report was quite stellar.
Interesting. I'm just reading through the report, Adara. So it's basically, it said it's highlighting really their robust momentum in enterprise automation software, setting the stage for continued growth, looking such as low-code AI agents. Interesting. We've seen a lot of that coming from CRM, not really helping their revenue quite yet. Looks like automations are gaining customer traction, helping UiPath outperform competitors. Revised guidance and the pre-market stock search signaled optimism with their strategic execution. So it's an interesting look. I mean, I was reading a data point. I don't know if you read the same thing, Adara, but there was this data point that I think only about maybe a handful of companies are actually benefiting from any discernible AI spend, and it's mainly the hyperscalers. I don't know if you read the same thing or you
I didn't read that, but that makes a lot of sense, honestly. Like, there's just kind of a viewpoint that when you say it out loud, I'm like, okay, yeah, that kind of feels like common sense, right? Because the AI hyperscalers are, I mean, they're the most prominent, right? They're the most forward-facing, and also, I mean, like, they're the ones that are actually getting the deals. They're making the deals, right? So it's not, I don't know, it's not that shocking to me. We talked about CRM too, hyping up AI, and it's not really it's not really the force for sales that they maybe thought it might be.
Exactly.
So yeah, I don't know.
And like, the thing about some of these, like their moats, Adara, is like some of them, like they're going to be replaceable by some of the open AIs. So as we see OpenAI expand their product offering, like first we saw agent mode, right? We got reasoning model, and then they mixed them all in ChatGPT 5. So at what point, like, do you think, I'm just speaking out loud here, do you kind of see the adding of free tools by some of these bigger AI companies like OpenAI that kind of does away with the need altogether for CRM? So I was watching Kramer there, and he was like basically trying to push Mark Benioff on the fact, are you worried about your entire business model being a client relations management software, a SaaS, that you may get, replaced by OpenAI or any other? They're trying to use AI, Adara, to stay relevant, but does AI make them irrelevant? You know what I mean? Like,
it's a catch-22. I don't really have much comment on that because I think, like you said, and like Kramer kind of said, time will probably tell on that. But yeah, I mean, hope Benioff is able to find a way to get Benny on track there. That was a terrible pun. I'll send it.
I feel that. Yeah, that's kind of been. Thank you, Dara. That's been kind of my thinking. Some of these software as a service companies that were doing well for so long because they get that incremental monthly payment every month you're paying, and it's a business to business operations. So you're not. It's not business to consumer. So your margins are a lot higher on a business to business, and you're constantly getting that money. Then all of a sudden AI shows up and makes your entire moat, your entire business model, or puts it in jeopardy of being irrelevant. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what CRM is. Like, I remember we use CRM software for some stuff. We also use pharmacy software for some stuff. We have medical practice software as well for billing and for scheduling and stuff like that. But I can't tell you how much these companies are trying to employ AI into their software. When really, I think AI is going to be like offered to you by like Google in the way that they offer you Google Docs, they offer you Excel, and it's all free.
Google Doc will be something different.
Yeah.
They're going to literally have a Google Doc.
You're not going to need the reason for that. Who pays? I mean, I used to buy obviously Microsoft Office and everything like that for school. I never downloaded it illegally and everything. Like, nobody did that, So the point is,
Hey, listen, I have been sailing the seven seas for a very long time. Let me just say that. From a very long time.
She's saying the same thing. AI can also build you a CRM in a day. Rusty, that's kind of exactly what I'm saying. So some of these very hyper-specific software as a service platforms, they may be completely made to be irrelevant soon. I don't know. I don't know what Pirate Bay is, Matt M. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You have no idea?
Stop implicating things my way, okay?
Oh, okay. All right.
Where is he? I hear him.
I can.
There he is.
Where is
There's that guy. There he is up there. Sure. He's like, sure.
Yeah, listen.
Get it, Adara. All right. Do you have anything to add, or should we go?
This was on Path, right? UiPath. This is what we're talking about. Yeah, bit of a muted reaction today. We talked about this one in I think this one in DocuSign. I think we talked about it in the pre-market session. And I was like, yeah, they're gapping up. They're kind of moving. They're doing some relative volume, but nothing too crazy on the docket here. And yeah, we've seen pretty much that coming in off the open. Flat day, sure, a little bit of a shake and bake, but I'm not really seeing anything that was even like a B plus kind of trade on this name today. Now, I'm sure some of you may be seeing things a little differently. I'm not saying that that's the only that's the end all be all of it. But I'm sure somebody can come in and be like, well, look, held offer, look at the bleed, look at the rollover, and we start trading below VWAP as well. Sure, you can come up with a few different things that might have been pretty strong for your playbook. But for me, I think there were other opportunities on the day today which were very, very, I guess, more lucrative and more interesting. But when it comes to AI taking over some of the software, I think you hit the nail on that one there. I think for sure there's going to be AI providers that will cover a whole lot of bases. Google is one of the best ones who is set up for that. I've always been saying this. Google is the best poised, one of the best poised companies to have. They have their hand in everything.
But they're not executing great. But yeah, they are.
Sure,
they have.
I'm sure. Once they get.
I want to say something. So people are commenting in the chat, and rightfully so. Like no, software needs a back end. No, software, it requires a whole bunch of programming. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think that the AIs can actually generate that for you.
Yeah, of course they can.
So
they can deal with all of that, especially with like agentic AI. Like, you can deal with all of that.
Exactly. Like, I mean, you know how easy it is for me to use Agent to go and extract technical levels for me off charts. Right? If you just set up the agent to do that, it literally does the process for you. Anyway, we're going to digress a little bit. Adara, I want to hear about that meeting yesterday, the dinner with Donald Trump, with all the bigwigs and all the tech bros there. Give me some information on that, because I didn't get to read anything about it.
Well, to quote Trump, people are going to be spending a lot of money in the U.S. And honestly, he actually did say that. So basically, I haven't seen the whole dinner. I want to clarify, I've seen clips so far, but what basically is happening is they all kind of went in a circle and told Trump how much money they'd be donating to the U.S., and it was kind of weird. But here again is the group. I think there were some others as well, but these were like the people who were confirmed heading into the meeting. Lisa Su was not reported by all outlets, but I was able to catch that she was coming, and she was there. So Lisa Su there, her cousin Jensen Huang was not in attendance, but we did have Micron representation, Oracle representation, Sundar Pichai of Alphabet, Microsoft, Apple, Meta, Shift 4, even Jared Isaacman, whose NASA nomination was rescinded, he still showed up to this. So pretty wild look. Yeah, I guess to just cover the highlights, it's nothing really that we didn't know. Apple, I have not seen any confirmation of that. But David Sachs was there, because I know we were talking about this yesterday, and Neil said I heard he was coming, and I was seeing that he and his wife were both, Natalie Dompe, they were both like maybe coming or maybe invited, but I never saw any confirmation either way.
Yeah.
I do want to say here as well, though, that like what actually happened here, Sharif, nothing really new. $600 billion, I apologize, the watch list said 600 million, I just realized. Meta here, $600 billion investment at a minimum in the US over the next 4 years. Sundar Pichai, Google ready to invest $200 billion into the US initiatives over the next 2 years. So I guess with Google, it seems to be more like they're going to be investing in initiatives rather than centers. Maybe the way he worded it was interesting. Then we had Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella promising 70 to 80 billion. In case you're thinking, hey, that's a lot lower than the other guys, he said that's just in 2025 alone. So Satya Nadella promising 70 to 80 billion this year alone. And then Apple CEO Tim Cook reiterating their previously announced plans to invest $600 billion. See the weird Apple Glass thing presentation, if you guys don't remember that announcement. But one thing, too, that I will say is Sam Altman, I almost said Sam Cooke, who is a singer, shout out to Sam Cooke, but Sam Altman of OpenAI, he was also there. He didn't give a number. He just said a lot of money. And then Trump got really excited about the a lot of money thing. So yeah, that's my quick summary of this dinner. I apologize, it's a bit scattershot, but frankly, so was this being a dinner. Yeah.
For that, Adair, show that. That's great.
Here, I guess I'll show the post here. I thought this was actually funny. It's an X post. I don't know who this guy is. Sam Badawi or whatever. But I got this on one of my Discords. So he's asking who are your top engineers, because we were talking about the poaching, right? It's
Obi, I got some numbers here, brother.
Yes.
Meta's market cap is 1.88 trillion. Okay.
Boom.
They want to spend $600 billion over 4 years. What the helly? Are they going to issue? Or where are they going to get this money? I mean, how much cash do they have? So Zuckerberg announced a minimum commitment of $600 billion in 4 years, not a decade, not 15 years,
that's fine.
4 years, to U.S. data centers and infrastructure, signaling massive scale-up of domestic AI capability and cloud compute. Figure, while debated in media, go ahead, Adair.
I was just going to say here, Trump's exact response to that announcement, and I quote, was, "It's a lot." So I figured you wouldn't mind me cutting you off for that.
No, Adara, $600 billion is insane. That is a little bit less than half of, obviously, its market cap. It's 1.88 trillion.
Yeah.
So I'd love to get, obviously, a bit more details. He's going to, I'm assuming there's going to be all sorts of debt raising. He doesn't have $600 billion in cash. That's a fact.
Yep.
I mean, they're making about $45 billion. They're making about $45 billion every quarter, give or take. Okay.
Yeah.
Say they rise up to 50.
How much?
Let's go 50 times 4. 50 times 4. We got $200 billion a year. That's what they're bringing in revenue a year. $200 billion a year. They want to spend $600 billion. Over 4 years.
Over 4 years.
So that's their revenue for all of those years, assuming the revenue stays at 50. It's obviously going to increase, I'm assuming, obviously.
I think
That's kind of crazy right there. Does anybody have any comments on this?
there's been times in the past where Meta has put in a significant chunk of what it's worth to grow, and I think they're doing more of the same. I think that, yeah, sure, maybe a good chunk of the company, but I think it's definitely healthy. They've done it in the past, and they're continuing to do it more. It is a good chunk. They're definitely going to have to raise money for that. But here's the thing: that's what the market is for. The market is a tool for companies to raise money.
Well said.
Right,
Adair's got breaking news.
Yeah, keep an eye here on Kenvue and Johnson & Johnson. This is Kenvue dropping aggressively. Your Wall Street Journal reporting that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the Health and Human Services Department,
they're going to get the money.
He runs are apparently going to be linking autism to Tylenol use in pregnancy and folate deficiency. So again, J&J and Kenvue, KVUE, dropping here as we get that report from the Wall Street Journal that, KVUE dropping a lot more aggressively here. But either way, both these stocks dropping after the Wall Street Journal reports that RFK Jr. and the Health and Human Services Department are looking to link autism to Tylenol use during pregnancy and deficiencies in folate. GSK apparently also moving on this. Last but not least, I have another news story here. During a developers conference, apparently a Roblox executive said that over 100 experiences are generating over $1 million annually, and the company is launching their new Roblox Moments app. RBLX, J&J, KVUE, and GSK, and back to you.
Wow, thank you very much, Adair. Yeah, that's breaking news and breaking the bid on Kenvue. J&J not really having that sustained of a reaction. We did get some strong selling and then unsustained. Picks right back up and balances itself out. KVUE, though, yeah, continuing to the downside here. I'm going to actually pull this up. I want to see how the tape is looking like. It seems like people are just running for the bid here and just punching out. So KVUE, I'm pretty sure trades on the NYSE here. So let me pull that in. Let's see, KVUE on the NYSE. Should populate in the middle right there. And oh boy, look at that, coming in real hot here. Let me pull it up for you guys here. KVUE on the NYSE as well, so we can both take a look at the book as it pukes lower and lower. So yeah, 1837 is currently trading right now. Let's throw on a filter if it'll have me. Filter for greater than 99. We want to see when strong participants show up on the book, and that is not the one that I was. So not show matching highlight rows. I want you to highlight the bigger participants here. So a nice little bid happening now off of the 1834 low currently. 1867 is being traded at. But yeah, fresh news, strong flush right through 20, right through 19. Didn't really give me a lot of time to get in here because, again, even though Adira brought us the news right away, the move already had happened for another like nine minutes. It was already happening there as well. So strong little flush on there. Maybe a bit of a potential for reversion, but I'm going to have it up on watch now as an absolute quadunk coming in off of that. Let's just take a look at higher time frame as well to isolate some specific levels here. So this prior low right here, we'll mark that off and we can see what that potentially comes in at. That comes in at 1920s. These prior lows at 1687s. Maybe some of these levels here as well that are coming in as both resistance and support. I like a little bit of significance. And right through that 20, oh boy. So that was a weekly breakdown as well on that news. Absolutely wild. Some of the follow-throughs that these technical breakdowns have when confluenced with intraday catalysts, it's almost as if like, I think about it sometimes. I'm like, should I just sit with kind of orders, like wish orders at technical break levels just in case like something happens on a stock. Obviously, Kenvue is maybe not something that I'm watching, but something in general. I'm just fine. You got to be quick to the move. But here's the thing: the fastest participants in this move are definitely algo traders. Traders that have set up algos to kind of scrape the web and be the first for executing off of Catalyst. Those are definitely the initial participants on this.
Adair, can we do the NVIDIA CoreWeave story? Because I've got some comments about that, and Samsara is kind of a dud.
Tara, let's do NVIDIA CoreWeave. NVDA. So to be fair, I think this story was, like, at least initially, CoreWeave moved on this, and I don't know if the market necessarily, remember much of it. I didn't see much commentary on it in the morning, but I included it because of that move yesterday night on CoreWeave. So right before the close, around 3:50 p.m., maybe 3:49 p.m., we did have a report from the information basically saying that NVIDIA has agreed to rent 10,000 AI chips from Lambda, which is a cloud provider, for $1.3 billion over a 4-year period. Now, this report also indicates that NVIDIA struck a additional $200 million deal for 8,000 additional chips. So 2 deals, one, $1.3 billion for over 4 years for 10,000 AI chips. The second, $200 million for 8,000 additional chips. So I don't really understand the structure of this deal, but it's just a report, so it makes sense we don't have all the details. Now, these deals would actually make NVIDIA Lambda's largest customer ahead of its expected IPO. That's right, this company is expected to IPO. I looked a little bit into this. I think earlier this year they had like a decent funding round, so they're not completely coming out of nowhere here. But Lambda also, though, in the same space as CoreWeave, in case you're like, hey, how does CoreWeave fit into this? So CoreWeave maybe not necessarily losing some business to Lambda, but I mean, certainly having a competitor take away a customer that they've been used, or I guess that they've used in the past. As you can see here, this one CoreWeave got that drop. And that's the story here with CRWV and NVDA. Are you guys excited for the Lambda IPO, which we all just learned about now?
I'm going to take any AI IPOs because they've been running lately. They're the crypto and the AI. But I want to talk about this because some people were making the argument that this is a circular business model, that NVIDIA sells chips to a company, Lambda, and then rents them back. But that's not actually what's happening. Apparently, Lambda is going to be a cloud provider using NVIDIA's chips. And NVIDIA has its own requirement for compute, right? I mean, they're not just only selling this, they're operating a big company, and they got to have a lot of compute. So that's what they're doing. So instead of building their own data centers, NVIDIA-owned data centers with their own product, obviously the advanced AI chips, they're just selling them to a cloud provider and then renting the cloud provider compute back from Lambda. So I do like that. Initially, obviously, it feels like it's a circular business model where NVIDIA just sells its own chips and then rents them back to kind of cook the books and make things look a certain way. That's not exactly what's happening here. It's not exactly what's happening. And I like the CoreWeave angle because this renting out business, this might end up being quite good because there's so many companies that want compute but don't necessarily want to fork over the initial investment into the compute. The only problem that I see with this business model is that these chips become defunct and kind of old very quickly. So you're constantly having to buy new, and these things are obviously not cheap. They're getting more expensive, $50,000 a pop, and you got to have a few $100,000, if not a few million. Your boy Elon wants to string $1 million of these things together. Yep. So it seems like it's great, from the demand, but the CapEx heavy requirement of these renting companies could pose a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I think that kind of stands with most tech, like developing tech as well. Like, for example, you see that happen with NVIDIA chips all the time. Like you build a PC, right? I build a PC today. 2 months down the road, there's already probably fresh parts. There's probably better parts out there. Sure, it could be like I remember, I think it was a few years ago. Like I got like all the. Sure, I didn't get like an i9 or anything like that, but I got all the latest like Intel chips. I think new DDR5 RAM had just come out recently as well. Those were flying off the shelves. So like everything was like, quote unquote, bleeding edge in a sense. And a few months down the road, it was just not necessarily, it wasn't obsolete. It's not obsolete. I still use it to this day. I'm sure I'm going to be able to use it for the next 5 years at the very least. But the way that technology progresses at times, especially in the chip world, I think you just have to know that, and that becomes a cost of business, right? I forget what it was. There was that. Come back to me for this, but there was that whole the chip law or something. I forget what it was.
It's like yeah. Like how obsolete or how quickly
Moore's law. I think Moore's law. Thank you. Yeah. So I think it was Moore's law.
How quickly they can make advances.
Yeah. How fast? How much faster the advances can keep on going, right? So you just have to remember that. Keep that into account, and that's the game that you're getting yourself into if you're gonna pursue this.
Feels
right?
like that.
So
right?
it is very much that, and that's how the graphics card game has been forever, right?
Going back in the days.
Is it sustainable?
Video cards. Remember when you used to call them video cards? Yeah. Remember ATI? I
still call them video.
Remember ATI?
Yeah.
Before NVIDIA became it was ATI that made the good video cards. I used to put my own computers together. When I was a kid. Let's look at the CoreWeave.
I'm very much an NVIDIA fanboy, but and an Intel fanboy. But let's take a quick look at this.
So this has got to be one of the more famous head and shoulder patterns right now. in this market. This is the CoreWeave Head and Shoulders. We were talking about this. Am I still out of the money on this, Obe?
Are you long?
I'm still $1,500 out of the money on my CoreWeave shorts because they're September $1,900 puts on CoreWeave.
Nice.
Yeah, well, it's sim, right? We did this as a test.
Okay.
Joseph and I, right?
Yeah, so those are still out of the money?
$1,500, and the price action on CoreWeave
Has been straight down.
it's eight.
Where did you buy them?
We're hitting 87. I bought them back. I can look. But anyway, that was really one of the reasons I wanted to do my first option trade in the sim is to get a whole understanding of theta, right? Oh, Joseph's always telling me about this time value, etc. So yeah, good story there. I like the business model of these companies renting out compute. Hypercube in the chat was telling me, he's like, I use Lambda, and I called it Lambda. I know, I'm tired, it's Lambda, I know the letter. He goes, I use Lambda, it's great because, I know that Lambda's a dance from Brazil, Assassino. I screwed up, I'm tired. I use Lambda, it's great because you can write older chips at a huge discount without having to pay for the rack, etc. I didn't know that, that's really interesting. So there, we were just talking about having to replace these chips. They found a use for them by renting them at a discount, which brings in, again, revenue, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And you get to depreciate these every year, capital cost depreciation, right? So you get to claim it back on tax, but you're still renting them out, they're still bringing you money.
Exactly.
So it's not a bad look.
So I don't think that's what I said. I don't think it's a bad thing because you can have your new set. You can buy your new sets of chips to rent out, and obviously charge a premium for those. But you're still probably going to have a customer that probably doesn't want that kind of compute just yet.
Doesn't need
maybe
it
they don't need
for
it.
that purpose.
Right? And then you open up a whole market of okay, lower cost chip rentals for the companies that still maybe don't need that high-end computing power, but now they can do their business at a more affordable price. So I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. It's more of a benefit, if anything, for the market. In a sense, that's just my look on that. But CoreWeave definitely backside right now.
Shout out to Howard. Thank you, Howard, for the $2 super chat. Cisco, same 1990s, and was indicted minus 70% stock. So here is Cisco's highs. We still haven't gotten back to those highs. Yes, that was the .com bubble and the build out, right? This one was really going from basically 91 onward. So the high, this is the monthly chart on Cisco. We made that high, it looks like March of 2000. We got to 146. So we're still, with the local area high here, we're still down 50%. So yes, a decade and a half, 2 decades and a half later, we're still not 50% lower than all-time highs. But hey, it's certainly better than where we were in the mid-2000s when this thing was trading at $15. Right? So back in the 70s, it's repurposed itself. Thank you again, Howard, for that. Appreciate it. Pathetic. I haven't even been watching the U.S. Open, brother. I haven't been able to because I just don't have time. But I'll keep it. I know the semifinals today for the women. Adara, let's weasel on over to the next story. What do we got?
Now let's talk here about our pal, or not our pal, but we'll just talk about DocuSign here. I want to mention too, Feds Goolsby talking. And once again, we have a sign where the market is really eager for us to get these rate cuts. The CME FedWatch tool is actually 100% priced in some kind of cut. But Goolsby still a little bit hawkish here, saying that the Fed needs to make sure that service inflation uptick is just a blip, and that it's important to look at the inflation side of the Fed's mandate too, I guess implying that people have been too focused on the employment side of the mandate. He also said that, quote, if we were to start seeing layoffs, we'd be nervous. So it seems like Feds Goolsby's not too concerned about this NFP print coming out. We know we've had some other Feds say the same, that yes, employment is important, but we're still not where we need to be on inflation. Interesting stuff, worth noting he is speaking, and these comments in context of the number we got, pretty interesting. DocuSign. Not much to say here. Pretty solid report, initially at least well received by the market. Not a super exciting intraday trade as some of these earnings plays have been. Q2 adjusted earnings, 92 cents per share versus 84 expected. Sales, 860 million versus, 800.64 million, apologies, versus 780.24 million expected. So that's a double beat there. DocuSign raised their guidance for the fiscal year. They're expecting sales between $3.15 and $3.16 billion. So that was their initial guidance. Their new guidance, $3.19 billion to $3.2 billion, above estimates of $3.16 billion. Q3 sales are guiding between $804 million and $808 million, nicely above estimates of $796.55 million. That is a double beat and a raise and a better than expected Q3 guide. Not much to look here that's negative. Would you guys sign off on this report?
Thank you very much, Derek.
Notes here. So it's not just e-signatures and stuff that DocuSign's been doing. They've been trying to expand their moat. And one of the moats that they're expanding into is something called contract lifecycle management. Super interesting. So you actually take a contract from initiation and you manage all the performance obligations required by each party under the contract, and they act like a sort of as a check mechanism to make sure that all that's being done, and they charge a fee, obviously, and there's really no overhead other than obviously the automation systems that have to do it. So that's really interesting. So just reading about some of the other things they're expanding into. So they're in their core business, which is e-signatures, but they've got that contract lifecycle management, CLM they're calling it. Also intelligent agreement management, which I want to find more on, IAMs they're calling it. So I do like this, Ob, because the fact that they're trying to expand into things other than just, digital signatures, which we all, used a lot more, since COVID onwards. But I was saying, because we were building out that whole thing, and there was not one agreement that I actually signed in actual paper. I think maybe my old man signed one, but most of them were e-signatures. Yeah. But at a certain point, you exhaust that market, right? You don't exhaust it, you continue to trend, but you're growing at 3%. You're not growing 15, 20, 25% every day. Why are you laughing? What, did you get a message?
Yeah,
okay.
Just Wayne's messaging me.
Okay.
I can. He's like, well, what happened to Microsoft today? I was like, there might have been more sellers than buyers. And then he threatened to ban me from the Discord group.
He did?
I was like, all right, thank you. That's how I was laughing. Here's the thing. I haven't used DocuSign to sign documents, but you're 100% right. Yeah. Most of the documents I sign these days is majority digital, straight up digital, and I use Adobe for that. Right? I have my signature and everything set up with my Adobe account. So whenever I need to sign a digital document, usually it's a PDF. I'll just log into my Adobe and use that to do the digital signature. It's just much easier for me. But I've never used DocuSign, but it is definitely shifting towards digital signatures and digital contracts a lot more. For sure. So I do see that coming in, and I'm a participant of that kind of move as well. It's rare. It's very rare that I'll sign like a piece of paper.
Yeah, it's just happening a lot less, and that's kind of what I'm noticing. Some great comments in the chat. Ichiro says, I'm familiar with DocuSign CLM. It's stupid expensive compared to their competitors. So clearly not, a specific, proprietary thing that they're doing. Looks like there's others that are doing it. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Any other comments relevant to the story here, guys? Otherwise, we'll just go on. Master E talking about NVIDIA owning CoreWeave. Yeah, they definitely own some shares. That was obvious in the...
Can I get your autograph, yo?
Oh,
he wants my autograph
right now because we said we didn't sign paper contracts.
Give me your autograph.
And it's TIFF too, and it's TIFF, so 'tis the season.
Fine.
You sure you want to give up your signature? You rarely want to give up your trading plan. You're going to give us your signature.
I mean, good luck.
That's crazy.
I mean, I've heard of copy trading, but good luck.
Make that money.
This guy, bro, coming in midday. I love this. There you go. That's the fakest signature
what the hell
ever.
Is that?
That's a fake signature, Neil.
Don't forget the pen.
That's a fake signature, Neil. That's crazy.
That's my quick signature. So you know how everyone has a quick signature and a slower signature?
Yeah.
I can spell out my whole name. I can show you my whole name on that. Yeah. But you can't tell it. It just looks like a bunch of scribbles. But good luck. Good luck trying to copy that one there. Funny enough, you know where I got that signature from?
What?
I grew up, like my dad has a very fancy signature, and I don't know how or where he developed it from. So I always grew up trying to copy my dad's signature, and I got really, really good at copying his signature.
Boy.
Because I would sit there and I'd be like, this is so cool. I want mine to be like this. So the beginning of the signature was the same as his because we both have the same first name. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna incorporate that. And through that, I got let's just say I got really good at doing my dad's signature.
What you're not selling me on is the motivation for learning your dad's signature. You're telling me
I just thought it was cool.
It was cool.
I thought it was really cool because I always see him do a boom, boom,
I'm not
boom,
buying
boom.
that
and I was
story,
like,
but I remember there a lot of tests had to get signed.
Oh, so for that, I'd
absences
always
had to
forge
get
my mom's
signed.
signature because it was so much easier.
Okay.
And like I think she just wrote her name in like a fancy cursive, so I was like, all right, much easier.
Boy.
I'm not.
Oh boy.
You gotta work smarter, not harder.
All right, Adara, I don't think these ones are as important, these last ones, yeah. Yeah, I think we're done on that one, guys. All right, so we're going to go into the afternoon rundown, guys. I really want to remind you to get your last opportunity to vote for your favorite tickers right now, as we've got about 4 minutes left for you to populate these. Open is still winning with 166, but not far or competing for second is PAPL, that piece of crap that caught me in a down halt. But AMD is also a little bit ahead of PAPL at 97s. You got Palantir at 87s. Tesla always getting love. Lulu, you know whatting the bed. So it's down in 18 and a third, but also want to be spoke about. AVGO is just the flyer that we keep talking about all the time. Over $1 trillion now. That one's got about 62 votes. So get into the chat right now, guys. Make sure you're throwing in that $sign, though. Without that $sign, it means bupkis because it will not register. So make sure you're getting that. And we thank you for voting. Obviously, Joe, Obi. Told you so. Jerry Jones, Kingpin will never admit it, but his team badly missed Micah Parsons in season opener. Okay, yeah, definitely. Well, we lost. So yeah, there's really no small cap gappers that I'm keeping my eye on right now, guys. One that is still continuing to kind of hang out near highs assassino is OLMA. It's not at the highs. I mean, we got out at 30-something. On this one, it went to 40s, but it is kind of losing the bid a little bit here into that $8 level. Let's see if it gets a second wind into the second or into the afternoon show above that 820. It's still putting in lower highs, though, with that 790. So I'd be keeping my eye on OLMA. We're going to go to Adair. She's got breaking news.
Ken View here commenting on this report to the CNBC again. In case you guys missed it, the Wall Street Journal reported that basically Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the Health and Human Services Department, which he is the leader of, are apparently pushing to link Tylenol and folate deficiencies in pregnant mothers to autism. So then Ken View is now coming out and commenting. They said to CNBC that they continue to believe there is no causal link between acetaminophen during pregnancy and autism. So they're basically saying that there is not any link to their knowledge between the two things. Again, this report did send Ken View sharply to the downside. Also, we have Feds Goolsbee still talking, and he really seems to be pretty hawkish. He actually said point blank, he's still not sure what he wants to do in September. Back to you.
You know what Ram said to me the other day?
What'd she say?
She said, I don't have paracetamol. I was like, yo, we're not in Saudi, bro. There's no paracetamol in North America. They banned that 3-4 decades ago. But paracetamol, Adara, everywhere. It's ubiquitous in the Middle East.
Really?
Yes.
I was going to say Ramin is I just want to shout out Ramin for always having the painkillers if needed. If you're in a situation where you're in pain, you're not doing well. Because having the other day, it's Ramin, oh my goodness, I was I don't even know if I can do the recap. My mouth was hurting. And so shout out to Ramin and the painkillers in all seriousness.
Yeah, she definitely kills it. She doesn't have the good stuff though, Obi. I gotta tell you, I'm an Advil guy. I'm an ibuprofen guy. Raymond doesn't like Advil.
I got a contact.
You got a contact?
I got a contact. He's got all the good stuff. So
she's got 2 new ones. Aha, right, Ram. Assassino letting me know that paracetamol is big in Brazil as well.
It's big everywhere.
Yeah,
I think
except North America.
It's North America.
We know better though, right, Obi?
What's that?
We know better. It's banned in North America. America.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Here's another thing though. I want to know who has, I guess, the manufacturing, rights or whatever for both
That's
of those.
A good question.
For acetaminophen versus paracetamol.
Might be wrong.
There might be some bigger things going on.
You lose your patent
after a little bit.
While. Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, it is now 2 o'clock, so I'm going to let Ob weasel on over to the show. We'll do a quick, we'll see. We'll send you over to Neil. Are you ready? We'll let Neil get ready, and we'll throw it on over to him.
I'll see
you
you guys
for being
soon.
on, guys. Appreciate that. Jag, isn't acetaminophen and paracetamol the same? They're not. They're not similar, obviously. I think they're both analgesics, but double check that. I could be wrong. I know that ibuprofen is an anti-inflammatory. It's not an analgesic, right? So,
they're all NSAIDs to me.
Yeah, NSAIDs. Yeah, this guy, bro, he kills me with that. All right, guys. We talked about Duo. We talked about OLMA. We talked about our gels. We were involved in that. INHT for a moment as well. EQ. It was a small cap gapper day. We were in a lot of positions. Still ending negative on the day, but we're definitely off the lows. I was able to recoup some back from that big loss that I had on PAPL, where I got caught and hauled down. That is the cost of doing business with especially those ones that trade on the MX, where you can't see the theoretical auction price while it's halted. You're flying a little bit blind. That's a lesson learned for last time, or for next time, excuse me. And with that, we're going to send you to Neil. I believe he is ready. Obi will join him shortly. Take care, guys.
Yes. Whoa, I hear myself. Now I got to do this. All right. I was hearing myself in my ear, which, trust me when I tell you, it's not a heck of a lot of fun. We're in new digs, so if it looks a little bit different, maybe, I don't know, the lighting could be different. You won't be able to tell, but the screens that I'm working with, let's just say we got an upgrade up in here. A legitimate upgrade, big time. So we're in a new setting. It's, like I said, you guys shouldn't be able to tell. The background will be a little bit different. You can't, there's literally nothing behind us. We are just right behind where we used to sit. So if that makes any sense, there used to be like poles behind us. That was to hold up this rig. And what's going on right now is Open Door is open for business to the upside. It just broke the high of the day. The squeeze is on. The market is weak and Open Door is strong. And that's what it's all about. There was also a piece of news which I loved and probably only I like. And that is, sorry Nike, but Josh Allen has moved to New Balance. He's ditched Nike to move to New Balance, and we were just talking about how New Balance was better as well. I'm going to make sure I'm in the right chat for everyone that's in here. Jag, it feels like you're talking from an empty space. Well, we are making a lot of changes around here, and there is a lot of empty space behind us, but it is not, it's the black wall and all the black paint that just makes it seem like absolutely nothing. And then my program screen just went black, so now I have no idea what I look like. Not that I need to. What up, Obi? It has been a wild... What's crack-a-lackin'?
What's crack-a-lackin'?
You just say, what's crack-a-lackin'?
Yeah.
I forgot to put my makeup on. I'll have to get that shine off in a quick little second. It's Friday afternoon.
I just wipe my forehead usually.
You just do what?
I just go like that.
Yeah, that probably works. Hey, what's up, Fabian?
What's going on? Can I help you? I like that. It's a nice little rest on the wall right there.
Can you see me? Oh, there he is. I was going to say, I'm like, how come you're not in the shot? There's Fabian.
I like that. Captain America shield. I like that. Nice.
Captain America. I still haven't seen that Thunder, what is it called? The Thunderbolts?
Thunder Down Under?
Oh, Thunderbolts.
Oh,
Thunderbolts.
Is it good? Okay, I'm going to...
The new Captain America's garbage.
Oh, that guy?
There's a new one?
Yeah, but he's in the Falcon and
there's a new actor.
With the red Hulk.
Yeah.
Oh, he's...
No, he's in the TV show. The new Captain America's in the TV show.
Oh,
Captain America was in the bad part.
Oh, what's wrong with... I thought... Okay. Well, you guys tell me how the movies go. SDX1 literally just said you watched it an hour ago. So how was it? Let me know how it was. I'm curious. I'm gonna watch it anyways. That's the thing. I'm gonna pay money to watch it regardless. And Obi's gonna talk now for a quick little second. What am I doing?
Sir. Yeah, no, I'm just logging right back in here, guys, and pulling up the chat as well. I kind of want to take a look at this AVGO coming into the end of the session as of right now. Let me just pull this full screen. These new screens are pretty nice and crisp. But we're coming into the day's VWAP. That's the blue VWAP right here. So we did kind of have some interactions with the anchored VWAPs. From the from earnings right here. So that's when our earnings was from the earnings report, and coming in pretty aggressively off of the open. But I'm looking for more of the same, Neil. I'm looking for those sellers to step right back in, and I think VWAP is a good place to look. As of right now, just consolidating sideways as I guess the market attempts to push a little bit higher. Let's take a quick look at what the Spider is up to. Right now, Spider, oh boy, to the downside here. So 652.21s. Excuse me, we're the high of day. And oh boy, what a 0 DTE crush for any sort of calls that were looking good coming into the end of the week. We had a strong bid Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So if anybody thought, oh boy, we're going to come in and close a week strong, not happening. Strong catalyst in the morning with the economic number, which gave us a bid, but that selling came in right off of the open for some stocks, and a little bit after the opening session, 30 to 50 minutes after for others. But there is a ticker that has been selling off pretty aggressively and making fresh lows, and also doing significant relative volume. I've said this about 3 times today, where if a Mag 7 stock is doing above 2 times the relative volume, there is definitely something going on there. That is not normal. It's either a catalyst, it's something or the other, but you can see just a technical push on Softy. That 500 breakdown finally came in on the day today with some distinction. We pinged it on Tuesday, and that didn't really sustain for very long as we reclaimed that 500 pretty much right away. You can see that happened once again this morning. 500 bounce, but VWAP sellers come in once again, kind of showing us that you know who's in charge, and continuation to the downside looking distinctly different from the rest of the market is Softy right now. A little bit of a follow through of the higher time frame kind of trade we've been talking about here, which was the break of this long-term trend and also the exhaustive action off of earnings that brought us into the downtrend break. So it's like, this is what we talk about. This is the trend break is the confirmation, but there's price action before the trend break actually happens, which might point you in the right direction of what is about to come. And I think that exhaustive action off of earnings was very, very telling. And we got that confirmation with a bit of trend break. And if you want to use horizontal supports and resistances, that 520, that 519 break as well, coming in really, really nice as you know.
I think we are ready to get our rundown on and see what names you are interested in or were interested in and hopefully still are, as Sharif is locked and loaded and ready to go.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, locked and loaded. Obi in for Sean today. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers on the top right of your screen is to get into the chat and vote every day. Super easy to vote. Throw in that $ followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Here's a look at the major averages right now. The NQ down 0.5%, barely. The ES faring a lot worse today. In fact, losing 6,500, down 0.2% or thereabouts. With the Russell 2000 also flat, 0.1%. The Dow faring the worst of the 4 major averages, down more than 0.75%. But as has been the case lately, the number one ticker, as decided by you guys, Open Door, and another fantastic day to the high side for Open Door, up another 14%, 13.75%, despite the fact that Andrew Left of Citron Research criticized the technology company on social media, calling it a stock promo and predicting failure. Despite this, we were up nicely in the pre-market, and we continued those gains, boys, into regular market hours.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of true, but not yet. Not failing yet. And that's the key thing. Momentum.
Momentum.
You don't know.
Where is that from? I know where that's from. I'm trying to remember where it's
Fresh
from.
Prince.
Okay.
Rest in peace, John Witherspoon, when he was on the Fresh Prince show. He's like, you got to coordinate, but it's all about the momentum. So momentum is like, that's when like things like look at AMD to the downside, which we'll talk about next. And then like rapid momentum could mean something like that Palantir bottom that we see. But momentum is what happens when the shorts get what's coming to them on open. And woo, the lights just turned up in here a little bit. I know y'all saw that. It's just all the heat just came in as we turn up the lights because open just broke the high of the day. We'll just pretend that we did it on purpose because of this breakout. 14% to the upside. It is a pure squeeze play, and what a squeeze play needs is shorts out of pocket. And they got out of pocket when it held 5. They got out of pocket yesterday when it closed 6. Unfortunately, I bought the dip into 6 and let it go at 630, and now it's at 680. But I think this is the one, at least from what I can tell. Here's the other thing about Open Door. Remember when the volume was tapering off? Ooh, volume is creeping back. It's almost 500 million shares of volume today. And keep in mind, this is all at a higher price, right? So like the notional, it's increasing in volume as the price is going up. So this is more and more impressive to be able to do this kind of volume. It'll probably do 600 or 700 million shares today, and all above $6. So impressive run. I want to look for a dip, but I would look at about 660 to 670. That would be the area to look for a bit of a dip. I'm only in the one position, and that's NVIDIA off of like a 67 wall. And we're going to talk about that later.
Yeah, I think the picture on open is exactly that. Shorts are getting absolutely shellacked day by day. I think if you're looking to initiate positions here, and I'm talking to anybody who's looking at this as a potential swing short idea, sure, this time this high from I guess August 25th was quite nice. We did kind of pull into that $4 level, but that $5, I've said this a few times, the $5 is going to stay is a very interesting level when it comes to stocks, and it stayed interesting here on Open Door as it comes in, it kind of consolidates higher time frame and then steps up a little bit higher as well. You can see how it's been setting up here on the daily as well. We talked about this being potentially a little bit of maybe a higher time frame liquidity trap here, where you had that initial push in July, which did get us all the way up to 490s. I think it was just shy of that, 497, yeah, just shy of $5. And we take a nice little pullback all the way down to 2, but a failure to follow through lower back down to where it came from, sub-dollar levels, and then you get a nice and slow, steady grind back up, back through 5. You do a little bit of a breakout of that $5 level, pull back in, higher low on top of the $4, higher low on top of the $3. So it goes 2, 3, 4, 5. Guess what? We blew past that 6 today, Neil, and we're stepping up even higher. So is this thing done? Absolutely not. Is there a backside to this? For sure, there's probably going to be a backside. Is it going to be anytime soon? I have no idea, but I'm patiently waiting. I know a lot of people who are just sitting in this long, and I like the long idea as well, very much so, and not going to touch this short on any time frame, whether it be intraday, daily, weekly, or monthly, until it actually shows me that it can potentially be there. Intraday, sure, I think there's scalps to be had, but it just seems like it's been a lot less forgiving just to stay long on this stock, bigger picture, and it's opening up to some interesting price action, which we could get if this thing really starts to get going and starts going parabolic. You think this is parabolic? You haven't seen anything yet.
You ain't seen nothing yet. I like that.
All right, AMD's next, guys, and what a tough day it was for some of these semis. Yeah, you've got the likes of NVIDIA down about 3% and change, 3%. AMD faring a bit worse, 6%. All on this. Yesterday, Broadcom reported earnings, and Huck Tan, the CEO, on the call said they're expecting a new client in addition to the 3 that they already announced. Widely speculated that it will be OpenAI, and they've secured what they're calling a $10 billion order for their custom AI racks based on XPUs. As a result, guys, they say now, and reflecting this, we now expect the outlook for fiscal 2026 AI revenue to improve significantly from what we had indicated earlier in the quarter. That's to Broadcom's benefit and AMD's detriment.
Yeah. And the answer to the question of what happens when the bid stops bidding, AMD. That is the answer to that all-important question. It's this doesn't necessarily look good. It didn't look all that good when there was a double top at a kind of an obvious level here at 185 on AMD. Didn't look all that good when someone was selling a bunch at $170. It certainly didn't look all that good when it made the lower high in here the last couple of days, and 162 to 164 ended up being resistance. Well, AMD fell apart today. And even as the market tried to bounce, it's not doing a very good job. We always knew this was going to be in trouble. One of the things you have to remember about AMD is this is, for all the hoopla, and everyone talking about how AMD can grow to get some market share from NVIDIA, and that they're going to benefit so much from this, and all the upside and blah, blah, blah. They actually still trade at a higher multiple than NVIDIA does. Like, that's the crazy thing. AMD is actually the one that's overpriced. It needs the growth even more. So when something like this, a story like this happens, it ends up being worse for AMD. than it is for NVIDIA, which I got wrong because I'm short NVIDIA and AMD is the one clearly. So this feels like the same way it was a long till it isn't. You have 150, and then after 150, if that breaks, it's like it's a short under the 50 period until maybe it can bounce off the 150 area, maybe more like 148 to 150. So I think you're favoring this one to the downside, at least in the short term here, when it can possibly settle down. Big trend break already happened on AMD. That's not a piece of news you want to hear. And they're going to get beat up. And sometimes we saw days where AMD would go a bigger percentage up than NVIDIA. It plays both ways here. Unfortunately, today there just wasn't much of a bid.
Yeah, I think AMD was definitely the one to get involved with today. Didn't really have eyes on it, and this is what I was kind of talking to Sharif about as well, Neil, is like some of these technical breakdowns, if we see them coming in, like what is the best way to potentially be there first? You can't have eyes on everything, but maybe just having orders in at specific technical levels, just having them in there to be like, all right, well, if we're going to kind of continue this consolidation, maybe have a bid up here and maybe have a sell down here, 156, as you can see how aggressive and consistent the selling was once that consolidation low or that prior low right here at that 150, let's get specific, 156.62. So let's go down and see what that 156.62 did coming in right off of the open. Now this is a 3-minute chart. We'll go straight down to the 1-minute chart. 156.60s, Neil, that price was printed right on the first candle of the open. And as soon as that consolidation low broke down, you can see that happens right here. That's 156.70s, 156.60s, roughly. I think the opening price was specifically 157.14. The first candle takes us a decent chunk of the move down, almost a 2% candle on AMD right off of the open, and then trades even lower on the second 1-minute candle. But I think the place to get in here was that VWAP. Sure, missed this initial push. Maybe that's what brings it onto your radar, and then you're like, all right, now we're trading below consolidation, below those prior levels. Where can I look for potential sellers to step back in? We know that chips are relatively weaker. We saw NVIDIA and AMD selling off with risk. I mean, compared to the market, the market was bidding up aggressively. So with respect to that, distinctly different. AMD and NVIDIA and basically the chip sector was. Sure, TSM, Micron, and some of the other, China chips were moving a little bit more aggressively to the upside, and they were distinctly different. I think VWAP was the place to get in. And that's confirming now when later on in the day, it comes back up into VWAP, bids back up into VWAP. Look at this hold of those highs, pretty much a flat top happening confluence with VWAP at that 153 here on AMD. So great reasons to sell throughout the day on AMD. Now we're taking a trek back up into VWAP. I don't know if I want to participate once again at VWAP, but it seems like VWAP is where sellers have been pretty much all day on AMD. Bit of a miss on my part.
Talk about AAPL next. So Pineapple Financial. So they're up big, at least earlier on, still about 52%. After the company closed, private placement for the purchase and sale of 24.6 million subscription receipts for a proceed of about $100 million. They intend to use that $100 million, boys, to launch a digital asset treasury strategy, much like BMNR and MSTR, into INJ. Under the terms of the securities purchase agreement, the company issued 7.8 million subscription receipts at $3.80 per subscription and 16.8 at $4.16. So good look there, but well off the highs.
I feel like the timing of this might not have been the best. I mean, we just had the entire group of these treasury plays under pressure. So expecting this one to hold up, I think, was asking a lot. That said, it's still up 50%. But overall, we're already on the other side of the V pretty heavily. It double topped, and it did so on decreasing volume, and now you have even less volume. All it's basically doing is holding on for dear life above $6, and I'd be a little bit worried that you break that down even. Volumes, like I said, volume's completely gone, but it was a 1 million float that has turned over 60 times. So that's a lot of the reason why it goes. But once it unwinds, I think you have some fun with these on the first day when it goes, and try not to hit that multi-day home run for these treasury type plays. I just don't think that's been the way to go. But yeah, at least for now, you're holding on to $6. It's the only thing you got left. And you can see the volume is almost it's just non-existent at this point. Since I pulled it up, there's been like 0 prints that aren't dark pools.
Yeah, and you got to watch out for the squeeze on, especially something like this, right? Like, look at the action it's already shown you. Halt down, halt down. I don't know. I don't see any halt ups here, but maybe this. Okay, actually, this was a halt up right here. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, mainly what I'm seeing here is 2 significant halt downs on this stock today, and a failure to follow through on much lower volume, failure to follow through lower. So, we talk about potential liquidity traps. This is starting to smell like one on the daily or on the intraday for sure. If we can't break down all the way back to where we came, then I think there might be people that are potentially stuck on this one here. And like you said, no prints going off. So if anybody got any significant size in and around this morning session, the first few hours, good luck covering in that lack of liquidity, right? So I think that's something to watch out for. I think it's a great lesson on the day. I didn't really participate. The long off the open was nice. I guess the shorts were great if you took them off as soon as like it showed you the buying's back in. Because again, shorting stuff like this on a first day, not really my thing. I really want to stay away from shorting something like this on day one. It doesn't even show me the market cap here, so no idea what that is. But this thing, absolutely no volume on average. So pretty crazy move. Don't know if you guys were involved, but hopefully you guys had a good time either way on Pineapple Express this morning.
Before we go back, it's the easiest market cap to figure out because it floats just over 1 million shares.
Oh, it's just 1 million. Okay, so
it's like 1.1. It's like 1.1 million.
See, I didn't even see the float. So
it's like
a 6 million float right now.
Just so like 7 million market cap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was 4 million. Yes.
So basically, like CD Lamb could buy that if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I'm gonna have to take that, Neil, because I've got nothing to. I got nothing to say back. All right, Palantir, guys, down on the day, down 1.4, but still trading within that range, 150 to 160 cents back in, I want to say, late August. But there was this headline today. Mark Benioff celebrating, says Salesforce beat out Palantir on a U.S. Army contract as a result of its lower prices and, according to him, proven AI solutions. So CRM up 2.5% after a bad guidance sent that one down after the earnings report, guys. But Palantir 1 1/3.
That's wild.
So, Sharif, I was just filling OB on what CeeDee Lamb did last night statistically. CeeDee Lamb for the Dallas Cowboys cost him the game by dropping 4 passes when I think he dropped like 7 all of last year. 2 of them coming in the fourth quarter on what should have been potentially game-winning drive. And they were like, and he knew it. The cool thing is, to his credit, he was accountable. He's like, I know I caught. He didn't just say I should have caught those balls.
Something wrong with his arm yesterday?
No. He literally said, I cost my team the game. And it's like, you know what? I always respect when you get athletes that actually answer,
that are self-aware,
self-aware, and willing to just be direct about it instead of give the whole, next time we're gonna give 100%, and we just take it one play at a time. We're just trying to make a play here. We go about this the right way, and everyone in the locker room is focused on the same thing. We all have the same goal out there, and that's just just to go out there one play at a time, and make sure we execute the coach's plan on offense, and then again on defense. And then it's just like you literally, and I could probably go on for 5 minutes. Palantir, bottoming tail wicks every single day. It is absolutely ridiculous that it's still doing this. The accumulation that's going on in the mid 150s here is absurd. And it's nuts because yesterday was a really good bottom and I did not get it. I just didn't get it today. And the pattern has generally been allow it to fall because it's not closing anywhere near the low. That's what those bottoming tail candles will tell you. I kind of had the bottom, but I didn't really have the bottom because I didn't get the timing right on the one long I had. It's traded some other stuff like open, but ultimately almost every single time you're catching some kind of a bounce, whether it's extreme on Palantir or small or extreme. In this case, it's not even close. I think once, the 27th is the only time it closed on the low. And that opened up a gap and just couldn't catch a bid. But every other day, you're just finding a way to make a big bounce. This time it does close on the low, but most of the times if you catch that bottom, bit of a fail in the timing on my part there because obviously should have done a heck of a lot better with Palantir. But as long as this pattern holds, now you can't be overly bullish when you see this because it's not really going anywhere while it's doing this. It gets just a lot of accumulation. Sure, if you're able to catch the bottom, you can generally hold it 7 times out of 10. But the other side of that coin is it cannot seem to break out above the high 150s. So it's a lot of sideways action, which requires you to deploy one strategy, I think. I would say you're just looking for that big bottoming tail and look for the long. And 7 times out of 10, it looks like you're going to be okay as long as you time that entry right and try to hold it all day long. It's not incredibly exciting, obviously, when it's doing this, but for a day trade, there's some spots that you can make make some coin there.
I mean, Palantir has been giving solid opportunities for day trades. I think for the past few days, almost every day, it seems like, sure, you had a little bit of a chop consolidation prior week going into the end, Thursday, Friday. But coming in, Tuesday, Monday was off. Long weekend holiday, Labor Day, but 150 hold as well coming in at the beginning of the week. And then look at this. Sell off, reversion long, reversion short. So the reversion of the reversion on Wednesday, and then again on Thursday, a little bit of a bid break. You attempt to break the opening range, and then a reversion once again. And guess what? Today, Neil, strong sell off of the open. Sure, you might have missed that. But then a reversion back to VWAP off of there. So it's been a great trader, I think, in terms of giving intraday opportunities. Sure, we're kind of chilling sideways and just consolidating here between like 150 and 160s over the past couple of weeks here. You can see a nice little chop with an ultimate low sitting at that 142.35 from Wednesday, August 20th. So since that strong little flush that we had, the multi-day flush, the selling off, and that I would say a little bit of a capitulatory bottom on Palantir on Wednesday, August 20th. I'm sure. Do I have it? There you go. Boom. I do have an anchor there. I don't have a lot of anchors on this chart, but I do have an anchor there. We crack a lot of those levels today coming in off of the open, but we find ourselves with a bid 148 clean, 148.04s. Nice little double bottom here on the 15-minute chart as well. Talk about intraday opportunities and a beautiful reversion to VWAP and the follow through continuation off of VWAP as well. So Palantir, man, is the gift that keeps on giving if you have the right kind of execution set for some of these trades, the opening drives, the reversions, the level holds, the breakdowns, the breakouts. I think Palantir is a great trader, and especially on a day where it does relative volume like it is doing today. Sure, it's not doing 2 times or 2.5 times like something like that of Softy, but we're still doing 1.6, 1.7 times relative volume on a day which is not really strung with a catalyst. Right, we don't really have a direct catalyst on the day today on Palantir. We're still doing some decent relative volume. So stays like that, I think I do want to watch out for Palantir. And again, amazing day trader.
For NVIDIA, same headline that we really had for AMD. It is Broadcom's success at the expense of NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still a little bit above 3%, a little bit above that the drop of 3%, is what we reported to you last time. They're barely holding on to 4 trillion there, guys. 4.052 trillion now. Watch out. NVIDIA on the way down. I say that facetiously, of course.
You do, but it hasn't been good for them. As much as NVIDIA is doing better than AMD, the similar first step is happening on the daily chart, which is losing the 50-period moving average. I think, we all like NVIDIA. At least most people seem to like NVIDIA as a company. I have no issues with holding them in the long term, but it's just like it's taking the stairs down, and we took another step down. Early, not so good, but right now, what I'm looking at and playing off of is the low on the week here at 167 change has turned into a bit of a wall in the afternoon. And as long as it holds onto that wall, I want to be short it. But if it breaks out that top, I got to get the you-know-what out of Dodge, because that's the thing about taking the stairs down is support turns into resistance, and if that breaks, you could be all the way up in the 69 to 70 range. So this afternoon, shorting off the 167 level and trying to scalp out as maybe a little bit better than some of the other chips is NVIDIA, and there's probably no other opportunity to say this, but we'll just throw it out now. CoreWeave going the other way, which is up. The market's down. NVIDIA and AMD are weak. CoreWeave actually breaking out of its malaise, caught a similar bottom, and now positive. This one's trending in the right direction. Well, if you want, unless you're short. I mean, obviously, I always say the right direction as if its stocks should only go up, but I guess that's my bias.
All right, guys, listen up. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States. Yet, there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class transnasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. That's OGEN on the NYSE exchange. All right, so NVIDIA here, yeah, a little bit similar to that of AMD. We are breaking down a little bit of consolidation lows, but it hasn't been consolidating as cleanly as AMD. You see that AMD was consolidating maybe for a couple of weeks in between that 160 to 170-ish, but you can see that coming in through this low, 167.22s. We talked about how AMD broke its prior low. Let's see how NVIDIA breaks its prior low, 167.22s. Sure, NVIDIA is going to be a little bit more competitive. It's going to be a little bit more choppy, a little bit more crowded. So that's something you got to watch out for. But you can see that once we distinctly start trading below, what was that, 167? So 167.20s. So once we start trading distinctly below 167.20s, which is in and around right here, we do start to hold that pretty well. You can see that resistance on 167s as well. So that support turning into resistance, another beautiful example of that, and maybe a little bit of confluence with VWAP kind of showing itself in the pre-market session as well. Again, looking distinctly different from the rest of the market because as you saw, the market off the open bid up pretty decently. You can see that right here. This was that economic number coming into the open. We bid up pretty aggressively, but NVIDIA didn't really have that kind of sentiment coming into the open. Sure, we did have a bid, but below VWAP and still holding VWAP as resistance as it had been doing pretty much for the majority of the pre-market session. Coming into the open, guess what? We see more of the same. Coming into the midday, a little bit more of the same as a little bit of resistance or chop happening in and around that VWAP on NVIDIA. So that's the look here on NVIDIA, and that, guys, is your rundown. I think brought to you by Oragenics. And
the perfect time to get a fresh start on what symbols are interesting. So you guys know the drill by now. Type in $ and the ticker that you're interested in. I'm going to restart it so that it's literally been open all day long. Open always seems to win this. So I'm going to type, let's say, I don't know. I was going to say OB as a joke, but I'll pull an actual symbol in there, and let's just go with Robinhood because everyone seems to like Robinhood. And SoFi was making a big move. And Robinhood's already in #1, so I should have picked something else. Hey, someone typed my name. It's not a ticker, so you're not going to have all these interesting, MSTR. That's something we have not looked at today. So MSTR is going to pick up. So everyone in the chat, and if you're not in the chat, you got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, jump in, let us know what you're interested in this Friday afternoon. And the reason why I picked Hood is someone had already asked, what are the odds that Robinhood is getting added to the S&P 500? We're going to find out who's going in. There's another edition. I think this one's for Foot Locker, and then probably whatever. It doesn't really matter. We don't know. It's all speculation. And every time that we guess Robinhood's going to get in, it doesn't. AAPL's another one that's pretty popular for a chance to get in. And we'll find out it's usually like 5 or 6 o'clock or something when we'll figure out who the latest addition to the S&P 500 is. I have no idea. It's coming out today, right? Yeah, it should be tonight. I feel like it's not exactly at the same time, but it's always after we've done the market recap shows. It's at least 5 o'clock. I seem to find out on the train home. I feel on the Fridays when they're letting us know. So yeah, Robinhood, it's a possibility. The only thing that holds against it, you've already seen some other fintech names get in. It's like, well, how many are they going to load up on? But yeah, Robinhood, a little bit of pressure for most of the day today, but like a lot of stuff, it managed to catch a bit eventually. But man, that sell-off not looking, it doesn't look too good. I'm like, we'll see, and it's not going to be, like, a lot of times it's not something completely out of left field. It'll be a relatively mature stock. I find. We usually have a pretty decent idea of what we're going to be looking at there. So Robinhood, I don't really see much of a trade here on this bad boy. And just to go to the higher time frame, like a lot of other stocks that we pointed out, like you had a big consolidation breakdown here today. At least Robinhood recovered the 100 level, which had been some support. So as long as it can hold 100, it's not that bad. But this feels like a stock that's maybe could use that good headline of the addition. I think maybe that's a thing that could get people going again. So I just actually reloaded into NVIDIA in front of that 167 level. It has wicked it once, but it feels like this is getting stronger as it goes in. So I should be scalping for less because it's putting in higher lows. Wally Sparks, I will eat an entire pineapple pizza.
Okay. Nice.
Hold on a second. I will eat an entire pineapple pizza while putting, I'll wear like an M. I'll somehow put an M on one cheek and then, I don't know, A from Mullen Automotive on the other cheek. If Mullen ever ends up in the S, and I don't care. I could be doing this show 10 years from now. And if Mullen, which is now, what the hell are they calling themselves these days? BINI, but it's what's the name of the company? It's BINI. No, but it's Bollinger Innovations. Whatever. I don't know what they're going with that. If Bollinger Innovations ever ends up in the index, then I'll do all of that. Maybe I'll put a B in there somewhere. And I'm talking at any point. Like I don't care. 5 years from now, 10 years from now.
They're trying to tell you when you
hold me to that nonsense. No, that's jokes. I'm just saying.
I think they're trying to tell you like they might be telling you the strategy to use on that name when you hit the upper Bollinger every single time.
Just sell?
Just sell.
Oh, goodness. Oh, man, that would be
Just
hilarious.
sell.
Could you imagine?
The best swing short of all time. They go to zero, man. I'm telling you. Some of these
Tell
stocks,
me
they
that
go
the
to
market is screwed without telling me the market is screwed the day something like that happens.
Yeah.
Because like the moment that something like a company like that could ever get in,
Yeah.
two-wheel crypto, SoFi maybe? That could be interesting to see in the S&P 500. How about this? I'm kind of thinking we got to figure a few names. I like Robinhood, and we'll try to come up with 2 or 3 more as a consensus. Maybe
growth
even
names?
Yeah, just growth names, and throw some out there, and then we'll get a poll going by 3 o'clock that we can all pick who we think is going to go in, and we'll all make predictions.
Oh, for tonight.
Yeah, for who's going to get the addition.
Contenders.
You don't have to worry about Palantir, obviously, because well, they're already in. It's starting to go, but not a lot of volume, not going crazy. So I'm going to stick to GameStop. No, GameStop's not getting in there. Webull. I feel like Webull getting in before Robinhood would be a little bit weird. MSTR. I don't get it. Tilray says Rob over here. Yeah, so Tilray's not getting in the index. MSTR. I don't get that. I guess. Why not? Why not? But I feel like I can't come up with anything better than Hood. Reddit's interesting for sure. But anyways, NVIDIA just sort of scalping in and out of this one. The street says MSTR, says Jason. You know what? I wonder if Kalshi. Can you do does Kalshi have betting on this kind of stuff? I should check that out.
I have no idea. But I'm gonna ask both Perplexity and GPT what the top contenders for tonight's ad are. And then once I have the list, because I don't know who's qualifying, who's whatever.
Oh, there is hold on, Kalshi does have this, I think.
And then from that list, I'll probably select something.
Oh, this changes.
Well. I'll give them both the same prompts as well. I think the prompt that I use, I said, what are the top contenders for tonight's S&P 500 ad?
Forget about that, because we're in the back quarter of the year, so this is perfect. It's from Kalshi, and we're not sponsored by Kalshi, but they've got the odds on here. So what companies will be added to the S&P 500 this year? 63% chance in the betting markets for Robinhood, 39% chance for Carvana, and 30% for Strategy. They have not clearly updated from MicroStrategy to Strategy. And then it says 5 more. We have Cheniere as well. AppLovin. I'm surprised AppLovin is not
so many.
higher
See,
than that.
both of them gave me different ones. So
what the heck is V?
Hood AppLovin is in there.
Yeah. What do you have there?
IBKR, I think that was already done.
They're already in.
They're already done. Carvana?
Yeah, Carvana is near the top of the list.
So that was GPT, and then Perplexity gives me Strategy as their first one, MSTR, and then Robinhood, and then App, and then LNG. So it seems like this LNG keeps showing
Mood
up
lighting.
here as well. Was it Cheniere Energy, Apple Oven, Tech Software, Energy, FinTech. Huh? I mean, they've been keeping Hood at the sidelines for quite a while. So I'll be surprised if they finally do Hood today, and that's going to be interesting. If they finally do Hood today, then that's definitely going to be something that's going to be tradable on Monday. Monday for sure.
So I just asked Fabian.
I'm going to go with LNG.
Let's go with, because these are the odds. So I think Hood, Apple Oven, Carvana, and MSTR.
Damn.
Those are the ones we'll put in the poll for you guys. We just got a super chat, so I want to get to that. If we can, rather quickly. David, happy Dave dumb trade of day. Okay. Well, it doesn't have to be a dumb trade. It could be a good trade. CoreWeave closes at 87.32. The matching mute color shirts a little upsetting.
Bruh.
Man, it's
mute?
not like
What's a mute color? You mean like
don't know
beige? What the hell is a mute color?
We don't
They're
coordinate.
beige.
It's not like we don't plan these things.
Yeah. Neil
Like,
messaged me this
times.
morning. He's like, you better come in
Yeah, it doesn't.
wearing beige or you're not allowed on the desk. And I was like,
Not bad.
damn.
If that's what we care about. So CoreWeave. Sorry, we're supposed to be looking at CoreWeave here.
Bruh.
David, you said you think CoreWeave closed at 87.32. That is oddly specific, and it is higher than that right now. So I guess you're looking short. You want it close. That's not an extreme close. You're thinking it pulls back into VWAP essentially. More or less VWAP. It's just a little bit. Get hair under VWAP is what you're looking for. All the market has to do is tick down. I mean, NVIDIA's coming into VWAP, so that's working out. The NASDAQ is. Why is that a dumb? I mean, look, it's relatively strong. Dumb is a harsh word. Like the NASDAQ's in a range and failing the top end of the range, so we speak. NVIDIA's pulling back. It's not completely insane. It's not necessarily the one that I would want, but it certainly could be a little bit of something for sure. Ooh, that just happened. Tasia, I saw the same thing happen in open, but it's one thing to drop into the level. It's another thing to show me an entry. Like you can pull back and then show an entry here, like it shows you the long. So I want it to show me the long. Give me some kind of a consolidation because you've broken the trend and it hasn't really tested all the way down into 660. But like I'm looking at it now, it's on the radar. And for those of you, there's no shot now. You guys can't see what we're working with now. We've got these new massive screens, so like my charts are big and.
Oh, there you go. There's a little bit.
You can see like it's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's kind of hard to tell because you don't have the reference of how much smaller our old screens were. But yeah, we're dealing with some real estate. So I have opened up on one of my charts here to be able to see. Always paying attention. Right here comes VWAP on NVIDIA.
Much more crystal clear.
Crystal clear.
These screens are for sure. Probably less smudges as well on the screen.
Are we clear?
I saw the bigger screens and I was like, oh boy,
crystal.
We're getting some new screens here for the main. I think it looks really nice. What, crystal clear?
Yeah. Are we clear?
Crystal.
Yes. Crystal.
You know what?
If I tell you who says it, you can get the movie?
Maybe.
I'll give you one of the two actors is Tom Cruise.
I'm so horrible with actors.
One of them is Tom Cruise.
Oh, is it Inglourious Basterds? No, he's not in that movie. It's not Top Gun? No. It's can't be Mission Impossible. Who's the actor again? Tom Cruise?
Tom Cruise. How about I give you the other one?
Mission Impossible 2.
How about I just give you the other actor? It's Jack Nicholson.
I have to look up who that is again. I'm sure I know the actor.
Jack Nicholson.
I recognize the name.
Yeah, Rob.
Oh, okay, this guy.
What do you mean, this guy?
You can't handle the truth.
Of course. Yeah. No, I don't know where that quote is from. Here's the thing, my memory's a little weird. So I have a very good visual memory, but I have trouble attaching names to those faces. So I guess
just looked up Jack Nicholson. I
know the name. I'm just like, of course I know Jack Nicholson. I'm like, who is this guy again? I'm trying to pair the. No, of course not. He's a great actor. Come on,
old.
He's an amazing actor.
Probably one of the greatest actors of all time. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. He absolutely killed Joker. Like he was amazing at it.
He was great as the Joker.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised. But I feel like that's one of those movies that the line is so that one particular scene is so hyped up that most people know it. Anyways, go ahead, Adair.
I was just going to say, I was just going to add justice for Cesar Romero's Joker in the 60s show as well, because that was fun.
Fair. Yeah, shout out to The Departed. That was a good one, for sure. Jack Nicholson was amazing. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was pretty good too. Okay, well, back to the market. Brian R. not as good as Heath Ledger. He was unbelievable.
Oh, of course, yeah. When we're talking about the Joker,
Here's Johnny. You know that line?
Yeah, that's from The Shining. Yes, let's go. The Shining.
Let's go.
Yeah,
That's what.
which I recently saw.
Yeah, buddy. I don't know why I got so hyped.
I have a lot of.
It's just because
I have a lot of great movies on my to-watch list because I know they're great movies.
I don't know why I got so excited about that.
What's another one?
Who the hell just said that Core Weave is? Oh, you said pumping, not tanking. Okay.
Oh, pumping.
David,
yeah, Core
you
Weave
didn't actually go short.
A little bit of a pump.
I hope not.
Core Weave.
See, Obi got one, and now we're excited for it. Mike Peter Ryder, Jag, you see this? Jag, back to the moonlighting. Jaguar Mining, the Toronto company? Is that what you mean? Mike, you can't be talking about this. Why would you be looking at a Toronto stock? All right, it doesn't really matter. Look at AEO, and just kind of going through the symbols that you guys are interested in. We got that almost in front of VWAP fill on NVIDIA. Ooh, American Eagle's going this afternoon. There's a little something that could be spicy, a spicy meatball. Okay, so what I love about Rob is Rob's doing a bunch of work around here because obviously you can see the lights are going on. And then Rob says, "Isn't that with Louis Gossett Jr.?" You're thinking of Iron Eagle. Back when Top Gun came out.
Yep.
You know how in Hollywood gets real damn lazy about stuff. So like someone makes a successful movie, and it's like we'll just do the same kind of thing.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So when all that was going on and Top Gun was huge, they're like, let's just do this Iron Eagle, which is a really fun, ridiculous film. Very fun and ridiculous film. Yeah, Hot Shots is pretty jokes, though. Ooh, I like this.
Oh,
Dinkelberg, would your quarterback ever let anyone spit on him? What? I'll tell you this right now. Josh Allen, he wouldn't. He would try to find a way not to get thrown out of the game, though, because he probably wouldn't let it stand. But before Josh could do something, and you know he'd want to do something. And for anyone that doesn't know, the best player on Philly last night in the NFL season opener essentially spit on the Dallas before a single play was run. He spit on the Dallas quarterback and got tossed from the game.
Good.
And the Dallas quarterback actually kept his calm and didn't get himself tossed in retaliation. Yeah. But Josh Allen would probably think about it, and then what would happen is one of his linemen would probably clock the guy, and then they'd get tossed so the quarterback could stay in the game. I'm surprised nobody did anything, but anyways. Yeah. Jalen Carter's a big dude. I probably wouldn't do anything. If that dude came up to me, what am I supposed to do? I'm like, you're like 320 pounds and you're a beast. I do believe we're going. Did I hear we're going to Adara?
No.
No? Yeah. Oh, I heard something in my ear. But we'll get there right about now.
Yes, right about now. Guys, so exciting news I have for Canadian sophisticated traders. From Beta Pro by Global X Canada, they've just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize US dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying US equity indices. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. All right, guys. So I totally lost track of what we were talking about, but...
thank you, Mike Peter Ryder.
Yeah, Sigil.
Jag was a person in the chat. Sigil was the name. Is this really Sigil? Sigil?
Sigil is signaling to the upside.
Concord International Group is going absolutely ham. I don't know what just caused the recent volume spike. I have heard nothing in my ear, which suggests to me maybe I do have it on. Yeah, I don't see any news going on with this. So Sigil,
I'm going to take a guess and say squeeze.
Whatever. Well, obviously it's squeezing. The float is, my goodness.
It's technical.
The float is 1.4 million shares. So regardless of what is happening, they've soaked the float. for sure. Oh, yuck. What the heck is this? What the hell is even that?
That's the higher time frame?
This literally did this yesterday.
Yeah,
It failed at exactly this level. It's 420.
And then coming in again today. It's straight
Good luck
squeeze.
chasing that.
Somebody probably held on to that being like, this is going back to $1.50. It doesn't break down to $2.50, and they're absolutely screwed when the opening drive doesn't follow through this
Shorts
morning.
are so greedy sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
got 420 to
here's the thing.
280.
Swinging long is distinctly different from swinging short.
It really is.
It's distinctly different. It is a totally different playbook. Like, I love swinging short, but it is a totally different kind of playbook. But you know what? You can keep it simple. You can turn the chart upside down and just keep it that simple. But then again, if you're turning that chart upside down, Neil, there's no follow through today. So it's a little bit unlucky if you're sitting short from yesterday.
Well, unlucky.
There's the thing with first day runners, like shorting first day runners like that. It's just, I don't know. Some of them work really well, and others don't really as well. So there goes 440 on Sigil.
Yeah, and Pathic, I don't know why I just allowed this back. I don't know why that got blocked initially, that comment. Open, triple top break in motion. It's trying to go. I'm on the bid at 70s, trying to catch it on the way up here. But we got to Chase Driscoll. Thank you for the super chat. What's the technical on AEO worth a long at the end of the day here? I got that one up as well. If we're looking at names that could go. And obviously, like, it's trend up. The problem with that trend is it's getting a little bit steep and then right into, here you go. Let me zoom it out here so you can see. Like, it's getting steep and it's right into that last little tranche at the end of the day yesterday. And then at the open, like pre-market lows and kind of where it broke down, it's already up there. So this is really not a spot that I would want to join. Little bit extended here for sure. Like, again, like if it gets to, let's just say it gets to 19 and you're long in here, like, I don't know, I feel like you're not wrong until at least like 30s and 40s. So that's way too far to chase it, in my opinion. So I don't necessarily love it. I feel like if you get into this when it really breaks, like it's breaking out somewhere in here, like you put in some higher lows, you break the trend in here, you confirm there, that's a break, that's a good dip. Like these are all reasonable entries in there. Then this just feels like a chase with AEO. So not for me. But that doesn't mean it can't go. And you know what? It might not even be that bad if this stock were to not break 19 today, hold out, get a nice consolidative day, then you get a clean run at 19 next week. I think that could be a little bit spicy.
Yeah, I think the way that thing's been holding up, I like it for the multi-day. And it's already, like, are you swinging this name?
What?
AEO?
No, I'm not in.
Okay. Because I know there's a lot of people.
I know a lot of people have
who are in the name and are very active in and around it. I like it as well. I'm not in it, unfortunately, but it is working out pretty well and looking pretty nice as well. Since earnings popped yesterday, today, day 2, that 18 level holding quite well. You got that strong quadrunk off of the open, but a failure to follow through. That bid was held. Neil, we'll count the first opening candle as well. That bid was held for over 4 hours on the day today, and coming into the 5th hour of the trading day here, we are curling back up. So a failure to follow through to the downside, low volume, can't really sell off any more than it already has. Strong sellers off of the open, no follow through for 4 hours. Guess what? It's gone down, it's gone sideways, and it can't go any other way. It's only one way left to go, and that's up, and that's what it's doing right now. And up is what it has been doing over the past few weeks as well on AEO. So I do like it. There's, again, a lot of people that got involved on the initial push through, I think it was 12, 13s, 14s, and then I don't know if anybody got 15, but that earnings reaction giving us another move to the upside as well for the continuation. Again, this stock has a lot of, I guess, turbulence and a lot of chop to get through. You can see just looking left here on a higher time frame, it's got a lot of chop to get through. So unless we get above 26s.
So given that chop,
yes.
Which one, if you have to swing one at this price right here, right now, open door AEO?
Oh, okay, sure, yeah, but my risk is $9.
No, but which you have to buy one of them to swing over the weekend. Open door or AEO. Buy it now.
Oh, open door or AEO. Okay.
You have to buy it now, and you can't get out till Monday. Oh, obviously Monday. Let's say you have to hold all day Monday. How about that? Minimum. Which one?
You have to hold all day Monday. Okay. See how this is setting up. You know.
Well, you think about it. I'm just gonna say open door.
Yeah, I just need to look at a few different frames.
I just feel like
I also would like to know how today closed.
I know, but like I don't want to give you that opportunity. That's too much information.
I want to know. Yeah, I want to know how today closes as well.
I want the one that's it's blue skies as opposed to having the overhead resistance. That's why I picked open.
Yeah, no, that's fair. The only thing is, like, I think open it did have a kill candle recently, right? I think it was the one in July, right? This one in July. What an absolute. This funny thing. I was watching this in the morning session, and you can see I have my trend lines and my speed lines drawn. And then the catalyst comes out. Look at this clean break of the trend. Like I had these lines. I remember I had these lines in while we were still bidding up, and I never looked at it again. And I realized the day after that they did, I think, an offering or something at the money, something like that, something crazy underneath $5, and we got a straight quadroon, killing pretty much all of the action on the day and the stock as well, as it just bled off. But a failure to follow through. People thought that kill candle was going to get them back to zero, and it absolutely doesn't. So I think the run up on Open Door has been nice. I don't know. I like this story on AEO. And another thing, Neil, is Open is sure we have a little bit of we have a little bit of earnings push as well, earnings flush, and then we reclaim on that. But the thing with that differentiates American Eagle for me, Neil, is today was earnings day too, and I think there's going to be a lot more fundamental and institutional participants on the stock if we sustain levels after earnings. So my pick is going to be AEO. I like the swing on AEO. If I were to buy something right here, right now, just arbitrarily, just throw in a bid. I told you already, my risk is at $9.
This is why I have Obi's autograph, because he actually gave like real analysis. I was just like, whatever, opens it. It's more of a blue sky setup. We'll just take that one. And that was the depth of my analysis. That's why you get an autograph from someone who's a legend like Obi. And then now I can take out some loans in his name. What should I buy?
No, don't do that.
So now that I have Obi's signature, you guys let me know in the chat, what should I go out and buy when I take out a loan in Obi's name? Because I got all your information, bro. I'm good to go. You shouldn't do that. Bill's season tickets is Jake Roberts. That's a fantastic one. Yeah. Oh, you know what I got to show you guys? I meant to do this. After a bunch of years, we finally, we go to a lot of Blue Jays games. So we finally, in my daughter's room, encased some of her, I guess, like autographs. So she's got like Devon White and Pat Borders, center fielder and a catcher for us. She also got Jose Barrios, Steve Pearce, and then she has her Globetrotters ball, which she's a huge fan of. The coolest thing is she's actually really getting into the memorabilia thing. And this is now for me, because you guys probably don't care about this, but I'm going to show it. If you only get it if you have a daughter. My daughter got braids in with like the red because she wanted to look like the one from K-pop, which is the one with the red hair in the K-pop Demon Hunters. That's the one that she's in love with. So it took over 4 hours to put these braids in.
Wow.
And she did not complain. She did
just
not
sat there for 4 hours, no breaks.
Yep. Well, you
got to take breaks, no?
She's a soldier, man. Take breaks, man. You got to get that work, get it done. And so she was very happy afterward. And she wanted to pose for a picture. That's my lovely daughter. And she tells, so my daughter, she literally says, and she'll be like, okay, I want a picture and you can show this on the show. Like, she lets me know what should be shown. Oh, I was supposed to show something else. There's one other one. This was before on the first day of school. She goes, you can show them before. So she's got her Princess Leia, and this is the first day of school this week. So that was the difference. And now you know what my front door looks like, so I probably should have done that. Anyways, she does look like me. Isn't that amazing? Thank you so much.
I'm curious. I've got to ask. Is that you have a please knock painted on your door? There's definitely a story behind this.
Okay.
There's 100% a story behind this.
Like we literally moved. We moved into a house because my daughter was born. Because I'm a condo guy. I didn't want the extra space and all the hassle. That's not me. But you need a family. You want
a backyard. You
gotta have all that stuff. Backyard, whatever. But then you gotta cut grass, which you can't stand. You gotta shovel driveways, which you can't stand. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. But she was basically a newborn when we moved in, and so we disabled the doorbell and put a please knock sign because you don't want anyone waking up the baby. That's just par for the course, right? But the problem is we liked it so much that no one was ever ringing our doorbell. And we're like, just gonna leave it up there. So we never reconnected the doorbell. And you still got to knock if you come up to my house. I love the fact there isn't a damn doorbell. And I almost never have my phone set to ring. I don't want to hear that nonsense.
True, yeah. You got a Ring doorbell? Oh, wow, Sigel's going.
Oh, that's not even,
blasting.
Come on, Otto. That's cold-blooded, but you got me. Neil, you got that's a nice comment there, but it was Otto above. Your granddaughter is a cute kid. That's good. I'm not that old. I know, I'm not that old. But I'll show the good and the plus. Others think definitely 4+ hours, and that's each way. Like taking those out when they got to come out, that's another thing. And you can't have a party at my house and you can't find me. You don't know where I live.
Hey, there's a guy who is amazing. Do you know what this GeoGuessr is? GeoGuessr. So.
I feel like I don't want to know now.
There's this guy. So GeoGuessr is like you get an image of a place anywhere around the Earth, and you basically guess where on Earth that is, right? So this guy, he is extremely talented. It's like it's so crazy. So you show him a pic. So he's been so people challenge him, right? And he does this live. So you know he's not messing around.
People show him
a picture of a restaurant. And they're like, which restaurant am I in?
That's
and he will find which restaurant, and he'll be like,
he's cheating.
You were sitting, absolutely not.
He's cheating.
Absolutely not.
Oh,
the internet, I'll send you some of these videos. The guy's absolutely crazy. He'll see a patch of grass, and he'll be like, oh, I know exactly where this kind of grass grows. And then he'll be like this, boom. And he's so good at it. I forget what the guy's name is.
He's got to be cheating.
No, he's not cheating.
Like, people even learn like the type of trees that you need to know.
Yeah. So the fauna and flora that are native
areas,
to it's
street
amazing.
Signs,
That guy
and all that. License plates.
Calling cat. Where do I find the guys? Send me a link or something. We got breaking news from Adara, but somebody send me a link so I can watch.
They have world championships.
Adara, what's up?
We're getting comments here coming in from Donald Trump. Unclear if this is spoken or if it's on Truth Social. I'm just trying to look into that right now. But he just said that apparently Google is being hit with a fine from Europe, which we knew was going to be happening today, but as far as I know, it hasn't been announced. Okay, it is a Truth Social post. I'll just read from the post here. I just saw the headline and wanted to make sure we had all the details. I'm just going to read the post, guys. Europe today hit Google, another great American company, with a $3.5 billion fine. It's effectively taking away money that would otherwise go to American investments and jobs. This is on top of the many other fines and taxes that have been issued against Google and other American tech companies in particular. Saying that the American taxpayer shouldn't stand for this. Then he says that, as he said before, his administration will not allow these discriminatory actions to stand. Apple, as an example, was forced to pay $17 billion in a fine that he doesn't think should have been charged. He's arguing that Apple should get their money back for this fine, and that Trump is going to be quote, forced to start a Section 301 proceeding to nullify the unfair penalties being charged to these American companies. So it looks like Trump is trying to maybe get some of these fines for Google and Apple and the like nullified. If I have more details on this, I'll let you know. And back to you.
Very quick. I mean, I saw the bid come in there and got out of NVIDIA, though that's not an NVIDIA story. Google's not moving that much on that, and Apple's not really doing a heck of a lot. There was a small bump to the upside on that. Like, I don't know if I'd call it ripping because it was already moving up. Like, this is the candle on the news, and it's actually a red candle. We'd already moved about 30, 40 cents to the upside as the market was just drifting higher. So it's not a huge bounce, but I jumped out when I saw the bid came in. You get this bottoming tail was the reason. I'm like, ooh, whoa, punch out. And the volume's starting to come in here to NVIDIA. I wonder if that core weave is still going. That could be a little something. Could be that core weave. I know Dave wanted to be short. That's not doing anything. Uh-oh. Is that Kenvue story not real? Yeah, wait, so what? That Kenvue story from earlier, I just heard, Dara's probably going to have it exactly, but the earlier story in Kenvue might not be legit. That's the volume spike to the upside. Kenvue got absolutely smoked midday. If you're watching the midday show, then you would know all about that move. But now a bit of a bounce here, as it turns out, maybe. I just heard it in my ear. I haven't seen it in print. The story earlier was like there was a link Tylenol used to autism. Did not look very good. And oh, okay. Adara seems to have the story now because Kenvue's doing a ton of volume.
happening here with Kenvue is apparently HHS, which is the Department of Health and Human Services, issued a statement saying that these claims about this report were speculation. So not really, I guess, a response, but definitely not confirming that they are investigating. Again, there was this report from the Wall Street Journal suggesting that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his department, the Department of Health and Human Services, were reportedly trying to, I guess, look into ties between Tylenol and autism. Now, apparently, the HHS is saying that these reports are speculation, quote unquote.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, I don't know if that makes me want to just punch the long in that stock. Looking into it, that it's speculation. Doesn't look that good. Bigfoot, a good name. Why is Microsoft a dumpster fire today?
I got the guy's name.
CEO sold his shares, caused this dump. Well, remember the market's trending down, so they just the CEO selling shares causing this isn't necessarily the story. You got a couple of things going on here. One is Obi likes to say more sellers than buyers.
Yep.
Because that was the joke. The other thing is,
whenever anyone asks me, "Yo, what's happening here?" I'm just
Microsoft went from a program up move, right, into earnings, a blast on earnings that completely reversed. Since that day, Microsoft has been trending down. And if you have a look at where this was this morning, trending down, holding the 50 period, and so what happens when it breaks this consolidation at $500? Looks pretty technical to me. Like it essentially was doing the stair step to the downside, got to the sell point, the market turned and it dumped. And then when it lost its support at 500, it almost like it had no chance. Like other things could bounce because they found support. This couldn't because it lost support and play back in a prior high for the short. Microsoft is just in a sell mode right now. It's the faucet got turned off, for lack of a better word, on this bad boy. Let me just, I'm going to go back to NVIDIA for a quick little second. There might be a reload here as it comes back into that 67, the 167 level. So if we can get back at the 167 level here, I might get in one more time. Still not quite there yet. We're at like the mid to high 70s here. I'd like it to, instead of getting in early, I'd rather it show me the consolidation. Every time up here, it's like bad fill, okay fill, should have been filled there. Bad fill, good fill. Like I want it to consolidate like it is before so that the short's obvious instead of just hoping that you're going to catch the top. I find like these, yeah, it works out because I'm just sitting at a particular price. That's kind of nonsense. Let it show me the short up there and go for that. We'll see what happens on it. But yeah, Microsoft, unfortunately, I think it looks technical to me.
Yeah,
that's why you get the bigger follow through with technical.
Yeah, if technical plus it's like it's been building up, and today was the day where you got the market tailwind. You had a bit of an outlier move in the market where you sold off again 200% of the opening kind of push, or not the opening push, the kind of bid that you had. You reverted it 100%, then another, I guess, measured move to the downside, and then a little bit more as well. You guys can see right here. This is what I'm talking about. If you were to measure this move from here, I guess you can just be like, all right, 23.725s all the way to 23.9s, and then you go 23.725s all the way to 26s, and then basically 23.5s. We came in and clipped or almost got down to 23.5s on the NASDAQ here, and then 64.50 on the ES as well. So yeah, strong flush down, and that definitely could be adding, or definitely did add to the aggressive flush that Softy had today, and it sustained. The thing is, it's sustaining the flush. It's just aggressive, sustained relative volume as well, maybe a little bit increasing relative volume as well. We're coming into 1.83 where we were averaging maybe 1.6, 1.7 for majority of the day, not necessarily including the initial pushes. That was like 2.9. So nice little hold of relative volume throughout the day. I like that on Microsoft, and yeah, a little bit of a follow through, man. This is what I was talking about, I guess a few weeks ago. I like the follow through that's happening. It's finally coming into fruition. But I didn't really have this trade. A bit of FOMO on my part. Not necessarily holding this into fruition, but this 520 break was quite nice, and this consolidation for multiple days here. I think this consolidation started in and around August 21st, and I guess today is what? Today's the 5th. Yeah, today's the 5th. Of September. So yeah, nice little consolidation for many days, but lower highs and lower lows after a very, very strong multi-month bid. There was a 90 days. So from earnings to earnings, that's where this grinding bid was prior earnings that came out on April 30th, Wednesday, April 30th, 2025, after hours, and then coming in on Thursday, I guess Thursday, May 1st, you got that aggressive push and grind up since then. So it's a nice steady climb. If you're not counting the aggressive push and you're only kind of measuring the grind, we ground up 20%, 22% in 90 days on Microsoft. And then off of earnings, we got a 10% run. So it took 90 days to do 20%. And then overnight, we do 10%. That's 30% in 91 days. And then, yeah, a little bit of a pullback. I'm not saying, yeah, we were poised for a pullback, but yeah, you're going to do a little bit of an exhaustive move. Maybe you're going to find some selling coming in. And this is the follow through of that selling where the market is now showing confirmation that follow of the sellers kind of coming in here, all the way down below 500. So, yeah.
The NASDAQ just went green just now by 0.02. Well, okay, now a little bit better. Now a little bit better. The futures are different from the Qs. Like the NQ is 0.01, the Qs are at 0.06. Distinction without a difference, but it's trying to break out here. Like this is an inflection point, like the whole green to red story here. And there was Salvador asked a good question in the chat. He's like, why short NVIDIA instead of AMD? AMD's weaker. Good point. AMD doesn't have as obvious a level as that 67 was on NVIDIA, but it's weaker, it's down 5.5%, it's under VWAP, so I could short it. The answer to the question is not necessarily, the answer is because I was shorting this level before, and it's more distinct. That doesn't make it the right answer, it's just the truth. Because I was short 167 4 times, and it worked 4 times.
Whoa.
But that's not the reason necessarily to look at it. It actually seems stronger here going into that 67 than AMD does coming into its resistance. It's like NVIDIA is going to get there first, and I can almost use what happens there as an idea of what to do with AMD at 153. Like if NVIDIA is breaking out, I don't take it. If I see NVIDIA slow down, I can take AMD. So it's a good point. That's a good point. So the answer was because I was looking at NVIDIA all day long. Again, doesn't make it the right answer. It's just the actual answer. Oh goodness. Shoot, someone just asked me about Northwoods Quantum, what stock? Check volume spiking on the 3-minute. What stock? Like the Qs? Is that what you meant? Look, I was just looking at the Qs. I know it always makes sense to you guys that we're talking and then you ask a question, you throw it in the chat. But as I finish the thought, I don't know for sure. Like I was just talking about the Qs, but I also had NVIDIA up, I had AMD up. It's minor volume spike, I would say, on the Qs on this 3-minute just now, if that's what you're referring to. It's not bad, but it's not crazy. Like that's not really standing out for the afternoon. We're in a power hour where you could see some bigger volume candles in that, but again, nothing too crazy. If it was it was the market that you were talking about. So it's decent, but nothing that gets me thinking it means that much yet. If I continue to see it increasing in volume, maybe it gets a little bit better. But yeah, nothing too crazy there. It's just a slight move up and we went green. I'm still thinking I want to fade off of this high. It's going to be NVIDIA 167 or AMD at VWAP. And I can kind of just observe both of them and see which one I like better as you get into resistance. NVIDIA's right there, still trying to make a top. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at when I look up. NVIDIA's there, is trying to make a top, and I got AMD, which doesn't have the same obvious level, but it's getting into a similar kind of top to look for that short. Chuck of all trades, Amazon is really not moving. Remember, it's Friday afternoon. Some stocks are participating in this bounce, others are not. Microsoft is not participating. Amazon is not participating at all. It could just be some exhaustion. This was really strong in yesterday's trade. For whatever reason, it's at a great technical level and not willing to go. That's why I'm not really paying much attention to it. Usually you want to bounce right into this prior high and go from there. It bottomed earlier here today and it bounced like you'd want. Now the market's trying to go and it's not at all making any effort. So yeah, it's a good technical level, but it's not behaving.
Yeah, I think it's just, I'm going to pack my patience here. I'm trying to look for the next trade. There's definitely trades that I've missed. I was looking at that Broadcom at VWAP a little bit earlier. I think I was still on the midday during that, and didn't really take that trade. Didn't really look at it after getting back to this desk. But AVGO, we were talking about, where could sellers potentially be? I even mentioned this. I was like, sellers, they've been at VWAP there, and do they show up once again? I'm looking for that, and I think I said that around 1 o'clock right there, but kind of took my eyes off. Unfortunately, as we hold VWAP, break the uptrend into VWAP, and then coming back down slowly into day lows, or relatively closer to day lows than day highs for sure. But yeah, nice little push on that. Hopefully somebody kind of executed on that, because I definitely did not, and I was looking at that as a potential trade. But I'm not gonna try to force something on it all the way down here. The trade was up here, I would say, at that 340, and maybe even at underneath VWAP under 341s. And then yeah, 334s. That's about almost a $6-7 move from 341s. $7 move from 341s. So it's like, okay, well that's a nice little push down. Do we continue to push even lower into the end of the day? Maybe, I have no idea. But again, if I was in the position, I'd probably be holding it, but I'm not, so I'm not really going to take a look at this at all. That sigil that we were looking at, kind of a little bit of a fizzle here of that bid. $4.54 was the high. Prior day's high was $4.74. So I was looking at this and I was like, okay, is it going to squeeze? Is it going to squeeze? We're already starting to squeeze. Is it really going to squeeze?
Yes.
And it pops and drops all the way up to $4.50. So not really, like, yes, we did squeeze maybe $1 for $3 stock. That is pretty significant. But again, this thing is maybe still winding up, maybe still has a lot to go. I'm curious now, do we hold this consolidation from prior day? These consolidation highs that pretty much lasted all day after the first flush, 338. So you can see that same level coming in today off the open, maybe getting more shorts involved for a day 2 flush, maybe in the pre-market as well. Look at this consolidation right here. Someone's definitely doing some volume in the pre-market. I guess it's so funny. Someone stepped in here. You can even see where potentially somebody stepped in, Neil. You look at those R-vol. So it's like you can't really see anything on the volume itself, but relative volume jumps up from 5 o'clock all the way to 642 down here. So relative volume. So in the chop, somebody's definitely doing some business in the chop here, and we can't really get anywhere away from that. Now, I'm not really speculating as to whether people were buying or selling, or maybe a little bit of both. I don't really care. The fact of the matter was, business was done here, volume was done here. There was liquidity that was transacted with a little bit of significance at these prices, and then we can't really get lower than that. We break back above all of those. Nice little push and step up on SIGL on the day today. BBAI on the move, a few people saying as well. So BBAI, let's see this one. Yeah, a little bit of a move. $5, another stock that's dancing with that $5 mark over the past, I would say, couple of weeks, but I haven't seen that far back on the chart just yet. Okay, so just a week or so, I guess. But coming back in, hey, this is nice. Big Bear AI. Oh boy, I wanted to be on the backside of this one. It seems like I might have missed it by a couple of weeks. I did have this trend break in. Here's the thing about
that already broke.
This is the thing about the trend break. It's like, yeah, the confirmation execution is here. Maybe the risk is here. Maybe you want to give it a percent a little bit higher because you want to, compensate for potential wipes or false breaks. But regardless, we make lower highs and then finally bleed down after earnings. So post-earnings confirmation happening here at that $6 level on Big Bear AI. Finally catching a little bit of a sell. You can see I had all these anchors here as well. We were finally trading distinctly a little bit below those levels. But $5 remains interesting. What's going on, Adara?
Keep an eye here on the market. Financial Times reporting here about that deal that was signed between Trump and, the U.S. and Japan yesterday, Trump's trade deal. So we knew earlier today, Howard Lutnick, U.S. Commerce Secretary, already indicated this, but Donald Trump is going to be able to, I guess, direct Japan's $550 billion investment into the U.S. as part of that deal. So Japan has to invest just over $500 billion in the U.S. as part of their tariff deal. Now, here's the caveat that was just reported here by the Financial Times. Apparently, Japan has only 45 days to fund projects that are selected by Trump, and if they do not start funding these projects in 45 days, they will face reimposed high tariffs. So Financial Times reporting that if Japan does not start investing this money very quickly, they could actually face higher tariffs even after this deal was struck. Back to you.
Ooh, not good. Not good for them. But Fubo TV seems like it might be making a bit of a top and tail up here. I saw a lot of people in the chat mentioning this one up 7 points. Not bad, but it's at the vaunted $4 level. And you know, you don't break 420, then you're not a breakout, right? I read that rule somewhere.
If you don't break 420, are you really getting high enough? That's the question. That's the real question.
Well played. That was well played, sir. I got to give it up for that one. That was pretty good. I should have had that myself, but I didn't. Anyways, Fubo. Big kind of a afternoon volume spike here. You can really see volume came in, pushed it past $4, and it's completely stalled out. It's almost doing nothing now with a held bid at 401 with no size on it. I'm kind of thinking, first of all, can we even short this? We can. So because we can short it, well, not because we can short it, but with the volume tapering off like this, I usually want to play it in the other direction. There's overhead resistance on the daily chart. I'm going to look for this. AEO is not really, well, AEO is actually breaking out, by the way. AEO is going. But in terms of a fade play, I might have missed the turn on NVIDIA while looking at AMD. But if this doesn't pick up in volume, I might short a breakdown through that top. But just to go back over to AMD, I just saw NVIDIA pulled back off of that 167. So here's AMD into resistance. I was like, okay, well, if NVIDIA holds that 167, then I go over to AMD, which looks like it's happening right about now. So local highs at 153.20-ish. I can just put my stop in-ish, not exactly at 153.20. I'm trying to get short here in AMD. If we can't get this one, it's adjacent to VWAP. It's not exactly at the volume weighted average price, but it's pretty close to the volume weighted average price. What's crazy is like these screens are so much bigger, but they also go like right down to the bottom of the desk. So I have to make sure like my teacup isn't in the way. I can actually see everything that's in my screen. Well, that accelerated rather quickly. I was just trying to get more shares, and I reached for my teacup, and AMD just dropped 25 pennies. All right, so that's happening as we speak. Rogelio Concepcion, Blue Jays over the Yankees. If you're asking that question to me, I am always picking my own team, which is the Toronto Blue Jays. Jays are not only going to beat the Yankees this weekend, every single game, or at least 2 out of 3. We're going to make sure that we go to the World Series, and they don't. Because we're in Toronto, so I'm a Jays fan. Lifelong. I've been a Jays fan since I was a kid. First of all, shout out to the chat here. Sean Drake, though, fall CoreWeave. So first of all, David, did you actually short CoreWeave? That's first. Still want to get more shares of AMD here.
CoreWeave short?
Well, we got the super chat. He said he called it the dumb trade that we're going to close at 87.32, right? I think that was the 87.32.
I would like to know what kind
here.
of information you have.
That's a $2 move from here, and it's relatively strong. But it's kind of breaking. It could be rolling over.
Here's the thing:
I'm not doing it, but
if you're looking at it from like a trend perspective or a mean reversion perspective, maybe you're saying it's going to come back into this trend here, right? Just very simply being drawn. But yeah, no, I'm curious to know what kind of information do you have? What kind of confidence? Like this is the chart that I'm looking at right here. So just drawing a simple 1.2 point line from the 2 prior lows that we've had. Consolidation, that's where the bid comes in. This is where the bid comes in. Making sure that the points on my trend line have some sort of significance. So the trend line means more than some arbitrary random trend line that are just connected by 2 random candles. But yeah, just I think that this push back in, maybe if that's what you're looking for, that'll bring us into 88s. If you're looking for 87s, bro, that's the back of this consolidation. Are you looking at this horizontal support to potentially come in? I'm questioning. I'm just like, all right.
It's working.
It's working, sure. But it's like if you're so confident in that pullback coming into the close, the question becomes what kind of data do you have to support that? Because yeah, sure, you can be like, this is pulling back, but I can also give it a counter argument and be like, we finally reclaimed opening range low going into the last half hour of the day, or the last hour of the day. So this is where buyers were in the opening session, and sellers definitely came in and took over very aggressively. But we slowly bid back up. Buyers were very much in control for majority of the day since 10:45, and now we finally reclaimed opening range lows, where there was a little bit of chop. We're also above prior day's end-of-day consolidation levels as well. So I'm more, I guess, in the sense where I'm not taking anything here because it's probably going to close in and around some of these areas here. It's just going to probably just chop around here. There's too much, I guess, in the way, in my opinion, for this to really go anywhere. But I'm curious to know what kind of information you're looking at to make that kind of statement here so confidently. I have no idea, but I didn't really see the chat. But we'll keep an eye out on this one. Hopefully it works out for you. Hopefully it does come down. But I'm curious. I'll be watching this one. I do like the short on CoreWeave, but that was this morning. Let's see if we can close a little bit to the downside here as well. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here. Interesting post on X. CNBC correspondent Eamon Javers just posted on X, and I quote, "Stand by for Fed news." Unclear what that means or what context, but just be aware. Looks like we could get something about the Fed coming through. I, of course, will be paying attention, and I'll cover that for you guys if we get anything. Over to you.
I feel like the market recap show is about to get a little bit more spicy here. Throwing in Fed news. Unfortunately for everyone, I know we've kind of teased it. We are going to find out who's being added to the S&P 500 tonight, but I can't think of a time that it's happened before 5 o'clock. So it's more one of those, we'll know coming into Monday, and you'll know before you go to bed tonight who gets the nod, but we're not going to be able to know in the market recap show. It's an interesting thing is happening. The market continues to go up and went green. And you know what? Who was it? It was Sebastian. Was it Sebastian or Salvador? I think in the chat that was like, "Why wouldn't you just short AMD instead of Nvidia?" Well, good call, because Nvidia is right back into that 167, and AMD is still curling. Now, how long AMD can go down while this is breaking out and the Nasdaq's breaking out and the ES is breaking back into VWAP, I'm not sure. I don't really think. Like at some point, the bid should come in. I can't see NVIDIA breaking out and this doesn't catch a bid. And remember, it's also 3:30, so we're getting on in the day as well. So I'm kind of finger on the trigger if I see anything remotely fishy. On either of those, like a big volume spike up. On NVIDIA, I'll probably punch out, or something nuts on the bid, I might punch out of this. But thank you for the super chat. Mark the Realtor thinks it's going to be MSTR added to the S&P 500. MicroStrategy was up there. I think it was like 3 or 4. I think it might have been 4th on that Kalshi list that I pulled out for the addition. It's a chance. I mean, they got a chance, but they were not the number 1 on the list. That's for sure. Robinhood, I think Carvana was even ahead of them in the betting markets right now.
Was that other one? Not LNG. The energy one.
The 4 were the biggest.
LNG
4
was
were
LNG.
Hood, App, Carvana, and MSTR.
Yes. Yeah,
I think, and then there was something else.
This LNG, this is Cheniere Energy. Yeah. I think it's going to be the LNG. I think that's just you asked which what would I put my money on? I'd probably go with LNG.
Well, let's go to Adara, and then we'll also find out which one she thinks.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, we have posted our daily and weekly calendars here on X at TTV Research. So here's next week's calendar. Lots of economic data. We'll get PPI on Wednesday. Not usually before CPI, but it is next week because then on Thursday we'll get CPI. So PPI Wednesday, CPI Thursday, a smattering of earnings in between. But one thing, too, that I really want to mention of importance here is our daily calendar for Monday. Now, Monday is pretty ho-hum when it comes to economic data and earnings, but we have the Goldman Sachs Communacopia Conference. I apologize there for that typo. I have to also fix this. But yeah, so Autodesk, INTC, Intel, NVIDIA, SMCI, Snowflake, SoFi, Twilio, Uber, and others will be at that conference. I will be changing this to reflect the correct name of the conference there. Check this out on X at TTV Research. And back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And just I think it was someone in the chat just asking, Steph Furness in the chat just asks, is it only being 1 added, 1 being removed? Is there potential for more changes? For now, it is just 1, but so most of the recent changes have been like buyouts closing. So a company in the S&P 500 gets bought out. When the deal closes, they're delisted, and so that someone else has to come in. So there's probably going to be at least another one coming up at some point at the end of the year or early next year. There's a few deals, larger deals that still have to close, and so you should see something. But for tonight, it's just one that I'm aware of. That's a good one. Prodman in the chat said Neo. Yeah, that's not happening. It's NIO is a mortal lock not to get added for sure. What else we got here going on? Mr. Westermeyer. Oh, yes. I love a good apple fritter. Casey's was where the apple fritter I got you on my wedding day was from. It's a great company and stock. For anyone that doesn't know, Mr. Westermeyer, I call him Mr. out of the utmost respect, got us our magic 8-ball. Came here and visited us. We have a friendly bet every time the Bills play the Chiefs. He's in the Midwest. We have a friendly bet every single time. We'll do it again this year. This time we're going to get the better of you, obviously. And yeah, on his wedding day, he sends me a picture. I get a message. I'm like, it's email over the weekend. And it's a picture of him dressed to the nines in the hall with a gigantic apple fritter. And he's like, I just had to show you. And I'm like, that's the coolest. He literally took time out on his wedding day to send me a picture. And it looked like the greatest fritter ever. Oh my goodness, it looked so good. And for anybody who
This was from where?
Casey's.
Casey's.
And so if you're just tuning in now, I absolutely love pastries. Like I have problems if you like put pastries in front of me. Like I don't have, like I'm pretty disciplined when it comes to eating, but then most of that has to do with knowing just certain things that I don't do. I don't go into pastry shops. I don't go into Tim Hortons if I can avoid it because I will come out with pastry.
I love going to bakeries.
That's my problem. I
love going to bakeries.
Oh my good, it's
so
a problem.
good.
It's so good. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. And now I'm already hungry. Lunch was okay today, but the sandwiches, it was okay. I had like an egg salad that was a 7 out of 10.
I like the sandwiches. I think I had the turkey and the chicken.
See, I wish I had gotten. With a salad lunch, we don't get to pick. I get what I get on my plate because it's set aside.
There's probably sandwiches.
But everyone else got to choose which one they wanted. So I just got the one with my name on it instead of grabbing something else. So, anyways, that is.
I front ran everybody before the bell was even rung. I kind of like snuck a couple, but I had to be on the midday show. I was like, I'm not waiting for the bell to come.
Raquel's nice like that though. She knows.
I usually tell her, I'm just like, hey, I kind of opened up and took some out.
All right, the market's coming back.
Apologize.
Who's the idiot who said the market was going to close green and just jinxed it for everybody? Fire that guy.
I mean, you think the market's going to close green, bro?
I literally said the market was. Well, I said the market has a chance to close green, and it got green. It's not
you're talking
now.
about yourself. I thought you were talking about someone.
Oh,
in the
always
chat.
say that when I always say that when I. Yeah. No, I wouldn't
who
call
you calling an
somebody else
idiot in the chat? I'm like, bro.
Me. I didn't log
Don't do
anything
that.
though.
Be nice to yourself.
No, I have a tendency to jinx things like that. So the NASDAQ, I just said the NASDAQ went green. I didn't necessarily say that's a fishy. So anyways, did they get filled? No. So I did say if I saw something fishy on NVIDIA that caused a bounce in AMD that I would get out. Well, the market's pulling back in and NVIDIA regained the 167 and buyers came in at 152. So I'm like, we'll just get out here. It's 3:30. It's that time of the day where I'm usually wanting to wrap up. So NVIDIA pretty good. AMD was actually better. And NVIDIA now looking relatively strong at that 67 level. But the futures are rolling back here a little bit, Obi. And that run to close green is in jeopardy. But you never know. There's always the imbalances. Oh no, where'd my locator's gone. I got to refind it. I knew that. So I had to redo my whole layout when we moved the desks, just shift things around. And apparently my balance locator. I knew I wouldn't have to look at it till about 3:30, and now I got to go
all
find
messed
it.
up?
No, it's around here somewhere. It's just
because you have multiple ones.
Because I have like 4 screens.
I can
so when your
pull-
layout, it's like this one, the stuff that was on screen 1 ended up on screen 3.
You want the
now I have to go.
NASDAQ one?
I have to go find my I have it open somewhere.
I have my
I'll find
NASDAQ one up.
I'll find it. There it is.
I see.
Right, I got it. It didn't take very long. It took me a couple seconds. There's an early look imbalance to sell on Kenvue of 2 million shares. I'm glad we didn't go long that. BAC 1 million to buy. That's not a lot. GDX 1 million to the sell side. So kind of a nothing burger outside of Kenvue. although Kenvue tends to have imbalances literally every day, down 10% on that news. That's the thing. I always write off the imbalances, because if you just rewind the tape 24 hours or go back 2 days from now, you'll probably see Kenvue up here a bunch, and it never seems to mean anything. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to it. That Sigil, though, the number one name, I don't know if it's really Sigil, whatever. Number one name on our stock visualizer all afternoon.
Open door. Oh, Sigil.
Sigil.
Open was at the beginning earlier.
420. It's there.
Oh boy.
It's at that price.
Back. It's back again.
It's the Concord International refuses to give up. Well, it was at 420 when that last updated. It's rejecting 420. Uh-oh, this could be the turn. I didn't pay for locate, so I will not be shorting it here. Plus, that's probably suicide. Like the Rider's looking at this name.
Yeah,
it's not free. This seems like it still might be a little bit strong, but it is rejecting 420 for what it's worth.
Yeah.
420 always seems to be a level.
I mean, it is, I think after COVID, it did very much become a level.
100%.
Very much became a level. And 100%. Here's the thing: as skeptical as you might want to be, it's like, are you listening to the market? And you're going to agree with me with this as well. So many stocks over the past few years since COVID, 420 has been something of a significance. But the thing is, if it's there, it's there. If it's not, then it's not. That's how any level is in the market, right? It's like, oh, I like 350 on XYZ or whatever stock, not block, just an example stock. But if I like 350 on that, if I like it so much and the market doesn't show me that it's significant, then I can't be giving it any significance just because I like it. But if it's showing you over and over again, then what are you really arguing with? And 420 has been something like that where, yeah, even on small caps and large caps as well. We saw the 420 kind of a little bit of a shake on that Tesla. I was on the show. Remember, I was like, what if Elon posts a reserve order on 420? And guess what? There was a reserve order on 420 for a few seconds. So I'm like, okay, all right. Well, it didn't.
Elon would sell at a price like 420.
Yeah.
We got to get to the desk, and Dara has something for us.
We got that, I guess, Fed news that was teased by that CNBC correspondent, Eamon Javers. CNBC just posted on their X account a article by Eamon Javers. I have to read through this, but it does have to do with Fed's Kugler, and apparently, I guess, some mysteries, quote unquote, related to her resignation. Apparently, she has some questionable real estate records. I'm just reading the headline here. I need to read into this a little bit more, but from what I can tell here, apparently, there are some, I guess, when they reviewed her financial disclosures, it shows descriptions of her personal residence that apparently do not go together with one another. For the record, apparently Kugler has denied this, saying that the apparent inconsistency is, quote, the result of an error made by county tax officials. I'm reading through this right now, but in case you guys missed it, Adriana Kugler was that Fed that resigned a little surprisingly and then also was not present at that July meeting. I'm going to read through this and I'll get back to you guys with more details.
Yeah, thanks, Adara.
Thank you very much.
Kind of thought maybe it would be something else, but more drama with the Fed. You just know the bond market doesn't like that, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Guys, traders, listen up. First month is free. That's right. We are waiving fees so you can trade smarter and not harder. So upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning-fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform, so don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Friends at eSignal will appreciate your attention there.
It's free.
Yeah, exactly. So I was talking to Sean about this as well. I've seen like really old pictures of you guys from when you first started trading at the floor with eSignal charts on your screens.
What pictures did you see? Hold on a second. What picture?
I've seen a picture of I think you might have been in the background, but Sean is at his desk and you can see eSignal on the thing.
That from St. Clair?
Maybe, not this specific.
You have pictures from St.
I don't have the pictures. Oh. Sean has shown the pictures.
Oh, I think
I've seen the pictures.
I know the one. I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, and I've seen pictures of you guys on the floor as well. I mean, there was. Well, you were sitting beside, like, in the same row as Greg, and yeah. We've got to go back and look at those.
Let's go back to it there. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, I've had a lot of fun reading through this article with regards to the Fed's Kugler situation. In case you missed it, there are now some reports talking about mysteries with regards to Fed's Kugler's resignation, and it's not as, I guess, cloudy and shrouded in mystery as it might seem. So I read through this. In case you guys missed it, this is a little bit more on watch because Fed's Cook has been accused of mortgage fraud, and now there's reportedly a DOJ probe into the situation. So Kugler's issue was not about mortgage. It was about real estate records. Apparently, there was an inconsistency in how she filed her real estate records. So her government ethics financial disclosures listed a mortgage on a personal residence, but apparently state records for that property indicated that that was not her primary residence or her principal residence. So either way, like, that doesn't really mean much. Apparently, it doesn't necessarily suggest impropriety or any bad intentions, because something can be your personal residence and not be your principal residence. With that in mind, there's also the issue of the fact that she said in her resignation letter she was going to go on to teach back at Georgetown University. There is no record that she has gone back to Georgetown University, and her Georgetown University website page still shows that she's on leave from the university and an active Fed member. So there are, I guess, some questions being raised here. Either way, it does seem like, as she said, this is likely a county-related issue. She says in her explanation that she did file a change of address with the county, and then the county responded to CNBC saying that they don't actually have the ability to change these residences. Either way, I'll stop getting into it during market hours, but interesting stuff, and I'll go back to you.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, if she's out, she's out. The real question becomes, I think what'll be interesting is when we start to see some replacements in there, like, what more are you asking for? We got some hints today that you could see 50 basis points. Like, that's one of those. I should double check the Fed watch before I actually just verbatim make the assumption. Okay, we're back down to 10. So, like, I thought it was a little bit higher earlier, but we're now, instead of 100% for the September meeting that we're going to be quarter point, it's now 90% quarter point, 10% 50 basis points. That's shifted. Big shift after the numbers this morning. Weakness in the job market. I think that's the big deal, was that continued weakness in the job market. So here, I'll show you the first things first. First things first, I got out of AMD to watch it do that. Like, well, maybe NVIDIA is still at 167, and NVIDIA, I mean, it's not really a trend break, but it did fail that 167. So when I missed that AMD, I punched into NVIDIA as it was breaking down, not really going anywhere. NVIDIA might just be a little bit stronger than AMD. So yeah, kind of jumping back and forth. Could have just stuck with AMD for sure. NVIDIA barely moving back in. With only 7 minutes to go till the imbalances come through, it's still just Kenvue and GDX and BAC. So a bit of a nothing burger. There is the Foot Locker deal is closing today, so there is potentially, like, if you see a gigantic number, if FL shows up for a gigantic number, the deal is closing today, but it's an all-stock deal, and I don't even see it on the early look. A lot of times, if it was going to be a huge sell on a New York name, you'd already see it. So that might end up being a bit of a nothing burger. The only new position is just right back to NVIDIA. Kind of the only things I've been in is NVIDIA in front of 67 and AMD as well. Bernard, is this a good point to load CRM? It's hard for me to say yes when I bought at 230, just above 230. Because to me, the place that I wanted this was when it confirmed the low. Like, there's your bottom and tail candle confirming the low, and then get in. Like, that was where I bought, and it managed to hold on. You know, what wasn't the best earnings in the world, they managed to hold on to the level. Personally, I wouldn't be buying it this close to resistance. This respects the 50-period moving average, and it has been unable to break it. Personally, I like the long into it, and then you're 10% in the money and can make a decision as to whether you want to hold for more. But buying it here at 250, right into the 50-period, is not my cup of tea. If I zoom further, I can probably see the 200-period moving average, which gives you a really good upside shot. So yeah, if it keeps going, I think the 200-period moving average is the better target. But I like the risk to reward off the low because 230 was such a key level. My answer would be no, but I'm biased because that's where I bought it. It's entirely possible I'd give you a different answer if I didn't actually just buy the stock.
Yeah, you're looking at that Nvidia. I'm looking at some of these names as well. I'm just like, okay, well, Google I had on watch. I kind of missed the short as well. Nvidia is just kind of chopping sideways. 167 is showing up once again, man. That 167 has a bit of resistance, kind of a sandwich between 167 and 166 since 12 o'clock. So we haven't gone anywhere on Nvidia since about 12 o'clock. Google is ripping to the upside right now. So yeah, I kind of was getting a little bit of FOMO here because I'm like, I'm not short and it's below VWAP and I liked it right here at the 335. I did get short right here at the 335. This was during the midday session here, and it comes all the way to 233s. Don't really have anything there, but the long or the bid is coming in pretty aggressively as of right now, coming into the close. We know that Google is at all-time highs, and it's been pushing fresh prices pretty much every day for the past, I guess, week or so, or the past few days there since earnings gap up push. I think today is day 3 or day 4, if I am not mistaken, something like that. I don't really. Hold on, we'll just check the chart. The chart, I usually just depend on the chart right there. So today's day 3. Today's day 3 on the Alphabet. Not earnings, but the change of sentiment, the situational change, if you want to call it.
Yeah, it's the antitrust ruling.
That's why I didn't when I went back home, I was just like, and doing some of my reviews, I'm like, this trade on Google, this gap up push, is a situational change trade, which is confluencing with another trade that's already been happening, the 200 breakout that we saw, the 198 shelf breakout, which was a technical push, and now you have a confluence of, a fundamental, not necessarily a fundamental change, but a situational change, in my opinion, where things were expected to change up, things were a little speculative, and now things are a little bit more clear of like, okay, they don't have to sell off, chunks of their company. They can definitely keep that and continue to build on that, and that kind of buying coming right back in on Google, which had already been trending up anyways, but it was a little muted, right? We were all like, why is Google down here? Why is Google down here? It doesn't deserve to be down here. We all saw the mispricing. We, as traders, we were like, this is definitely mispriced.
It's the cheapest Mag 7 name for the longest time. And the funny thing was, as you said, the change in sentiment, here's the chart of Alphabet. And when everyone's like, this is too far down, and even as it was rebounding, it's like it's too far down, and it was very distinct, the channel it was in. Very clean channel, and it was right somewhere, it's right in July. We just got flats on NVIDIA. I'll get there in a quick little second. AMD is so much weaker than NVIDIA. It was right about here in mid-July when it started to accelerate and showed you that we're not going into the bottom end of support, and when this broke out, it was twofold. Like, it's on news, but it's technical gold. Like, it's breaking the all-time high, holding 200, and breaking the top end of this channel. All of those things happening at once. And now you've seen the acceleration in this name. But I'll just quickly go show you guys with 2 minutes to go till the imbalances. NVIDIA, my stop to break even. Like, NVIDIA fell, what was that, 25 pennies. AMD, it's dropped $1. AMD, ooh, that's an ominous number. It was just down the mark of the beast there. That's not good. AMD, this is rough. This is rough. Absolutely rough. Gonna be almost down 7% and doing everything it can to close on the lows at this point into a market that is not closing on the lows. And this was all due to, if you're just tuning in, Broadcom taking aim in terms of competition with NVIDIA. And NVIDIA and AMD have been weak since the jump. Like, when we got the 830 bounce, those two names did not participate, and NVIDIA is taking less of the brunt, let's just say, than AMD. It's now almost, it's like 2.5 times the move downside on AMD than NVIDIA, and Broadcom, for what it's worth, has held on to the lows. That's about it. It's still up 9%, but it filled in the move from the pre-market, and now we have to be worried about this filling in the gap on Monday. That's going to be a big level. Can it hold on to this 331 that it made the lows? That's a big one. Reza, good question. We've been talking about this all afternoon. Any forecast of S&P inclusion? The betting markets have Robinhood, AppLovin, Carvana, and MicroStrategy, and then LNG, Cheniere. Like, those are the top 5. So those are the most likely to get inclusion. I don't know which one it's going to be. I've kind of felt Robinhood's at the top of the list. They've done enough fintech without putting Robinhood in, so it wouldn't surprise me if they went another direction here. But we just don't know. We'll find out for sure. On the off chance that they actually report it within 30 minutes of the market closing, you'll find it on the market recap show. Well, oftentimes it's a little bit later than that, but there's always a lot of drama, a lot of fun in the market recap show. You can ask any questions you want and load those up. Get ready. We're going to have Steve Talman on. If you have questions for Steve, then let us know. We'll make sure we get those to him. But 10 seconds, and we are about to get the imbalances. So we'll see. You know, sometimes they're big on a Friday. You have no idea. There might be a little something. Okay, here we go. TLT again. So the 20-year Treasury, 3.3 million to buy. Probably doesn't move it there. BAC, 2 million to the buy side. HBAN, 1.8 million to sell. Kenvue's a small sell, 1.5. Tesla, 1.1 million to the buy side. That's not nothing. Foot Locker is a small sell, only 900,000. UiPath is 900,000 to the buy side. It's not that big for Foot Locker, but a million shares for Tesla is a pretty sizable number. You just saw Tesla jump $1.50. Remember, imbalances, they tend to pair off. That's the entire purpose that they're there. And especially at 355, you got to pay attention because that's when you could see this one pair off. So currently a million shares there on Tesla. Overall market is only 750 million buy. That's pretty small. NASDAQ 164, Mag 7 58 million. So the overall imbalances are a nothing burger. It's really just Tesla here at the 1.1 million for sure. And so not that crazy. Tesla's trying to hold 350 and help Elon get paid, right? It's got some aggressive targets for Elon to hit that possible trillion in compensation. Good start because they're up 3 points today.
Yeah, I think that's what the push in the morning was on Tesla. I was wondering what that pre-market spike was. I'm like, there's some sort of event obviously happened, and I guess that was it. And it's interesting. The market liked it. I guess you know what I mean. And it's forward-looking. It makes a lot of sense. It's just like it's good for Tesla stockholders, I think, because basically what he's saying is like, I can take this company to 8 trillion.
Yeah. And
it's not there right now.
He's incentivized to do it and motivated. And definitely, so if that doesn't motivate you, then nothing will.
Exactly, and it's like, and he has strong motivation as well. Well, he's going to get $1 trillion, which he can use to kind of build more companies and do other things that he wants to do with it.
Mine an asteroid. Get us to the moon.
Yeah, I can't wait till we start mining asteroids. That's going to be
game over, man.
Oh yeah, that's going to be.
Yeah, but
once we find an asteroid that's somewhat feasible, and some trillionaire is going to be like, all right,
There's a problem with this. This is where the economics degree comes in.
Yes.
The sheer volume of resources
required.
No, the sheer volume of resources that you would get from mining a single asteroid potentially would break a lot, of things in the world.
Oh yeah. 100% it would break them. 100%. But here's the thing, it's just,
it'd be a problem.
It would break a lot of systems for sure. 100% it will. Because like rare earth, minerals, stuff like that, we're going to start getting like, there'll come a time where it'll become like surplus, right?
Oh, what's here?
Got to keep an eye on some of these imbalances here as well. But nothing too crazy here on the NASDAQ that I'm seeing. But shout out to the first man or woman who kind of initiates that push. We're already seeing, rockets that are very efficient at doing low suborbit.
We can already land on asteroids, man.
Yeah,
we don't have to worry. Like that
it.
can be done. It's it's like putting the next step out there, and then then things get out of hand. Just a good point there. Someone in the chat was like, MU is ripping. Micron, we forgot about Micron is the strongest of the chip names today. I mean, I know Broadcom's up a bigger percentage, but Micron has not stopped going up. It's just been going, and obviously going. Which one, Andre? Because this one's going absolutely nuts. With 2 minutes to go until the imbalances potentially flip, I can tell you, Tesla, I don't even see Tesla. There it is. Still 1 million. Apple is a sell now of 1.2 million. That was not there before. So this was not I didn't see it on the list over 1 million shares, but it's there now. Foot Locker is still disappointing. Amazon, 700,000 to the sell side. So you've had a few sells pop in here that could be causing a slight rollback in the Qs. Not huge, but it was mostly buy imbalances, but we're now getting a little bit of sell action going in here. But I want to give a big shout out to Trade the Pool because let's be real. We've talked about this before. Everyone seems to think that to make more and grow, you got to risk more. Well, that's how it used to be because Trade the Pool's changing that. It's the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. You can take, well, this is built for any trader that wants to grow, but without anything putting on the line, you can take $47, a one-time evaluation fee at $47, and then that is your total risk. And from there, you can trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code you see on the screen and take a shot. I want to thank them for sponsoring this segment of the show.
Thank you.
About 5 minutes to go. That means I bet you these are going to pair. Apple's still 1 million to the sell side. Nvidia is gone. Tesla's still there, 1 million to the buy side. And right on cue, you see both of them pair off instantly. So what did Tesla do in that moment? Well, what did Tesla do in that moment?
Tesla.
Not much. It kind of held forth. So it paired off, but then kind of kept on going higher. Apple wasn't doing a heck of a lot before that. What is Apple saying to us? Apple got a bid, so Apple was a sell and bounce, and then turned into a buy, and there's the bounce on Apple. That's what you would expect. But that Micron move, Micron.
With
Through the high of the
imbalance?
day, up 5.5%. You haven't seen Micron start today?
I've seen Micron today, but I haven't seen it off of the imbalance. Oh my God, that's a 3-minute chart. Oh
That's a little loud.
I thought that was a daily chart for a second. I was like, I know it's been running, but oh boy. Yeah, a little bit of a strong bid here. We talked about some of these chips being distinctly different from the rest, and both Micron and then the other one was TSM as well. TSM also nice little push to the upside here on TSM as well. So yeah, nice little shake and bake happening within the chip sector here. We know that SMH should probably be to the a little bit to the upside. I guess not. It kind of fell right back in later on in the day. Eh? I got to check what the constituents for this one was. I think SMH holds. It holds something weird. I'm trying to remember right off the top of my head. I was like, because when I first searched up SMH, I was like, I was surprised that it was actually holding some of this. And I think it might have been.
What's surprising?
Was it No, it wasn't like a Berkshire thing.
No,
I don't think so. It was something weird. I'm trying to remember.
Really? In the SMH?
Yeah, Analog Devices, Micron, TXN, Texas Instruments. So, okay, so the top 10 holdings of SMH, I have them right here. Just Yahoo Finance. They are NVIDIA, TSM, AVGO, AMD, LRCX might have been the one. Lam Research. I was like,
do you know what they do?
I have no idea. I think they're part of the chip.
They make the machines that make the chips.
Yeah.
So so their customers are all the fabs, right? So they sell chips. Anybody that's fabricating chips would be buying equipment from them. Same thing with ASML. ASML does the same thing. And
Texas Instruments.
AMAT's not a top 10, but AMAT's in the same business. So like those are kind of like the bigger names for sure. What else we got here? There's only 2.5 minutes to go. Oh, I should probably go to the desk at some point. I have to get ready. We got the market recap show to do. It'll be a fun one. Always got to thank Obi for stepping in for Sean. Also, not just stepping in for Sean, but stepping in for Joe. Because Joey Options had a wedding to go to.
Yes.
In Uxbridge.
Yes.
Uxbridge. So hopefully he's having a good time. I know Sean will be at a baseball diamond and doing the family thing. That's what it's all about for sure. And that's right, Ron Shop. It's week 1 of football. We put half of our entries in the suicide on Philly, who won. The other half is on the Broncos. I think they should be able to handle the Titans and a rookie quarterback. I have mixed feelings about tonight because I'm starting Patrick Mahomes and Xavier Worthy for the Chiefs. And I'm also starting the Chiefs. I'm not starting the Chiefs defense, I don't think. I kind of am cheering for them, but you know how I really feel. I don't want them to win. So go LA, I suppose. Go Chargers. And the Bills will handle business on Sunday night. But I got to get up to the desk because the market recap show is only a minute and a half away.
Great show, Neil. Thank you once again. Hopefully you guys had an awesome day here and an awesome week. Things are changing around the studio. Studio 8 is almost at fruition. Already sitting at the newer desks here, looking good. I think it's coming along pretty nicely. In terms of imbalances going into the last minute, I honestly don't see anything too crazy, and I'm not going to participate in anything too crazy. I know that there are some things I do want to keep watching, and I don't necessarily have them right now, but I'm going to continue watching those right now as well. So Google was nice. Off of the open, strong bid there. This was the trade that I had. What did I trade today? So only Google and AVGO. You guys know that. My list is not that extensive, more often than not, I pick a couple of names and I'm just like, all right, I'm going to throw most of my eggs into this basket here. So Google got a little lucky with that market reversion all the way back in. Didn't really stick around for the second time it gave us that fade from 335s. Just yet, but yeah, nice little push down to 333s, but pulling back into 335. So next week, I'm going to continue to look for fresh highs on Google. Google is showing us that it can hold structure higher and higher day after day after that strong push. So I'm going to respect that. The market, on the other hand, we gotta be a little bit different. But 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much for the bell. Brought to you by VinFast. VFS is their ticker. On the NASDAQ, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, solid day here. A lot of opportunities. Maybe I want to talk about 2 other names here while we let Neil get ready for the after hours show. So I hope you guys are going nowhere because we got Adara and Neil covering the after hours market recap show as well. So AVGO, oh boy, did I had conviction on the short off of the open, especially after the craziness that it did coming into the open, that nice little wipe up into 356s, 357s. And I was like, this has done a lot of buying in the after hours, in the pre-market, and coming into the open as well. I want to do some selling. So that's pretty much the idea there. Didn't really hold on. I got short on that 350s. That was really nice. Fat finger cover, I think 46s, yeah, fat finger cover on 46s. So only caught $4 when this thing dropped almost $20 off of some of those highs. So bit of a miss on my part, hard fumble, but it is what it is. Gonna review some of the trades. I got myself into the trade that I wanted to, and I did well with the initial executions, but my exits were obviously fumbled. So I gotta recheck some of that. But other than that, I didn't really take any other trades. Hopefully you guys had an awesome, solid day today. Market craziness, a little bit of a shake and bake in the opening session, and a strong 200% reversion, even more than that, coming into the midday as well. I'll see you guys around. You guys stick around. We got the market recap with Neil and Adara. Have a good weekend, guys. See ya.
Thank you. The market recap show brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex starts right about now. And Adara's joining us in the light colored shirts. It wasn't just the two of us at the desk.
I kept making that joke today. I was like, we were the whatever color this is squad, all three of us.
Well, see, yours is white. This actually, on camera,
You're right, it
looks closer on camera than it really is.
I think this is the closest I've actually studied it, like not encumbered by a screen, so it's not white.
There you go. Well, I figure the summer's ending anyways, but the bull run ended really early this morning, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, to call it a free fall Friday is unfair because the market closed barely in the red, but it was the sentiment. We sat down to Broadcom blasting. It was like 14, 15% to the upside,
yes,
and it wasn't even about the earnings because it did nothing in the aftermarket yesterday. And then all of a sudden we got this mystery client for $10 billion, and Broadcom's up double digits and blasting. I'm sure some traders did really well for this on Blue Ocean. If you look at the chart,
I'm sure.
Blue Ocean opened and it was just straight shot to the upside there. But the second 9:30 hit, anyone tell when the market opened? Yeah, the market opened and Broadcom just kept dropping and dropping and dropping, and that could be part of the reason that the Qs kept dropping and dropping, and it was a free fall morning on the Qs, and it was a nasty move in there for AMD and NVIDIA, more specifically AMD, that ended up down 6.5%. To NVIDIA's 2 3/4. So it was a tale of two cities for the chips because as we were talking about earlier, and we were back at the desk like just minutes ago, Micron was at its highs. Like they had a perfectly fine day. But specifically AMD and to a certain extent NVIDIA taking the brunt of the action with Broadcom looking to be competition for them. That wasn't the only thing moving around. It feels like forever ago because we didn't really talk too much about Lululemon. That closed only down 18.5%, not the 20 that it was in the pre-market.
Only 18.
But yeah, not the best look for them either. Kind of a rough day for a lot of stocks, but it's easy to forget. Lululemon probably had the best bid at 9:30.
Oh, yeah.
Of anything we're looking at. despite the fact that it's down 18.5%, closed near the lows.
Yes, the bid on Lulu was solid. You guys would have seen I had a short on Lulu. That did work, and then I cruelly got wicked out of it, and then was just, I ended up like flat on Lulu just because I retried it a couple times, which was, I think, valid, but either way, Lulu apparently did not want me there, so it's fine. You move on into the next trade. Yeah, I think that Lulu was really something. Another stock that was really weak that I was also, I think, trading midday, and I don't know if we talked about much, Coinbase.
No, we did not talk about
got destroyed. And I don't really know why, other than technicals, because we've talked about that 310 on Coinbase, I think, and that 310 on Coinbase was, I knew this was like one of the main things I was looking at in the morning, and that 310 came in instantly. So it was it was a good look here for COIN if you were short. It couldn't even saliently get back above that 300 level, and it faked it a couple times, but it couldn't hold it. We'll have to see. I honestly wasn't even expecting Coinbase to break 300 today, realistically. So, yeah, I mean, what a look. And just to clarify, too, this Coinbase move is outlier when you compare MSTR. Like, just let's look at that again. Yeah. This is MSTR. This is Coinbase.
Well, in fairness, for MSTR specifically, like a lot of crypto adjacent names didn't do very well today, but specifically MicroStrategy is one of the names that has a chance to be added to the S&P 500. I've seen a lot of people asking who's getting added to the S&P 500. Yes, we are finding out tonight what stock is being added to the S&P 500, but we do not know yet, and we're not usually going to find out till, I think it's usually after 5 o'clock. So it's unlikely that we get an answer to that question during the market recap show. Certainly the current, I pulled this up earlier, and just sort of this is, and Kalshi, it's not the exact question. It's kind of just who will be added this year. So you have to look through and sort of look at the, like it's interesting because I didn't see AppLovin this high, but like the names of interest, I don't know about Viva, but AppLovin, Robinhood, Carvana, Cheniere, MicroStrategy, Flutter, Cheniere Energy, that's LNG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so those are the names that are the most likely. Like it'll be like the betting markets aren't going to have it so wrong that it's not a name on this list. So it's kind of all the usual suspects. I think it's the first time I've heard LNG get thrown into that list, but certainly we're going to find out one. MSTR, a few people really like MSTR for inclusion. I don't see it, but who knows? It's entirely possible that we see MicroStrategy get the ad. Robinhood did not have a very good day, and whether this was, look, maybe people are thinking, whatever, they're not going to get added again. Most of it, I think, was if you were a growth stock, once we had that turn in sentiment, you had no chance this morning. And so Robinhood, like a lot of other things, had no chance. You know, these charts all look the same. It didn't matter what sector you're in. Like Robinhood's chart is going to look like Palantir's chart in the morning. It didn't matter. It's almost exactly the carbon copy on the way down. If you were under pressure, you just couldn't catch any kind of a bid. And Darwin, I'm with you. I think it'll be after 5 o'clock that we find. Pelican thinks it's most likely MSTR in the chat here for sure. And
so they've
we'll
had surprises lately, though. Like I don't think Datadog was highly favored. I really don't think that TTD or XYZ. I only laughed because that one was so random.
That was the most random.
Yeah.
The others were all at least in like the top 5 of what you might
was
think.
A little
people have been talking about at least I'd heard the idea of Trade Desk. I don't recall hearing anybody say anything about Block.
No, I legit thought I was being punked when I read that. I'm not lying. Datadog makes sense, but I hadn't heard anything about that either. But yeah, I do think like AppLovin, honestly, this poor stock, I think honestly it stopped caring about the fact that it's not being added to the index anymore. Remember the first time it was like, Sean, did that would be back in November 24? It like tanked 14%. Like it gapped down 14% because it wasn't added to the index. Now it like ploop and then comes back up. So the reason I say that is because, Neil, if the market has indeed given up on the idea of AppLovin getting some lovin from the S&P 500, if we do get added, I think that would be a massive buying opportunity. And they are near all-time highs.
It is
I'm not
right
giving
at
advice,
the
I'm just opining.
Well, the only problem I have with it is just remember what usually happens. You get the gap, and then you fill in the gap. Because that's what usually happens. I think we saw that. We've seen that time and time again. But AppLovin is right at those highs, so it could be any one of them. I think you can always make a case. You don't get on the short list if you can't make a case for it. Let's be real. So it's not as if any of those don't get don't have a reasonable shot. But a name that will not be added to the index well, I should really start thinking, a name that has no chance to be added to the index. Like SoFi is not going to get added. That got beat up in today. It was just more of a fintech kind of story overall. But the other thing to keep in mind is we saw a lot of strength this week in Alphabet. Like that, if there's one story, probably a bigger story than anything else that happened this week, an individual stock story, would be the ruling that Alphabet would not have to divest Chrome, that they would not have to break up. It was just huge news, and the move that you've seen in Google, it's not just that it gapped, it's that it continued. Like it gapped through all-time highs. And then it's just been buy, and it's had relative strength. Even on a day like today, where you saw the weakness in the market and pretty much everything came back, Alphabet came in, held the morning range, and then closed on the highs. That's a sign of strength. It almost feels like this story has more legs. Even as it's breaking out, Alphabet is still cheap relative to the other Mag 7, as it's at new fresh all-time highs.
Yeah.
That's the scary thing about what could happen in this stock. And I think a lot of people who are buying this when it was a good value, it just goes that old adage. That's why you buy quality companies at a value, because then this can happen to you when the market tries to catch up.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting look there for GOGL. I think like the fact that they have that ruling, plus now apparently Trump's considering finding some way to make the EU pay Google and Apple back for fines. Question mark. I think that could be an interesting. I don't know if there's other things that have come of that. And again, I don't really know if Google cares that much about $3.5 billion, Trump. But I mean, we'll find out. I will say to NVIDIA on watch, the company made a statement here on, I guess, this proposed GAIN Act in the U.S. They said this bill apparently restricts or would restrict competition worldwide in any industry that uses mainstream computing chips. They said the bill is just a different version of the AI diffusion rule. So yeah, NVIDIA not liking these chips. I think NVIDIA's been a lot more active lately about trying to make sure that, any attempts to make any kind of, laws or acts or whatever that could stifle their independence, they're trying to stomp that out. And I think Jensen Huang has been a lot more vocal about that too as a CEO. So we're going to have to wait and see if that's effective, but fair point. Let's find out.
And shout out to David. David in the chat. First of all, David, did you actually trade CoreWeave? I'm kind of curious about that. But thank you for the super chat here. Google is 15% of the long portfolio, pumping for years, twice a year for 2 decades. Thank you, Google. Congratulations to you. I don't have the congratulations button, but well done, sir. It's a good company, and all you got to do is find a few good companies and hold on to them to the best of your abilities and buy the dips. Buy the dips when you think they're going to be good. And to the extent that, just going right back. I was going to talk about Lulu, but that kind of stinks, so let's ignore that for a second. Yeah, Lulu's not fun to discuss because it just absolute rug, down 18%. But when we look at the dip on NVIDIA, remember a few things. NVIDIA, cheaper PE. It's a cheaper PE than half, much cheaper than AMD, cheaper than a bunch of the Mag 7. Yes, it just lost the 50-period moving average, but anytime I see a stock like this under the 50, it's a matter of where do I want to buy it? And I started early. I think I bought the first time in March. I was sitting in spring training, watching a game in the sun. It was absolutely gorgeous. And because I'm a loser, I had my phone out. I shouldn't have my phone out when I'm watching spring training because I was like, I wonder what's happening in the market. And I casually, in between innings, checked. And everything was getting rugged. It was just a huge rug day. I'm like, oh, I got to buy some stuff here. So I got in and I bought the Qs and I bought Meta and I bought NVIDIA. Just because, what are the first 3 things I wanted to buy? So I bought those 3 things and really wish I had just leveraged into more. But at the end of the day, I think we could be in a pullback into some prior highs. If I see a 150 on NVIDIA, I know I'm a buyer. I know that for sure. Absolutely going to be a buyer on NVIDIA. And this could be the kind of news that gets us that turn. And the other thing we have to think about is what's the market reaction going to be to the Fed in 2 weeks? Because we got to change Adara that we went from 100% shot of a quarter point to 10% chance now of a 50 basis point cut because of the strong labor number. 50 basis point cut often is the market's going to read that as panic. And that's not always a good thing. You think rates.
What happened last year? Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you drop in 50 because you're late and you're panicking, and it's not good for the economy, and then everything can fall based on that. So that's a bit of the concern, I think, for the market today.
Yeah. Also, I think that the Trump meeting, the Trump announcement just began. Yeah, there he is. He's at his desk. Let's go. It is definitely Defense Department related because I see Pete Hegseth standing next to him.
Yep.
I'll provide coverage on that, of course, as it goes, specifically if it's market related or just kind of amusing. But I will say to what your point was there with regards to the rates, I think that the Fed still does not seem to think they're ready to cut. Fed's Goolsbee today was actually shockingly hawkish, saying that apparently they're still at full employment. According to Goolsbee, he's not even decided if he wants to cut at all. In September, he says he's still open. And I think the issue is there are still inflationary concerns, even with the job numbers being how they are. So they're saying that, yes, it is a dual mandate, but part of that dual mandate is inflation. So we'll have to wait and find out. I actually think this could get really spicy. We know we had the first time in 30 years where we had 2 Fed members dissent. I expect we might get more than 2 at the next meeting, depending on who votes. I know Fed's daily has been not dovish necessarily, but a little bit more cautious with regards to holding rates. We're going to have to see what the changes are. Right now, we do have people talking who are not Donald Trump at this event. I will cover this as I get information.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And this is what makes it exciting as a trader, is anytime you have any uncertainty, whether it's quarter or half or none, if we're not 100% certain which direction we're going and we're a couple of weeks out, not even that anymore, then it gets very, very spicy as a trader. When it's baked in and everyone knows exactly what we're going to get, it's pretty much, the moves are a little bit more muted. And we like the excitement. That said, sometimes people don't like the volatility for the long term, but that's why it's a long-term account for a trader. I think we want to see a little bit of action, a little bit of opportunity out there. And I do see like a few people in the chat. Everyone's got their own opinions, man. I tend to think, how could they ignore what's going on in the labor market? You've got to cut something at this particular point. Like, there's been enough of a slowing of inflation. We keep hearing more and more about when inflation effects are going to come in from the tariffs, and it just hasn't happened yet, but you're looking at the labor market showing you something. And as I said earlier, one of the old things that I'm always aware of is when there's cracks in the labor market, it goes from 0 to 100 pretty fast.
Yeah.
And at most times, once you start to see the weakness, firms, when they see possible recession, possible slowing, they cut workforce fast because they're very reactionary in that regard. So it'll look a little weak, and then it'll look very weak, and then it's too late. And I think that's why you get a lot of people saying, well, they can't sit on their hands for this one. And plus, remember, Powell himself really hinted that we're going to get something. And I lean into that. Powell changed his tone. We've been at over 90% ever since. But I think we're going to get a cut.
Yeah.
Probably still that quarter point is going to be the way to go.
I don't think we get a 50. No, not at all. Yeah. But we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not thinking it's going to be that 50.
I think the quarter is possible, but I don't think it's guaranteed. Especially given, I'm just being honest here. I'm not saying like, oh, no, but I'm just honestly based on, because I look at all the Fed comments, right? There are a lot more, I would say, that are leaning hawkish than those that are leaning dovish. The only 2 who have actively been, really the only one that's actively been dovish is Waller.
Yeah.
And then Bowman has been dovish-esque as well, but not to the extent of Waller. And then Powell indicated maybe. So the point I'm trying to make here, guys, is at least 9 of these Feds are maybe not hard on the side of dovishness. And really quickly, before we go to our special guest, I want to mention as well another aspect here. We might get the confirmation of the new Fed, Stephen Myron. If we get that confirmation, that is worth noting as well.
We know which way he's going.
He said he's not going to do that during his confirmation hearing.
Yeah, okay.
But we'll find out.
Yeah, come on. He has to say that. So this is what you expect to say.
It was really exciting hearing.
It's like asking an athlete, do you think you're going to win the game tonight? Well, what do you think they're going to say? What is he going to say? No, I'm not. I haven't predetermined what I'm going to do, but I'm appointed by Trump and going to do what he wants. But we got to get to it because we got some trader talk. I know Steve is waiting, and it's almost 4:20 already, so let's get Steve on here for a little trader talk. Oh, no, my button doesn't work. There he is, Steve Talman. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My little button doesn't work. We can do the trader talk, and it's all exciting. But first off, how was your week, Steve? I hope the markets have been treating you well.
Oh, thank you. Good to be on. It's been a fun week. We've got some explosive moves here. That reversal to SPY really set the stage for a lot of breakouts and a lot of sectors setting up as well. So I've been having fun. I don't know about you. Was it a good week for you?
Oh, yeah, it was a good week. We got some shorts today, which was the moves this morning where if you caught anything to the south side or it caught some of those breakouts, the volatility in the first 30 minutes, you could have made your entire day in either direction to be in perfect fairness. Like there were some strong stocks. Tesla was strong this morning before a reversal. But a couple of questions for you. One, with this, we were just sort of talking about rates. With this now chance of a 50 basis point cut, like right off the bat, like I want to know what your thoughts are for what this means for like the Russell, IWM there, how you might be positioning going into that. And then the other thing is, did you participate in any of the American Eagle love this week?
Let's see. First off, with American Eagle, unfortunately, I did not participate. What a powerful move. I saw flow on the 19C leaps, and I did not nibble. So next time I probably will. Crazy powerful move. And the most interesting thing to me about it is the stratification within the retail sector. So we saw that happening, and then we see Lulu on the other side of the spectrum. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Something to watch.
Lulu got destroyed. It's like, oh my goodness. If ever there was a company, just do what everyone else is doing, go sign somebody sign some kind of an influencer and see if you can't make some magic out of it. Because down 18% today, not a very good look. But just jumping right back into the small caps, I just want to get your thoughts on the IWM where we head, just in a general sense. Or maybe just forget about that. It could just be wherever you're positioning yourself. Because I think we've had a bit of a seed change this week. You saw the chips kind of shake themselves out with Broadcom. And now that we could get a 50 basis point cut, certainly there's been a bit of a shaking of the tree here to change things from how we were last time we talked.
Absolutely. So that was more important of those two questions. So let's talk about it. The 50 basis point cut, I think it makes a lot of sense based on what we've been seeing in the strength in these rate sensitive names. So sectors like solar, looking very constructive. I'm watching FSLR in particular there. We've been participating in the KRE rally. That's looking really strong. And a lot of software as a service names are starting to really go. So for us, U is looking great, Unity, as well as IoT. So I think that this trend is going to continue until we have reason for any sell. That being said, with these sectors that are so heavily shorted, like IWM, I am kind of on the edge of my seat for any potential flow change and directional change, a potential selling of the news when we actually get the cuts. That being said, I want to be bullish. These charts look good long term, and we're getting the catalyst we need. So I'm cautiously optimistic here.
Yeah, like when I look at specifically for FSLR, like it's in an uptrend, and really when you look at it, it's kind of got this, technical analysis, which I'm not one, would say it's kind of like a W pattern. When you look at the potential for where this could go, it doesn't feel like it's really slowing down, and it's a very good channel. You got the strongest, the group has not been very good, let's be real. You got one of the strongest names in the group, if not the best one. I'm just curious, because we still have some time to go. Now, yes, we're riding the trend here. Do you think it's a sell? Let's just imagine we get the 10% chance, you get a 50 basis point cut, not a quarter. Is that something you'd sell into, or you're just like, okay, well, now we're all systems go holding, and then what would be your answer if we get as expected, which is a quarter point? Or is it even the same? You don't even care?
Honestly, I think it's the same for me because in both situations, the setup is there. I've defined my risk and I want to have some money working for me in case this theme does see continuation. So for me, whether we get 50, whether we get 25, I want to have some money on the table. That being said, going into this, I'll probably trim, but I'm a primarily technical trader, so I will trim when it hits my level or when there's any uncertainty, going forward there. That's kind of my outlook.
I got you. So I want to try to put you on the spot for something here because I always love doing this. And I know this is not necessarily, I don't think have we ever once talked about Google? I don't think we have. Pretty sure we haven't. But on the off chance that we have, apologies if I don't remember. But this is one of the ones that always gets me. Because I never have blue sky strategies and setups. I don't use fibs and all that stuff. And I've probably said that before on the show. As a day trader, well, when stock is doing what Alphabet is doing, it's like, well, you just find the long because it's trending up. Right? That's fine. Like each day, you just look for a long opportunity and you try to grab it. But when something goes this parabolic, and then today with the dump off that we have manages to close on the highs, it's just so strong relative to its peers, and it's got positive news. I mean, they're talking about potentially now make the fine even smaller than what they got, and they don't have to break up. What would you do technically with a stock like this? Because outside of day trading into the long side, I find no one. It's difficult to find anyone that wants to buy it up here when, if you look at the EPS, fundamentally, it would be telling you it's still a buy. So what are your thoughts briefly on Alphabet? Do you own it? Would you buy it up here? What would be your approach?
Absolutely. So we did talk about this, but it was months and months ago now. Okay. So I don't blame you at all for forgetting. I'm a massive Google bull. This was the first mega cap I bought on the crash. I'm incredibly highly confident that once it reclaimed this previous high on the crash, so that's the 2001 high, that we were seeing a cup and handle type pattern form. And so for me, I'm a big fibs guy whenever I see these blue sky setups. So our target since initiation has always been this 220 level, which we just smashed. So now I'm looking for the next one up. It's showing strength through the 1.72 fib, which is tends to be where trends will reverse if the breakout is not real. If the breakout holds and finds price acceptance over this 1.27, then we always look for the 1.62. And so 250, nice and even. That's where I'm holding Google till.
Oh, I like the answer. And by the way, feel free. You don't have to be like, oh, I forgive you for forgetting. No. You can call me out for having a bad memory. Everyone else does on the show. I mean, I'm getting up in age and all that. So, young men like you who still have a perfect memory, that's perfect. It's absolutely fine. And you know what? And again, this is the reason we bring guests on like Steve and why we have such a great community, because I don't use Fibonacci's. And so oftentimes, I'll find myself, if I'm in a long swing that's breaking into all-time high or breaking all-time highs, I'll just throw a trailing stop on a trend or something like that, or use a moving average, just very basic stuff as to where I might hold on a pullback. But I don't usually have targets in mind, which is the other side of it. I know you're using Fibonacci's. And we get so many questions about Alphabet when it's this relatively strong. I wanted to make sure we got that. So thank you so much for going over Alphabet. I'm glad to hear. It's even better that, hey, it's one of the holdings you're in love with, and it's the strongest thing we got going in the broader market. So congratulations for that. And we only have a couple of minutes to go, so I want to make sure, is there something that's on your mind? If there's a name that is of interest, we didn't get a chance to talk about it, or maybe it's setting up for next week and we're getting out of earnings season and wrapping it up and heading toward more with the Fed decision, which will be more important. But what's a name or two that's on your mind that we haven't talked about?
Absolutely. I'd like to just segue this from the Google, because my whole thesis on Google was the regulatory risks, the lawsuit stuff. That one's it's gonna be a nothing burger, more or less. And more importantly, we should see an outperformance of software over hardware as tariff implications start shaking out. And obviously, if tariffs are reverted, no problem there. But if so, we are seeing this trend where I put on a long Google short Apple trade, and that's been doing very well. I think software is the next place to look, especially I'm looking at SNSR. That's the Internet of Things ETF. And the leading name in that basket, which just broke out, was IoT. So I'm watching those next week with an honorable mention for healthcare, because I think I'm in OSCR. I think that one looks amazing. I like OSCR and HNGE.
Yeah,
sorry, that's a lot to throw at you.
No, Oscar's a popular one here. I know Sean happens to be in that one as well. That's very popular. The healthcare has been making a good bounce. UNH also, it's getting some legs under it again. That one, everyone seems to want that one to go the most. It has a chance. It had a good day today. I think it has a chance. But SNSR, that's a new one. I want to thank you for bringing that one up. And I look at the chart, and I love when I see a chart and it's just an instant agreement. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, you don't have to be a market technician to see a significant top and a potential breakout. So Internet of Things ETF, that's a good one there, SNSR. See, that's the thing, Steve. We'll put you on the spot with Alphabet, and then you already have something for us there, and you're long in, you give us some great ideas, and then you bring a couple of names at us. Now, Oscar's one that's been definitely, I know a lot of our viewers find that one as popular, but the Internet of Things ETF, SNSR, we'll track that one for next week. Steve, it's always a pleasure having you. Steve Talman, analyst from Trade the Pool, our friends over at Trade the Pool. Can't wait to talk to you next week, and hopefully Google goes higher Oscar goes higher, SNSR, and all these names go up because we love a bull market, a good bull market. Thank you so much for coming on, Steve.
Thank you so much, Neil. And just real quick, if anybody wants to stop by, we're doing a webinar on long-term cyclical bottoms and identifying those. So there's a lot of those out there, like XBI. So come on in. We're starting in 10 minutes over at Trade the Pool's YouTube channel. Thanks so much.
Yeah, there you go. Check them out, our good friend Steve Talman and our friends over at Trade the Pool. Give them all the love in the world. Have a fantastic weekend, Steve. We'll talk to you again next week.
Thanks so much. Take care.
All right, take care, brother. And there you go. Some interesting names. See, that's a new one, SNSR. That's actually an ETF that I've never really even looked at. And now I can throw that one on my radar. This is the best thing about our community, is that we have a lot of great trading minds that we can bring in, and we can all learn together. We can all grow together. We can bounce ideas off of each other. That's what it's all about. And Mike Peter Ryder, we also get to have a lot of fun. I know you've been having fun in the chat. Thank you so much. He just says Trader TV is number one. That's a fact, Jack. So you're keeping it clean this time. First of all, Mike, don't think that I didn't see you in the chat earlier getting a little bit excited. I know it was an accident, but keep it clean, brother. We don't want to have to blank anything out that you say. We love the energy for sure, and we appreciate you. And speaking of energy, what is it that we do around this time? It's energetic, fun, and a tradition.
I wonder.
It's roll call, everybody. You know it's roll call time, and that means get in the chat. Because if you want your name read during roll call by Adara, then you got to be in the chat. And to be in the chat, you have to hit the like and the subscribe. So hit that like, hit that subscribe button. It's a subs-only chat. We'll jump in here. We'll give a big shout out to Obi, who's doing double duty today. Not just filling in for Sean, but filling in for Joe. And also
featuring other Joe.
Featuring other Joe. He's sitting with other Joe, who, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know this, Joe sitting next to Obi was called Jose by almost all of the traders on the floor. To the point that it wasn't until like a year after I met him.
It was 2024.
Yeah, it was like
last Christmas. It was around December 20th.
I was like chatting with. He's like, by the way, my name is not Jose. It's like my name is Joe. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Because I was like, oh yeah, like I can't believe like it took me months to figure out his name was wasn't Jose, and you were like, wait, what? And
I'm like, huh?
You knew. That's how it happened. I was like, that's wild.
How am I supposed to know if literally every trader calls him Jose?
Oh.
What up, Joe? Enjoy my seat. I like the plaid shirt there, but again, big thank you to Obi for filling in. Also for Joe, who was away, and big shout out to Sheree, big shout out to Adara, big shout out to Fabian, Ramin, and Andre, the entire team. Shout out to Mark, Randy, and Rob for getting us to the new desk with the big old screens there. An awesome, fantastic opportunity for us to grow the show here. So jump in that chat. It's roll call time. And a shout out to you, David. Thank you for the super chat. Buy Obi a drink donation. Obi, you got one on the house if you're going out this Friday. David just made sure of that. So thank you there, David. It's $5, bro. Get yourself. You can't even buy. No, I'm just joking. Nah. Oh, obviously. Not the game you couldn't, but roll call time.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. I already saw Steve M in the chat saying they wanted to be called. Hello, Steve M. Hello, Denny Dollars. Hello, Sebastian. Mike Peter Ryder. Conrad Clark. Tim Adams. Sarah Evans. Stock Trader. Others saying Jimmy Joe Smith. Mike Peter Ryder. Again, Dee Westermeyer. Michael Burnett. Okie Kerr, Do the Wave, Neil Roberts in the chat. We have Grov, we have Elfe, Liana, Stock Trader, Mitch Clark, Jacob, We Candles. I love that. I don't know what it means, but I like it. Evan, Carlos Briones, Yoshi, Trina P, Kristen Norman, Trevor Bucker, Do the Wave. I always want to say Do the Right Thing. Shout out to that movie.
Yeah, man.
Dylan Patel, Sebastian, that's not what I was referring to. David Trevias, William Chilson, Trading Arsenal. Thank you guys all for being here. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Sharif. Thank you, Opie, thank you, Joe and Sean. Thank you, Fabian, Ramin, Andre. Thank you, Brendan. And thank you, chat, for being here. So happy to be here. And it was a pleasure to be on with you guys for an hour in the midday as well.
That's right. Get it, Adara, because you did triple duty today as well. Always a heck of a lot of fun here. And we get to do it all again next week, everybody. So rest up. Hopefully, if you're betting on NFL this weekend or just watching, your team wins. Hopefully, Buffalo wins on Sunday, so I don't have to hear about it from Raheem. Also, because I just want the Bills to win.
Oh, it's Ravens and Bills?
Ravens and Bills on Sunday night. So we didn't actually settle on something. Maybe I'll email Raheem and we can figure something out. next time. So when the Bills are on, he can like get a humiliation or something. I don't know. I can make him wear a jersey or something like that. But I don't know if he owns a Baltimore Ravens one to be able to do the other side of that bet. Anyways, enjoy your weekend, everybody. We're Trader TV Live. The Market Recap Show has been brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX, and we'll see you Monday morning. Bye, guys. Hey, look.